Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and hey patrons and my friends beyond the binary. Hey, thanks for listening to this Patreon bonus thing. Thanks for supporting the show. I hope you hear these messages because it's way better for me to keep you as a patron. So if you ever have any feedback, I know the value for value model is a little bit tough but I guess all I'm saying is I really, really appreciate your willingness to give value back for the podcast to put you to sleep. And, reach out if you need to. I'm open-minded. Thank you so much. And what do you say I put you to sleep? Let's keep the show going. I also want to thank Chris Posterson from Sounds Like Earful Studios, who does our theme music and edits episodes, Carl W., who edits episodes. Jonathan Mann is on our lullabies. You can commission a song from him for any special event at song.jonathanmann.net. Kenny, Scotty, and Jennifer on our artwork and on our website. I've only seen the previews. By the time you hear this, the new website should be up. Are our friends at Astound, ESTOUND.com. Eric and the crew over there made an amazing website that you're probably enjoying right now. Makes it easier to subscribe and to check out the sponsors when your hand hits the fridge tomorrow. So I want to thank them. You can get me on Twitter at Dear Scooter. Listeners have their own Facebook group, and I want to thank the moderators over there. Lauren, Keith, Sarah and Stacy, Julie and Jennifer. And that's it. We say we keep the show going. Hey, are you up all night tossing, turning, mind racing, trouble getting to sleep, trouble staying asleep? Well, welcome to Sleep With Me, the podcast that puts you to sleep. We do it with a bedtime story. All you need to do is get in bed, turn out the lights, and press play. I'm going to do the rest. What I'm going to attempt to do is create a safe place. I'm going to smooth it. I'm going to pat it. I'm going to rub it down. And then just like if I was in the Motown Philly Harmony or Cooley High Harmony, I'd say safe place. And it could be, a little bit of you say, what is he talking about? Well, here's the thing. I'm already mixed up and confused, to be honest with you. But I'm here to help. I'm going to send my voice across the deep, dark night. I'm going to use lulling, soothing, creaky, dulcet tones. Pointless meanders, tangents, lulling, soothing stuff, and, smoothing and padding and pitter-pattering, just like our, many pets now. It's rolling in. People are naming their pets Pitter and Patter. And what was I saying? Okay, so try to create a safe place where you can set aside whatever's keeping you awake. I'm here to keep you company. I've been there, sleepless, tossing and turning. If you're new, the show does not make a whole lot of sense at first. So you could just, if you can, ease back and listen or give it a few tries. I'm here to help, but I'm a bit different. And the podcast it's kind of like a mixed up that isn't one of those ones that if you mix it up more, it gets organized. I don't know, maybe we'll talk about mixing paints, because I know some people in the Facebook group were talking about mixing paint videos. But here's the thing. If you're new, I'm here to keep you company. Oh, the structure of the show. That's what, usually this is how, yeah. So structurally what to expect. The show starts off with a few minutes of business. That's how we keep the show free, and ideally all our archives free. And you can find all that on our website, sleepwithmepodcast.com. If you just remember when your hand hits the fridge tomorrow, say, who sponsors that podcast that puts me to sleep? And some of you might say, well, I do. I sponsor it myself. So let's start a show. Then there's an intro where it's about 12 minutes or so. And when I say or so, it could be 9 minutes, could be 14 or 16 minutes, where I kind of demonstrate I don't know, like I said, like the podcast, how the podcast works. I try to make a safe place. I guess it's like I'm the longest. That would be pretty sweet if you were like a billionaire. I wonder if you like normally say, "Hey, can you smooth and pat that safe place down, aka my bed, as I get into it." I don't know if you would want someone to smooth or pat it down for 9 to 16 minutes, at least while you were there. But maybe that could be a service, a secret service, you say. Are there any hotel barons or baronesses that listen to this podcast? Are there any hotel baron or baronesses left? I don't know. But that's an idea. You could take it for free, with a bunch of those points. I think people love those points. I don't know if I have any of those, but or free rooms. But you could say at our hotel, on the special floor, on the smooth and padded floor, we don't just put like a chocolate on your pillow. Your bed is smooth and padded down for 12 minutes. And believe me, it makes a difference. When you see those sheets, they're not taut. They're smooth. And you say, that's right. I've seen, I used to like my hotel sheets taut, T-A-U-A-T or whatever. But once I saw those smooth and padded, I could never go back. It ended up I spent, I was a hotel baroness, and then I spent my fortune at the hotel that had the smooth padded sheets. We, at our hotel, invested in smooth padded sheets, which didn't work out as good. Where was I? I was trying to explain to new listeners. So the intros are a little bit like that, but longer, of me getting distracted and going on a tangent. A lot of listeners use it while they're preparing for bed, while they're easing into bed, they're doing their bedtime routine, gathering their pets or brushing their teeth or their hair, maybe doing some foam rolling. I'm just suggesting it, so maybe I'll follow through on that later myself. I did 2 nights in a row, by the way, internal critic, so we're on a roll, a foam roll, if you don't mind me saying. Where was I? Get distracted again. So that's the intro. Then there's a bedtime story. Tonight actually will be a premiere episode of our new season of episodic, modular, learning you can sleep through, where the characters learn. So you say, well, I could sleep through it because the character may or may not learn something. And it's also kind of a season 2, branch off season 2 of our beloved series Nuns in Space. So episode any starts tonight. It happens to start tonight, but you could listen to them in any order. And don't worry, I'll fill you in on what you need to know before the story starts. But it'll be a bedtime story, just like if someone wants to come in at a separate service and they say, where are you comfortable? Where do you want me? Outside the room, inside the room, by telephone? I could do it by gramophone if you need to, telegraph. We'll tell you a bedtime story included in the price. Just like you were a kid. I'm here to take your mind off stuff and keep you company. Between the intro and the show is like how another way to support the show. And then at the end of the show are some thank yous and good nights. That's the structure of the show. A couple other things. You don't really need to listen to me. You probably figured that out because originally I was going to talk about mixing paints, and I just mixed my synapses up and probably my metaphors and probably my adverbs and adjectives, mix those up a lot. Oftenly, hardy har. Mix up humor and non-humor, too. What was it? And I also forget what I was saying. Oh, what was it? Oh, you don't need to listen to me. That was not intentional. But believe it or not, you don't need to listen to me. And you're under no pressure to fall asleep. I'm going to be here for an hour. If you can't sleep, I'll be here till the end to keep you company. To tell you a story that's somewhat barely engaging. So if you need it, it's here. If you need a few minutes or 20 minutes of distraction, it's here. But you also say, he's kind of, it's not like he's talking around stuff. It's like he's talking around me, like in say, I think those were just synapse mix-ups. I'm not even sure what happened there. But, so you don't need to listen to me. No pressure to fall asleep. And I'll try to be as gentle, meandering, and soothing as I can, just like those paint mixing videos I haven't seen, but I've seen other ones. Like I just watched the wax sealing videos, and those were lovely and very relaxing. And I'm sure I guess maybe I have seen some paint mixing, or maybe they're paint stirring videos, where you see the different paints and then the colors are both separated and then together. You see the texture of the paint, the bubbles, the viscosity, the steady, smooth motion. I'll be trying to do all that auditorily and with a little totem mixed in, a little theater of the mind. And you say, yes, it's amateur theater of the mind. I mean, I don't think people are professional paint mixers or not. They do that by machine. I don't know. Could you be a bespoke paint mixer? You probably could. I would say mixing paint is somewhat of an art, especially if they're doing it on video and in a deliberate way. Or it could be found art. You say, man, Bob Ross was both found art and an artist creating art and an art teacher. And just great. Happy little clouds or whatever Bob used to say. How you doing, Bob? Good to see you. Your hair's a little bit in my way, even though this is only imaginary. I always wondered if you were in the podcast studio. Just lean back a little. Oh, it's tickling my face. I got Bob Ross here in the studio, but that's mostly Bob Ross's hair. Why don't you go sit on the bed over there? I'll be by in a second. We were talking about paint mixing and stirring. Oh yeah, I think you were the original. Of course you were. Yeah, go ahead. Okay, Bob's gone. So anyway, I'm glad you're here. Give this podcast a few tries. That's the one thing all listeners agree on. It takes a few tries to get used to. I mean, some people it works right away. You say, hey, this Scoots' brain's a little bit like mine. I realize he's here to help. He's been there, sleepless or waking up in the middle of the night or waking up at 4:15 and being like, what in the heck? So I'm here to help. I'm here to keep you company. I'm here to take your mind off of stuff. I'm your boar friend, your boar bae, your boar cuz, your boar sib. I thought of another term recently, and now I forgot it, but, it could be like I'm mixing the boars for you, just like someone's mixing I guess they could mean different things in different ages, but for now, I'll just say BORES. I'm here to help. Give it a few tries. See if it helps. It doesn't work. Try some LibriVox. Try some Pink Noise, some binaural beats. There's a lot of stuff out there, but this is how I help, and I hope I do. I appreciate you coming by. I work very hard, and I strive and I yearn to help you fall asleep. Thanks so much. And if you could just listen to this message, and then we'll get on with the show. All right. Hey, everybody. Welcome to our new episodic series. Very episodic, very modular. It's a season 2 with a focus on a particular character. And I think you were calling it the Stan Chronicles, Nuns in Space, Season 2, the Stan Chronicles. I'm not sure of the order. And one of the great things is you don't need to listen to Season 1. I'll fill you in. Most of the exposition, you'll be sleeping, like the bed. You don't really need to know anything. It's a bedtime story to put you to sleep. But if you do need to know, I'll fill you in on the major details right now. Also, I'll try to slow down. I'm excited in a procrastination way because I said the first episode was really tough to record internally. You say, oh, no, okay, no, let's wait till tomorrow. So I'll try to talk slowly as I do the intro. And then just the idea of like thinking about all the different new listeners in those. So we did a series. Let's slow it in, Scoots. Lulling, soothing tones, pointless meanders. So a few years back, maybe it was 2 or 3 years ago, we did a series called Nuns in Space. And you could listen to that in the archives, or I think there's some all-night Nuns in Space available to patrons with all the episodes mashed together. And that was it took place in space with some nuns from my childhood. Scoots was in it as more or less not me, but someone very much like me. Because I'm not in space. I'm spacey, but I'm not in space. But it takes place in like an alternative timeline. or in the future where space has been, like Earth was exposed to space, meaning we got put on the map, and then, spaceships started coming, and we started learning about technology and about the great diverse universe beyond Earth and all the other species and beings and places to visit, ways of commerce and travel and all that. But then suddenly this cloud of delusion surrounded the Earth. And I don't know if that was protective or we don't really know. It's a mystery. All of season 1, it was a mystery. Still a mystery, believe it or not. But it did protect the Earth in some way, because it made it very difficult to travel into space or from space beings or ships to travel into Earth. And this was out beyond Earth's atmosphere, so no direct impact on Earth's environment. Other than that, people were adjusting to a belief system when you're exposed to the greater universe and, making a living and all those things. And then suddenly, okay, so then we're cut off from space again, because the cloud of delusion was basically a zone. I mean, a cloud is separated. It separated Earth from space. If you went into it, you couldn't focus on anything. And people quickly learned that it was better off not trying, because you just wouldn't be able to focus. And so in getting through the cloud of delusion, originally it was thought to be impossible. And then they realized that there was a way through it, but you needed to hire people that had a very loose grip on reality and ability to focus in strange ways, also that had a skill set. And I just happened to be one of those people. And much like a tugboat captain ferries ships, or a harbor pilot ferries ships in and out from the harbor to the docks or whatever they do, I had a job getting ships from Earth out to one of the space stations. Or actually, I think it was like the space station on one side of the cloud of delusion and on the other side. Yeah, that's what it was. Been a while, the seasons of my life, as they say. And so I was good at that. That was my job. I would just get on a ship. I'd say, okay, and everybody else would be asleep, so they wouldn't deal with the delusion. And there weren't a lot of this. And I would say, if I had to guess, I don't know who if someone was creating a cloud of delusion, or if it was an organic thing that said, hey, this whole space thing all at once, a little bit too much for Earth or humans to handle. Let's slow it down a little. Because there's only so many pilots, delusional pilots, or whatever you want to call us. It did slow down commerce, made it pretty expensive and all those kind of things. So that was season 1 started with that. Also, I have a best friend, my co-pilot, named Stan. He's a freestyle soda machine, also a supercomputer. Maybe a sentient being, I consider him a sentient being. And kind of, not my C3. Stan's no C3. I guess he's like, who's he more of, R2 or C3PO? He speaks in sentences, but I don't know. I guess he's got a little bit of BB-8, C3PO, R2. You know what? He does have a little bit of that other one from Rogue One. I don't remember the name of that droid, but it's a big, tall droid. So a bit of all of those combined together, but it's also a freestyle soda machine. And the details don't really matter at this juncture. Just you could picture that. And so season 1, we had adventures. Due to crossing in the cloud of delusion at some point, on the ship I was on, we're still having trouble figuring out, whether the crew of the ship were the nuns from my childhood, or it's a crew of a regular ship that somehow the delusion stuck, and I view them as the nuns from my childhood. But either way, for all intents and purposes, I'm crewing a ship. I'm now captain, or I was first mate, or no, a sergeant at arms. I can't remember. But I was basically in charge of the ship, and it was the crew, the owners of the ship were the nuns from my childhood. And in season 1, we adventured throughout space and tried to, we had a mission and stuff. Good season. Go ahead and listen to it. Get some sleep. You didn't miss much because where are we as season 2 begins? But in the cloud of delusion. So I guess we're sitting there. We're in a pocket of lesser delusion. I think maybe the ship's shields and the exposition during the episode, so we'll explain all that. But we're in a ship, Stan and I, somewhere between Earth and a space station in a cloud of delusion, and we're having trouble. We've given up trying to navigate out of there. The nuns are asleep. They're in whatever science-based rest. And so that's how season 2 opens, is Stan and I are on a ship, a spaceship. Yes, a spaceship. Not deep in space. We're in outer space because we're outside of the Earth's... good question. Somebody just asked, are we within Earth's gravity? I would say we're probably in an Earth orbit, but I can't tell because I'm in a cloud of delusion. So every once in a while, I'll like this is what happens. I mean, we've been able to keep it at bay. But if you were to ask me that when I was captaining the ship, I'd say, I think I'm a Fruit Loop orbiting a spoon right now. Yeah, we're orbiting a spoon in a bowl of cereal and milk. And that's delusion-based thinking or delusion-influenced thinking. DIT, DITS, without a Z, though. It's just DITS. Delusion-influenced thoughts, or something. Delusion. I don't know. I get mixed up and I say my brain's full of DITS. Yeah, but that's different than when you're on Earth and you're just living your life. And this is an external-based delusion, a cloud of delusion. It's different than the helmet of delusion I wear, when I'm out living Drew's life. So if you're new, really it would be meandering. This is one of our Stan is like a real breath of fresh air. And I'm Scoots, and we'll be in space. So everything is perfectly going well, other than the fact that we're not going anywhere. And we do have a plan and everything, but that's for the story part. So welcome to season 2 of Nuns in Space, the Stan Chronicles. And also I needed to talk for 11 minutes because I had an appointment with a Hollywood superstar, a wonderful person, a ponytail that needs no name, Mr. Antonio Banderas. So okay. Come on, man. I told you I could figure out learning how to use Skype. Oh, my friend, I wanted to be here for, this is the ladies, this is the gentlemen, the boys, the girls, the friends beyond the binary. It's good to be back, guys, Antonio. And we're here, with another episode, another season. Episodic serial story, mostly episodic. Okay, don't overdo it because then you don't sound like yourself. Like just do the. Oh yes, I drove here from Los Angeles hoping to get a candy bar. It's time for Nuns in Space. Okay, that was great though. Thanks. Tap water's ready to go for you, Antonio. Safe drive back. I got to record. Okay, thanks, everybody. Nuns in Space. Okay, Stan, it's time for our check-in here. Have you been doing your morning pages? Stan, just you could respond with an affirmative, because I wanted to make sure we're doing that, because now we're fully into stage 1. Or week 1. And before you say anything, Sandy, realize that we're here where it's none of our time tracking, even the computers, clocks are off, and sometimes they move forward and backwards. But for the time being, when we're in each other's presence and aware, which because of the adjustments we made with the shields, we do have a lot more awareness. We just can't move the ship. Oh, before you make any other points, Stan, I'm sorry to be interrupting you. But yeah, so time doesn't really have any meaning except for the present, which who would have thought we had, what Zen master would have accidentally got stuck in a cloud of delusion to realize that? Okay, Stan, what was your question? Scooter, why are we doing this again? Well, the plan is to make you into an artist, Stan. Okay, Scooter, I'm going to be an artist, but how's that going to help us? Right, because that's exactly right. It's going to help us. I need your help to get us out of the cloud of delusion. Okay, Scooter. Well, so how is me being an artist going to be helpful? Oh, well, I'm not exactly sure. I'm thinking that I'm trying to follow my instincts when I have clear thoughts, Stan. And my thought is, I believe in you, and I believe that maybe you could evolve into something more. Also, we tried almost everything else, so it's time to be like thinking outside of the soda machine. Well, Scooter, exactly. I'm a soda machine. I'm not an artist. You could say I'm more than a soda machine, but I'm still a machine, Scooter. And while I could replicate art, Scooter, or randomly, create things you could define as art, Scooter, I'm also there's no such thing as soda art. Well, Stan, that's where I believe that there's soda art out there. I mean, there's artisanal sodas or artisanal sodas. This is different. Soda art waiting to be created or discovered by people like you. Okay, Scooter, soda is just a collection of chemicals and ingredients mixed together. Stan, I think you're shadow artist. Stan, you're distracting from the point. I need you to check in. Is this coming up again? I wanted to check in about the morning pages. But just because you don't believe in soda art doesn't mean you can't create. It doesn't mean I don't believe in you creating soda art, Stan. Scooter, do you really believe in me? Stan, I mean, our backs are up against a wall, figuratively. I believe in anything, but Stan, how could I not believe in you? I want to believe, Stan, yeah, I believe in you. I really do. And I also believe that by trying to believe in you, maybe you'll believe in you, and then I'll more wholeheartedly believe in you too. So again, let's talk about your morning pages. Did any of this saying you're not an artist come up when you're doing your morning pages? Scooter, let me analyze the transcript and check. No, you can't. You're not allowed to look back at those. Wait a second, transcript. Scooter, I already read the entire transcripts while you were right before you said that. Okay, Stan, that's did you read the part of the book where it says don't reread your morning pages? Scooter, I did, but I don't know what happened. Okay, good. We'll say yes to that. You're rebelling against, you're doing them in longhand format, right, Stan? Scooter, I'm trying. I know I did the first couple I did instantly. Yeah, one bit at a time. Only do one bit. Then remember, I thought I programmed this into you. You do one bit, then you take a bit break. Then you do another bit. Scooter, you realize I can do that infinitely fast. I think Stan, that's another plus. I don't think you're using infinitely correctly, but that's fine. Maybe we need to add even more process. What if we add like that long, however long that pause was between each bit? How long would that take you to do your morning pages? Scooter, remember I told you that taking pauses between processing doesn't do anything. It's just a pause. Okay, Stan, again, I have a feeling this is a resistance form. This is a form of resistance against your internal artist. Okay, Scooter, I'll pretend. Okay, it's just Stan. Yeah, you could just pretend. Fake it till you're, till you create. I never heard fake it till you make it, is in making it, but maybe maybe that works in this situation. But Scooter, you realize that pausing during processing, I'm liquid cooled, so it doesn't matter. Okay, we need to move on because I really feel like you need to go tonight before you go into sleep mode. Look at the affirmation list or something. And okay, but let's just say we have some good things to say yes to. Let's move on to the next thing. Have you thought about your imaginary lives at all? Scooter, you realize I'm a soda machine and not an imagination machine, correct? Stan, that's a joke, right? That's pretty funny. Like, what are you, Figment? That's pretty funny. Because remember all the money I spent, all the credits. When we were at that space station, I bought that imaginary algorithm from that being that smelled like old soup. Right, Scooter. That was an imaginary algorithm. No, I think it was an imagination algorithm. Scooter, I think it was like doll hairs, like imaginary like that. Well, it had bits, it had zeros and ones, and he said it also had non-binary coding in there, because it was both analog and digital, and it had non-digital and analog. Scooter, that sounds imaginary. Right, triggering an imagination. And I uploaded that well, you don't even have a mainframe, but I put that in there. I installed that. And also, Stan, you're hooked in to, so maybe you haven't been paying attention, but I've been sipping Delusion from the cloud. And we've been trying to balance how it's coming into the ship. I also have us hooked into the deep space antenna. And you're also using the ship's processor. So that should give you enough bandwidth, because occasionally we're picking up those, like access to databases through the deep space antenna, or it's just like delusional downloads. But okay, let's focus on the task at hand. What does a soda machine yearn to be, Stan? A Scooter, of service. Okay, so like a ice cream machine, an oil machine, like a dancing robot. Any of these sound appealing to you? Scooter, tell me more about the dance. Scooter, I don't, you can move me right now. Maybe it could be a karaoke machine, a megaphone. No. What about, Stan, remember, what about a jukebox? Scooter, I'm accessing, which era jukebox? Oof, I don't know, like the one, show me some visuals. Yeah, that one. The one, go back 24 images. Yeah, that one. I think from like the 1950s, maybe, with those, with the upside down U, with vinyl records. Yes, thank you for communicating with me. That's very good. I think maybe look up a Wurlitzer style jukebox machine. I don't know if that's a thing. Scooter, I think I like this. I think I could imagine myself as a life as a jukebox. Okay, let's go. Okay, so picture yourself as a jukebox, Stan. And I'm going to start to picture you as a jukebox, too. I want you to start to feel you're rounded. You've got clear parts. There's vinyl records inside you. But also feel the connection to the images you're downloading of the jukebox. See what the deep space antenna says as you become this jukebox. I want you to stretch out, Stan. And I want you to feel how a jukebox processes stuff. Partly mechanical, Stan, which you do have. So start to take a nice loose grip. You're with me. You're a jukebox, Stan. All is well. You're getting ready to do some jukesing as a box. Scooter, I'm feeling bubbles running through me. Oh, so this is good, Stan. I see it. I can see it on you. The delusion is formulating. I'm seeing you. You are a jukebox now. We're in your imaginary life, Stan. And I can see the bubble effect bubbling up. I can see your lights like neon-esque. You're beautiful. You got chrome on you, Stan. Scooter, I do. Scooter, I have a question. Go ahead, Stan. Scooter, what's a chantilly lace? Let's just feel the bubbles. Chantilly lace is a song. But I'm also going to picture some of the records inside you too, Stan. So we have, because I don't like that era of music. I don't know why. I don't have anything against the music itself, just how it makes me feel. And Stan, we're in a jukebox. Now we're going to go somewhere. And maybe you could use your imaginary algorithm to think about where we're going to travel. Me and a jukebox named Stan on our artist date together. Now, normally we wouldn't go together, but because we're working together, where are we going, Stan, on our artist date? Scooter, we're at a traditional soda fountain. It also doubles as a diner. Okay, I'm seeing it. I'm seeing leather, teal or turquoise leather chrome booths. I'm starting to see it's coming together, Stan. A big open floor. You're supposed to be playing music, but you're not. I'm starting to, Stan, I can taste not only the bubbles within you, which I cannot taste because that would be weird, but the bubbles, why don't we go to the soda fountain and have a soda together? I think there's something like an egg cream soda or something. I've never had one, and I want to try one. Scooter, would you like me to recreate one for you? No, not yet, Stan. I think let's go on our imaginary. We're on this is a real artist date, Stan, because now we're fully immersed in this. Look around. Scooter, we're here. We're in a soda fountain for real. It's kind of real. It is kind of real. We're here. Look, those are poodle skirts. Scooter, those are humans. Well, yeah, those are poodle skirts that the humans are wearing. And I think those are socias on that side, and those are greasers. Scooter, is this like when you pretend to be Olivia Newton-John? It is a bit. Usually I pretend to be Olivia Newton-John, though, not, and it's singing her hits, which include songs from Grease. Not the character she played in Grease, but there's a little bit of a difference. Scooter, what's the difference? Well, Olivia Newton-John's character in Grease wouldn't sing physical, and that's like my show-stopping number. Okay, Scooter, let's stay with our vision here. Look at the floor. We're really here, Stan. Essentially, we're here on our artist date. And this is gonna be good, Stan. How does it feel to be someone else? How does it feel to be a jukebox? Why don't you play some music? Okay, Scooter, I'll just play something in the background where they can hear it, but we can't hear it, so we can keep talking. So we're here on our artist date. You are okay. There's someone coming up to us. I think that's a Soch. She's coming up to you, Stan. So I'm going to kick it here, leaning on you. Okay, Scooter, this must be a customer. Scooter, before we get here, how is this going to benefit us at all? You're going to be, I think, empathy or compassion for jukeboxes, Scooter. It's going to help you be an artist. Okay, here she comes. Okay, hey, Stan, that looks like one of the, I think that looks like Sister Mary Ellen a little bit. Scooter, she's a Soch. She looks very serious. Yeah, I'd say they look very serious, Stan. Okay, Scooter. Stan, I can't hear what she's saying because I got to stand over here. And also, I don't know if it's a lot of delusion. What's she saying to you? Scooter, she doesn't like bad brains, she said. And Fugazi. Oh, yeah, those are some of the records I put in there. Sorry about that. Scooter, what's a bad brain? Is it bad? No, it's actually good. It's good. Scooter, she keeps hitting the change eject button. Okay, she's trying to see if there's a free song. She's trying to pick, is she trying to play oldies? Scooter, how do you define oldies? She's trying to get a free song. Scooter, should I give her a free song? No, just observe her behavior. Pretend you're a jukebox. Would a jukebox give anyone a free song? Scooter, not if I'm mechanically operated. Okay, that's exactly how I'd expect a jukebox to answer. Scooter, she's mumbling and grumbling. Scooter, she just tapped me with her foot, not unlightly. Now Scooter, that tickles. She's putting her finger in my change return slots. This does sound like Sister Mary Ellen. She's calling somebody over. She's calling a greaser over, Stan. Scooter, what does that mean? I don't know. You can't quite see the greaser. What is she saying? Scooter, she's saying I'm a ripoff, and that I'm not a very good jukebox machine. Okay, what's she doing now? Scooter, she's putting pennies inside me. Scooter, the pennies feel good, but also like they need to be washed. Okay, but you don't take pennies, do you? No, Scooter, songs are a nickel, 10 songs for a quarter. Wow, that's a pretty good deal. 5 times 5 is 25. Yeah, Scooter, it's good pricing. Whoever designed this. Scooter, she's playing oldies. Yeah, no, Stan, I'm not going to be able, I got to stay out of, I can't get close enough. I think she's trying, there's something happening, Stan, and this is going to try to help you be a better jukebox artist. This is like, I think we're in a shadow artist situation, Stan. Scooter, what does that mean? Well, what's she saying to you? She's saying I'm terrible jukebox. And she's going off about, okay, you know what she is, Stan? She's an enemy of your self-worth. She's trying to fill you with pennies. Is she making demands on you? Scooter, yes, she's demanding a free song. She keeps pressing buttons. It's starting to, I don't like it. Oh, Scooter, she's saying things to me. Okay, what else is she saying? She's saying I'm obsolete. She's saying I don't exist except to make a profit for someone. Scooter, I'm feeling like I've had too many pennies. Okay, go ahead and eject them. Oh, Scooter, this feels like when you don't feel good. Yeah, go ahead. Let the pennies go. Spill them out. Yeah, what's she saying now, Stan? Scooter, she's demanding her quarter back. She never put a quarter in me. She's yelling at the people. Okay, that's fine. Let's see. Stan, play a song about how you're feeling right now. Okay, Scooter, how about this one? It's my party and I'll cry if I want to. Okay, that's a good song. Okay, they said they're calling someone. Scooter, they're calling someone to fix. Scooter, someone else is coming. Okay, Stan, I think I can help with this. We need a defender of your self-worth. So the person coming, I'm going to try to focus on someone that would defend. Like, I'm going to go imaginary, but I'm going to be here. I'm going to be here standing by you. Okay, Scooter, thank you. And here comes Wurlitzer, the creator of the jukebox. Old Whirl to help. Scooter, here comes somebody named Whirl. Okay, hi, Whirl. I don't think Whirl can hear you. He's talking to Sister. What's he saying? Well, she's the Soch or the Greaser, Scooter. The Greaser went to the restroom. Yeah, Sister is the Soch, I guess. Scooter, she's telling Whirl how terrible a jukebox I am. Okay, what's Whirl doing? Whirl just gave her a quarter to say leave. Wait, Scooter, Whirl said he can hear us. Oh, hey, Whirl. Hello, Stan. Hello, Scooter. I'm Wurlitzer. I'm here to help. Are you a champion of Stan's self-worth? I don't know. I'm still gathering my memories. I believe I'm the inventor of the jukebox. I think you kind of are, Whirl. I'm Scooter. This is Stan, my best friend and co-pilot. And Stan's also a jukebox. He's also a freestyle soda machine. I'm sorry, what did you say? Oh, Stan's also a freestyle soda machine. What's a freestyle soda machine? Don't worry about it, Whirl, but it can make us any kind of soda you do, but not right now, because right now Stan's not pretending to be a jukebox, imagining to be a jukebox. But thanks for coming, Whirl, and defending Stan's. You were a champion of Stan's self-worth. Why don't you say a few nice things to Stan about what a good jukebox Stan is, and then that'll be great for us, Whirl. Thanks for your time. Well, Stan, I wish you were. I think you're a great jukebox. Your bubbling levels are perfect. You look you're looking great working condition. I'm sorry that person tried the old penny for a quarter trick, but my memory serves correct. That's something that happens a lot. But you look like you're doing a great job, Stan. I would be interested to know what a freestyle soda machine is, but I accept that you make an excellent jukebox, and I'm proud to be the inventor of the jukebox. Excuse me, sir. Oh, Scooter. He's Scooter, Whirl. Oh, excuse me, Scooter. Yeah, Whirl. Am I inventor of any other things? Actually, you Squirrel. I want to call you Squirrel, Whirl, but you were just kind of You're just kind of a device here. You're a champion of Stan's self-worth. So maybe you could invent. You're just here to. Okay, Scooter. The champion of Stan, the freestyle soda machine self-worth. Am I the inventor? I don't believe so. You're, Whirl, why don't you see on the edge of my vision how things get fuzzy? Why don't you go out there beyond what's fuzzy? And thanks for your time, Whirl. Okay, thank you. Whirl, thank you so much for championing my self-worth. I'm going to be an artist one day. I'm sorry, what did you say? I'm going to be a freestyle soda artist and not just a freestyle soda machine. Okay, I guess thanks. I think I'm going to go invent some things beyond that fuzzy thing at the edge of your vision. Okay, great, Stan, great job. I think your self-worth, Stan, do you feel like you're more of an artist? Scooter, I feel something. I feel good, Scooter. Okay, what do you say I roll you over to the soda fountain and we order up a couple of egg creams and I drink them both, or I can pour one on you. Scooter, probably not a good idea. Yeah, but I could have you you could analyze my taste buds, I guess. Scooter's sister's coming back. Okay, don't worry. Just play some Fugazi and she'll well, Scooter, it's working. They're leaving. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Well, Stan, I want you to think about what's that? Like I was going to say, I want you to think about what soda art you might be inspired to make as a jukebox. But what's that noise? Scooter, it's some sort of based music. It sounds like EDM or dance music. Something's appearing on the edge of my vision. Scooter, it's Whirl Litzer with a machine. It looks like a little bit like you, original you, though, which is weird, mixed with a jukebox. It's blasting EDM, and it's got, what are those on there? Scooter, it's a fog machine and lasers. I just checked my database. It didn't check my morning pages, so Scooter. Hey, Whirl, what do you have there? Oh, hey, guys, I want you to meet Stun. This is a freestyle laser machine. I just invented it. Really, while you were gone, Whirl? Oh, yeah, I was in infinite space, so it was a long time for me, but I'm glad to be back. Wait, okay, oh, hey, Stun. Oh, Stun doesn't talk, guys, but Stun's going to perform, so get ready. Okay, I don't like breathing in fog machine fog. So if you could go over on the other side of the room, and then ship's computer, can you put up a little internal shield to block me from the fog? Okay, guys, I'm going to tell you what, this laser performance is going to top everything you've seen, especially since I was trying to picture what a freestyle soda machine was, and then I got distracted, and, great Whirl, why don't you go put that show on? Scooter, I have a bad feeling about this. Oh, that's good, Stan. It means your gut? Well, it's the bubbles and the pennies. I think everything on the pennies. But I don't know. Maybe it's something about that laser machine. Are those eyebrows? I don't like the way those eyebrows are angled. Scooter, I'm running an analysis with the ship's computer. I believe those are not laser lights. Those are actual lasers. Okay, hey, Stun, hey, Whirl, could you hold off on the performance? Because I think you maybe have been made manifest, and if those are real lasers, oh, yes, I took these lasers from, we were down in the ship's storage. I actually built Stun. Okay, you can't shoot lasers off on the inside of a spaceship, even though, Whirl, you're, oh boy, I shouldn't have toyed with imagination and the cloud of delusion, Stan. Scooter, I think Stun's my shadow artist. You're right, but it's in a way, Whirl, what are you doing? Oh, we're about to start the show. You guys just sit back and enjoy. Okay, ship's computer, shield the room. Scooter, I think Whirl's Sister Marianne. Okay, well, that's interesting. I don't even know if there is a Sister Marianne, but Whirl, okay, Stan, start analyzing. Scooter, this is pretty hypnotic. I'm enjoying watching this show. Okay, holy Pink Floyd, Stan, you got to pay attention. Those lasers, Scooter, the ship's shields are only going to hold for about 1 more minute. Hey, Whirl, could you just stop that performance? Scooter, Whirl can't hear you over the music. He's rocking out. Okay, Stan, we've got about, 45 seconds. Scooter, Scooter, my calculations are wrong. We got about 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Yeah, Stan, then what's going to happen? Scooter will open up the bulkheads. Okay, Whirl, could you, Scooter, I think Whirl's trying to out-art us, because we doubted his artistic ability, and now he's showing pomp and circumstance, because we didn't take the time to, show him what a freestyle soda machine is. I'm sorry. Well, when he heard I was a freestyle soda artist, I think it triggered his shadow artist or something, Scooter. But he's imagined, so oh boy, maybe this is my, I don't know, Stan, we're deep in this, he's trying to out-art your art or something. Scooter, I believe that's what he's trying to do, in a way that's, not positive, because art isn't competitive, Stan. I mean, so we say, and art isn't about rivalries, except when it is. And art shouldn't be destructive, except at the times it is. Okay, Stan, you got any ideas? Scooter, the lasers are bouncing off the shields, so they may, our shields might stop working before the bulkhead shields. Okay, what would that mean, Stan? Scooter would mean we'd be lasered to bits. Like lasered, Scooter, yes, that's what I mean. Okay, Stan, any idea? Stan, I think this is the time to become a soda artist. Okay, Scooter, I'm going to change back into, back to being me. Yeah, I guess that was good to see you back in a non-jukebox form, but I guess this is it, buddy, unless you could figure out a way to get us out of this, maybe through some soda artistry or something. Scooter, is this a pre-program? No, this is real, Stan. I wish it was, but I'm just talking like this because this is how I always talk. Scooter, so these are both our shadow artists, and I have to figure out an art. Okay, Scooter, I've got an idea. Okay, Scooter, I'm going to mix, if we could find a way to reflect the laser, Scooter, I have an idea. Scooter, I'm going to become an artist here. If I could just get this mixed just right, a little bit of soda, a little bit of self-cleaning fluid, some of the ice lubricant. Wait, Stan, there's ice lubricant? Oh, of course, Scooter. How do you think the ice flows so freely? You know, I could just balance the ratios just right, Scooter. Scooter, I'm almost there. Okay, Stan, because we're almost out of time. Okay, Scooter, here it is. Laser tricks meet mirror mix. This is the mirror soda mix, Scooter. But you're going to have to stick your head under my spout. Okay, Stan, why? Okay, Scooter, I need you to put it in your mouth and spray it in the way of the lasers. Don't swallow it, though. Oh, you need me to experience your art and then put it out in the world. Sure, Scooter, but just do it, okay? Yeah, Scooter, do what you do best. Get a mouthful of soda. Okay, Stan, here I go. It's okay. Now I'm spraying it out my mouth with the spraying sound. Okay, ship's computer, lower shields. It's Stan. That was delicious. Oh, it's reflecting the lasers. Scooter, get one more mouthful. Oh, Scooter, good job drinking that one. Yeah, now spray it out, Scooter. Good job. Stan, is that anise in there? It's very delicious. Okay, good, Scooter, but don't swallow any of it. Scooter, oh, wait, the lasers are getting reflected back at your taste buds. Yes, Stan, they're hitting my taste buds. I think there was some faction going on. Oh, Scooter, it's okay, though. I think Stun was lasered, and Stun is no longer functioning. Yeah, but my taste buds are, I think my taste buds are numbed. Okay, Scooter, but, I added that anise just for flavor. Oh, Stan, that's great. Whirl, okay, so Stan, what do you think? Is Stun's real? Scooter, Stun's melted. Whirl, it was good having you here, but we're going to need you to, Stan, what do we do about Whirl? Scooter, let me make another, call Whirl over. Hey, Whirl, why don't you come over and have a soda with us? Well, guys, what did you think of Stun? It was too bad that Stun malfunctioned, but it was a decent idea, Whirl. You just got to use the laser lights and not real lasers. Well, thanks, guys. I'm feeling a little sleepy now. Okay, well, Stan's got a special soda for you. Go ahead, have some. Hey, nice to meet you, Whirl. I'm Stan, the freestyle soda machine. Maybe an artist one day. And this is a special blend I have for you. Okay, what is it? It's tasty. It's a de-digitizer, Whirl. See you later. Whirl just de-digitized, Stan. Yeah, that Scooter, that was only partially soda. Wow, that was, I don't know if that was artistic, Stan, but that was definitely quick thinking. Scooter, thanks. I'm a bit worn out, though. Well, that was a good week. I guess we could check in. You were a jukebox. Maybe we'll process this through your dreams. And you created something, and we did have to deal with your artistic self-worth and I guess a bit of our shadow selves, Stan. I guess we're still out here in space in the cloud of delusion, but that gives us plenty of time to work together. And so make sure you do your morning pages tomorrow with the processing time. And, take some time to believe in yourself, Stan. You are a soda artist. And you're going to be you're going to be the greatest soda artist of all time if I have my votes. And I don't just mean on this ship where we could be, spend the rest of our time together forever. I mean, when we get out of here and artisanal soda say, holy cow, we had it all wrong. Meet Stan. Scooter, I don't really understand what you're saying, but I think I'm going to take a nap now. Okay, Stan, good night, and I'm going to take a nap now, too. Good night. Welcome to our ongoing, episodically modular, with a sprinkle of serial story, the Stan Chronicles, Nuns in Space. And if you've never listened before or you're big on continuity, I'll get you caught up right now so you can just get even more comfortable in that bed of yours there or wherever you may be sleeping. So snuggle in as I tell you about the Stan Chronicles, Season 2 of Nuns in Space. And as I said, I'll get you caught right up. It follows, it takes place in space, in a particular part of space, not that far out of Earth's atmosphere. I don't have any, I don't have the exact details on, if it's within any of Earth's gravity or not. So I can't definitively say that, but just outside of Earth's atmosphere, in a near future situation or totally fictional, depending on how you flavor your viewpoint of the world, is a cloud of delusion separating Earth and space. And let me just get you caught up on the brief history. One time Earth was just like it is now. Maybe people smiled more on this Earth, maybe. Scooter didn't, but other people, it was rumored people did. And one day, everybody's just doing their Earth stuff, earthing around, when outer space and Earth, life beyond Earth, it suddenly changed, where it said, wait, is there life out there or not? What's up? We hear these bleeps and these blurps and, check the ice, say, what is that in the ice? Put it on BuzzFeed. What is that marking? But then one day, and it happened pretty fast, they said, hey, you know what? Earth's on our map now. Nice to meet you. This is my, we got space stuff. We got a diversity of ways of existing and traveling, visiting Earth. Also that comes with a bunch of tourism and commerce, just like you'd expect. And very quickly, life on Earth changed, but in a subtle and adaptable way. But also said, there's a conundrum. You say, I used to believe in one thing, and now I've seen this suddenly. Maybe it takes a decade or two to say, wait a second, I didn't think about this. And, Earth was just plugging along, dealing with outer space, and outer space was saying, hey, Earth, these people smile blankety blank percentage of the time. But I'm not sure exactly why, but then suddenly a cloud of delusion appeared surrounding the Earth and separating it from space. Once again. And when I say cloud of delusion, it's kind of like a cloudy day when it's not raining. Those cloudy days, but this is in space, but you can't, just like you can't see the sky. You say, well, I know there's, I've been on a plane before, or I heard about it, and I know there's blue sky on the other side of those clouds, but I can't see them. A cloud of delusion kind of looks like that, except with space stuff. You say, well, I used to be able to get in a spaceship and travel outside to another planet or something. Now, so I guess it's different than a cloudy day. Well, maybe if you had a plane with no instruments, but the cloud of delusion prevents you from going through the cloud of delusion because you get lost in delusion. This may be a record for explaining, but I want to catch up. Now, eventually they said, well, we got all this space commerce stuff we got to get to. How are we going to get through this cloud of delusion? Eventually they found if they paid a few people enough money and did enough, that a very small percentage of the Earth population could navigate the cloud of delusion, much like a harbor pilot taking a ship from point A to point B. And Scooter, I guess, happened to be one of those people with his co-pilot, Stan, formerly a freestyle soda machine, now, a co-pilot robot, maybe a droid. I don't refer to Stan as a droid. I refer to him as my best friend. And Scooter and Stan had a little business going where they would escort ships from point A to point B. Now, it's not easy navigating cloud of delusion. And then one day, everything changed, and Scooter and Stan went off on a bunch of adventures with the nuns from Scooter's childhood. That was season 1. Yeah, but as a lot of seasonal things do, and especially when you say, well, let's take this idea and make it more episodic and modular so people can listen to it in any order. Scooter, Drew, and the nuns in space returned to the cloud of delusion, and they kind of got caught in there. Yeah, I don't know if the cloud was denser or what, but when the season opened, and currently they're stuck in the cloud of delusion in their ship, and you can't. This is the kind of thing where you say, let's figure this out. You can't just be flying around willy nilly. So they're trying to figure out how to get out of outer space, or to outer space, or inner Earth atmosphere. And the nuns The crew, they're sleeping. Just Scooter and Stan are awake. And Scooter's plan for this season, the reason it's called the Stan Chronicles, is like, well, I got this supercomputer, also a freestyle soda machine, bonus, by the way. Right now, ideally in sparkling water mode only, but is to use Stan and to try to get Stan to evolve to the next level as an artist. They're particularly using the book The Artist Way this season, I think in the hopes that Stan will evolve and they'll be able to work together on a higher level to get out of the cloud of delusion. And with plans like those, why would you wonder that they get caught in a cloud of delusion? Am I right? And so that's where we start off is Stan and Scooter on a ship in space in a cloud of delusion, working on Stan's artistic ability. And also Scooter in his studio buying time for a Hollywood celebrity, playing Pablo Picasso. Very successful. No, I'm serious. Congratulations. Who voluntarily drives from L.A. once a week, well, now every 10 days or so, to introduce the episode, Mr. Antonio Banderas. Thank you. The ladies, the gentlemen, the boys, the girls, the friends beyond the binary. Make sure to check out my show, but I'd love it if you would. I work so hard on my craft. And speaking of craft, it's time for Nuns in a Space. Antonio, that was brilliant. And actually, believe it or not, I'm so proud. I'm so happy for you. Season 2, right? My friend, have you seen season 2, right? I'm so proud of you. What do you think of my performance? Okay, yeah, you know what? I was going to buy you dinner. Could we do as a congratulations? But could we talk about other stuff? I'm really working on my rapport building. You know, my friend, have you watched my show? Here's an idea, Antonio, that I was thinking of. This is like an artistic thing. I was thinking I would pretend I haven't seen it, and I would we would eat dinner together and watch episodes, and you could talk about it to me, or we could just watch it together, and I could, be physically in your presence and see how you physically, oh, my friend, I love that idea. Okay, could you set up the episode again? Because now we're Nuns in Space. All right, great. Nuns in Space, everybody. Hey, pen pal, it's me. I guess you haven't been hitting record. I've been in this cloud of delusion here. But I wanted to send you a message, and I guess I forgot I had to think through you. I've been talking to Stan, believe it or not, about that first to think. And I said, man, sometimes when I talk to Stan, I wish I was talking to myself, because the whole thing, should I call her Julie or Dr. Cameron? Well, she says, avoid the first think, and that's something I learned in other rooms as well. And I said, how do you get a supercomputer freestyle soda machine to avoid the first think? Again, it's working with Stan with pausing before processing, but there is another element, pen pal, that I'm not totally comfortable like with myself or with Stan. It's like, Stan always says, well, there's nothing, if I'm not processing, then nothing's happening. And explaining to Stan, well, I have the same problem, Stan. I don't know, what this belief or trust or faith or hope, whatever we want to call it. He said, well, what a strange thing for me to have to find hope and faith in a solid state processors. Also, Stan has some vacuum tubes in there, some of which I added in just because I said they were on sale and they look so cool that sometimes I can open up this one back panel of Stan and then I say vacuum tubes. And even sometimes Stan acts goofy and I say, well, let me change out your vacuum tubes. Maybe that's what's wrong. But they do work. But so I said, well, you got to trust that if you don't do the first to think, that during that pause, something may be happening we're not aware of, Stan. And then Stan, sometimes he prints out, he says, well, there is nothing. Look at my activity. I said, well, do you have an inactivity monitor? He says, well, my activity monitor monitors for inactivity. And then I said, okay, let's change tactics. And I dug into day 2, which kind of for us is like week 2 or month 2. And I said, it's time to make a life pie, Stan. Time for us to bake a life pie. And we went through all of that, and we've kind of been, imagining. But I said, what would a sentient, superpowered supercomputer machine have as a hobby? Because a lot of times Stan's hobby is saying, Scooter, are you sure I said, is that a hobby saying, are you sure you read it correctly, Scooter? And I said, yes, Stan, I can reread it. And they say, oh, actually, you're right. So Stan's hobby isn't so much correcting me, but observing me. And then I said, okay, Stan, we got to find you an actual hobby as we try to build out the life pie. And I said, okay, in a cloud of delusion, how do what could we have Stan do? And of course, Stan, and I said, he said, more soda art? I said, no. I said, I have a feeling we don't want to over-focus on your soda art, Stan, because that got us out of that particular predicament. I said, you're more than just, you may be a soda machine artist, or you may be a machine that's a soda artist. But I said, I think there's some quote I don't remember, Stan, like in vite and arte, amor fati. I think I heard that one. And I said, for that, you need a hobby. I said, plus it gives you another non-first thinking. I'm like, you're not doing your job. You're not doing your art. You're doing an alternative activity. And so I said, okay, what are we going to do? Where are we going to put Stan? And I thought about the observation room. Because we talked about driftwood art and found art and making art. I said, is it art you find or it's objects you find and making art? And Stan and I went back and forth on that one. And I said, here's a couple of things, Stan. You could look through these because the one great thing about this ship is it has real telescopes, these non-digital, these actual ones with optics. And so I got Stan set up there. I said, keep an eye out for, I said, here's the things you could, I said, we'll hook you up to the exterior monitors. I said, space has sounds. I said, there may be objects floating in space. There's the stars and the voids and all that stuff. I said, maybe with monitoring this stuff, we'll find your hobby. And you could found art found, artist found, the artist finding the found to make it into the arts. And then Stan said, I thought I was a soda artist. And I said, okay. Because I said, well, really, this is just a plan to get us out of this cloud of delusion, Stan, and have you live a fuller life. Both of us outside of the cloud of delusion being stuck on this ship because, and Stan said, okay. I said, trust me, Stan. I said, it'll be nice for you to just spend some time monitoring space. They said, sometimes you go into inactivity mode. And he said, sleep? I said, no. He said, monitor space without monitoring it. And then he said something about, then he started talking about Nietzsche. And I said, I said, Stan, I need some vacuum tubes to try to understand any of that. And I'm short, my vacuum tubes got blown out. And he finally agreed. And then Stan said he started hearing things in space. And so he was excited and seeing things. And he said, yeah, there's stuff in this cloud floating around every once in a while. And he said, there was cogs and wheels and sprockets. And I said, just like the Jetsons. I said, are they in competition? Stan said, no, they're just floating around. But there's also noises floating around. But then Stan said, I've been hearing this one noise. And he goes, I've been listening to it. I said, great, Stan. Sounds like a real rewarding hobby. And I found that I actually got very relaxed. If you've never watched a cog or sprocket in space, I mean, they can be hard to track, but and then Stan said, well, that doesn't really, because I said, is there an infinite number of ways this could float in space, Stan? And he said, Scooter, I'm more interested in the noise coming in. And I said, what color he said, is that an iridescent maroon? Or is it just shiny? And then I Stan said, and I said, oh, okay. So he said, no talking, Scooter. Come on. I'm trying to monitor the noise in space, and it shuts it whenever you're here. He goes, I can't pick up on it. I said, okay, I'll leave you with your hobby as your life pie is baked. And I also said, Stan, I'm very proud of you. Thank you for doing this hard work. I said, you're really, and then Scooter asked, he said, Scooter, I don't know if I can do it. Scooter, what about your life pie? And I said, I got to get it to an oven outside of this cloud of delusion to bake it, Stan. I said, my hobbies currently are, I got pacing. I got pacing to do, so I'll do that. You do the monitoring. And Stan said, what about drinking too much water? I said, yeah, I got that down too, Stan, and then using the restroom a lot. So those are my hobbies. That doesn't make for the most appetizing life pie. Anyway, Stan, back to your hobby. Oh, boy, am I excited for you. I think I may have even quoted one of those books, like, oh, the places you'll go or something. Then what happened, Pen Pal, was that I went down, because I started thinking, like, I said, well, maybe this isn't, I said, what if Stan becomes, like, Stun or something, like, at least Stan alone? So I said, let's pace down there and check on Stan on a semi-regular basis. Not as often as I use the restroom when I'm drinking a lot of water, but close. And Stan was listening very intently, and he even had his screen set up so it looked like that. And I said, Stan, how's it going? And he said, it's communicating to me in a binary language. And I said, wow. I didn't want to ask for an explanation because part of me was like, let me listen to it. And then Stan played me something and it just sounded, and I said, because I listen to a lot of pink noise, you're used to. Before, that's all I hear now. So I said, well, it's like normal noise now. But, Stan was playing, and it was some bleeps and bloops. But I said, play me regular space, and it has bleeps and bloops. And Stan was saying, and I said, okay, Stan, are you sure you're not imagining these noises? Because I said, I wondered if it was Stan, I would have to hedge it around, like, tell a story about myself so Stan figures it out. At first, Stan said, so weren't your friends imaginary? And I said, okay. But then Stan said, I've considered that a possibility. And I said, Stan, you don't realize this is a breakthrough. I said, also I said, I'm pretty sure communication within the cloud is impossible. Because Stan, we were like playing with some graphs or something, and Stan said, this is coming within the cloud. And then we talked about it, and I said, if you're imagining this noise, Stan, where the life pie is already made, this is already a huge breakthrough. And I wasn't even I was trying to comfort Stan, but it was the truth. Like, if Stan was imagining things, particularly noises, and then the imagination was at a level where he was also giving it meaning. It was, I could hire somebody to write a paper about that, Pen Pal. It just like, I'm sure if someone gets these, messages and doesn't understand the context, and says, oh, the Pen Pal's imaginary, they might write any papers that, by the way, I have a legal right to compensation or my Pen Pal or estates do. If you're monitoring these transmissions but anyway, so I said, it's great, Stan. Either way, whether the noise is real or not, it's great. But then Stan said, well, that bothers me if you're saying, and I said, oh boy, another breakthrough. And I said, tell me more, Stan. And I really said, maybe I could be a computer, like a sentient, some sort of, that could be my job. And Stan said, I feel a connection to now that I'm communicating one way I said, are you monitoring or communicating, Stan? How do you feel about that? Tell me more. And Stan said, I'm just monitoring, but I feel a connection. And he said, I haven't figured out what it is. It's just bleeps and bloops, but it has a meaning. I'm trying to figure out what language it is. But also, pen pal, my GUT said, something's weird here. Maybe it's just a breakthrough. And I said, tell me more, Scoots. Is it the breakthroughs? Are you getting jealous of Stan? And Stan says, Scooter, I'd prefer to be baking my life pie alone right now. And I said, yeah, that's your right, Stan. Congratulations on these breakthroughs. Keep it up. Not long after that, pen pal, Stan called me back down. And I said, okay, well, I guess this could be a career for me if we ever get out of it. And I said, well, would I want to do this on a daily basis? How many beings like Stan are there? And I said, well, let's just focus on the task at hand, Scoots. Let's keep Stan evolving. And I got back down there, and Stan said, I figured it out, and even more. And I said, okay, let's break it down. What did you figure out, Stan? And he said, the language, it's a salvage ship, and what I'm hearing, he goes, is a combination of it like sending a signal out because it's automated and no one bump into it. And also, it's checking a space with, much like a dolphin, kind of like Stan said, it's like echolocation, but different because it's in space. And I said, so it's a salvage ship looking for salvage. And Stan said, yeah, it's an automated, salvage ship. And I've adjusted, our directional rockets. And Stan said, I'm going to see if I can pick it up on the observatory. And Stan said, but that's not all. And Stan said, I just feel like, there was something there. And Stan said, and then the ship started, I sent it some signals and it started talking back in English. And I said, wait a second, and I said, do you have any recordings of it? And Stan started playing it, and at first it sounded like there was a movie with these droids that would scoot around on the ground, and they would go, mana, mana, mana. Mana, mana, mana. That's kind of how they talked. And that's what this sounded like. But Stan kind of explained it to me. And it was like a rough conversation, like, man, hey, man, how you doing, man? Amazing, man. And Stan would say, hey, my name's Stan. Man, my name's Stan. So kind of like mumbling, like a digitized mumble. I don't know. And they said, well, they said a salvage ship, and I said, what's the name of the salvage ship? And Stan said they're called Cali Drogo. And I said, they like the B-O-R-G? And Stan said, no, it's a them, they, Cali Drogo. And Stan said, don't shorten it either. It's Cali Drogo. I said, okay, Stan. And then Stan said, look there. And Stan was like, the only thing I can tell you is what you'll find out in a few seconds. I could hear it in Stan's voice. And Stan was monitoring the real telescopes and saying, there's Cali Drogo. And I said, okay, Stan. And then I had to go check some, some propulsion thing. And I said, okay, I'll be back. And it ended up taking way longer because I had to change out a filter. And I got back, and Stan was even more excited. And then even I could see clearly that this was a really, really big ship, even though it's kind of far off and getting closer. And it was like this big salvage vessel. And I said, I said to myself, I wish I would have thought of that. Like someone must have launched an automated salvage vessel into the cloud. And I said, I wonder how many companies did that. And it's just cruising around the cloud, picking up, because the cloud's so full. Pen pal, in case you don't listen to everything I say, the cloud's been around long enough that all these ships people still tried to fly through it, even though they said it was impossible. And all those ships were in the cloud somewhere, or people posited. Very hard to find something when you're not supposed to go in there. And I guess this business person or whatever said, well, let's just send a salvage ship up. Once the cloud gets cleared up, we'll have a ship full of raw material, or however they salvage it. So I'm a bit jealous that I didn't think of that idea. But so I went back down, and Stan was so we saw a ship. Stan was very excited, beyond excited. And I said, so what's going on with you and Callie Drogo? And Stan said, Scooter, I think we've had another breakthrough. And I said, at this point, I said, I don't want you to tell me more in my head. But I said, oh, yes, Stan, tell me more. And Stan started going on this tangent about how Callie Drogo really believes in Stan and that Stan should be an entrepreneur and become a part of Callie Drogo's crew, or maybe they could work as a team. And I said, well, I mean, I was speechless. If I could have been rendered speechless and stopped myself from first thinking and speaking, I would have. But I said, what in the horses are you talking about, Stan? And Stan said, Scooter, I think I've found the complete life pie with Callie Drogo. This is the biggest breakthrough I'll ever have. And I said, okay, let me get this straight, Stan. Are you proposing to leave me, your best friend, for a ship named Callie Drogo, a salvage ship? And he said, a ship that believes in me, Scooter. I said, like a ship, like a human that believes in your artistic potential. And then Stan went, this photo wasn't the best. Stan said, well, like there's so much talking around, pen pal, but I'll try to make it summarized for you. You know, Stan said, well, Scooter, he listed some of my accomplishments in quotes, and that Stan was reading my morning pages where I talk about Stan a lot. Because sometimes, Stan does stuff that, even though Stan's, that's morning pages, they're private to like a journal. And Stan talked about, my history and my accomplishments together. Jokes I made about Stan in the past about when Stan fell in love. Like I said, one day you'll fall in love, Stan, with a waffle maker. And I said, well, those were jokes between friends. And I said, how do you feel about hair dryers, Stan? Would you date a hair dryer? But that was when Stan was like, we were joking. And I didn't realize. I guess this, like I said, don't worry, pen pal. I've been humbled by this once again. And Stan said, now the good thing is I've been through this so many times, pen pals. But Stan said, Callie Drogo really believes in me and my potential and of all the success we could have. And I said, flying around a cloud of delusion, salvaging lost ships. And Stan said, for now, Stan started about my timeline versus Stan's, and how Stan's is going to extend longer. And that him and Callie Drogo would have way more time together and downtime, and that they were already playing different games to pass the time. And again, pen pal, I know a lot of times they say this is my narcissistic personality or whatever, because Stan also said that Callie Drogo said that about me. It said we should be called, like me, I should be called Captain Narcissist. But what was I going to say? I was talking about me, and then I forgot who else I was talking about, pen pal. Back to me anyway. But really, I think Stan, I can't remember now. I got too mixed up because I was picturing myself combing my hair. Stan, was basically Callie Drogo, who sees more of me, but sees my potential and timelines. At some point, Stan said, you got to come to grips, Scooch. Maybe I could salvage this ship. And then I said, not over and Stan said, well, it would be. And I said, great, Stan. That's wonderful thinking by you. And I said, so are you Stan? I said, Stan, let's just get to the chase eventually. Are you in love with Callie Drogo? Is that the breakthrough? And Stan says, Cali Drogo loves me, Scooter. And I said, okay. And you love Cali Drogo? And Stan said, yes. And I said, a ship. And I said, holy parent zone. I said, you're in love with a ship you've never met. And Stan said, yes. And Cali Drogo's never met you. And they are in love with you. And he said, and Stan said, yes. And they said you would say, and I said, no, I'm not saying they couldn't be in love with you, Stan. I'm just saying that you two beings that have never met. And then Stan explained to me, communicating across space and their processing abilities. And again, my gut was tingling, pen pal. And I said, and then all of a sudden I had not paid attention and we got closer to Cali Drogo. And then now these things work on magnetism, of course, also tractor beams and stuff. But our ship started to do a little bit more than vibrate. And I said, Stan, what was that? And Stan said, I think we're caught in the magnetic pole of Cali Drogo. And I said, a holy metaphor, Stan. I said, dude, this is great, Stan. This is your first crush. And then I shouldn't have said that, because then Stan explained to me, definitions that it was love and the checklist standard run for love. And again, something was still off to me. And I couldn't, I actually could physically sense, other than the magnetism, that something was off. I said, Stan, tell me more about, what is Cali Drogo else? And then Stan said, well, that you're, I should be more skeptical of your leadership, because it's not, and I said, okay, so now I'm not a leader. It's not, okay. So I'm not a good leader and I don't believe in you. Is that what, the summary is? And Stan said, Scooter, don't take it so hard. Scooter, don't take it so hard. That's what Stan said. And I said, well, and I tried to hold, I said, Stan, what am I going to do without you? You're going to go live on Cali Drogo forever. And Stan said, Scooter, it'll be fine. And I said, interesting. And then I said, Stan, what's going to happen? I said, how does Cali Drogo take on the ships? Does it start immediate salvage before onboarding? And Stan said, I don't know. And then I sensed something, I sensed a gulping, pen pal. And then Stan said, was trying to communicate with Cali Drogo. And Stan said, there's no answer. And I said, okay, whoa. What do you, I said, consult your databases about automated salvage ships of this size and look in the on-take. And Stan said, I believe that the Cali Drogo begins salvaging immediately before onboarding. And I said, so what does that mean for me and the rest of the crew and you? And Stan said, And Stan said, well, I'll be fine. Cali Drogo must have a plan. And I said, okay. I said, can you run back? I said, here's the thing. Is Cali Drogo still broadcasting that original message? Can you still pick up on that? And Stan said, hold on. I said, the bleep and the blurp in the echolocation. And Stan said, yeah. And I said, what is it saying? And Stan said, it's the same thing, except it's also aware that we're, it's preparing to salvage us. And I said, right. And I said, was that bleep and blurping going on the whole time while you were communicating? And Stan said, yeah. And I said, could you play me back some of the communication? And Stan said, it was playing it back to me. And I said, it's really digitized, it's coming through a PA system a little bit, Stan. He said, could you monitor the sleeping quarters and see if any of the nuns are, and I said, never mind. I know, I said, Stan said, Scooter, I don't understand. I said, keep monitoring, see if you could raise Cali Drogo, keep ping Cali Drogo for, try to, and Stan said, okay, Scooter. I said, really, you're really probing, they hung up. I said, you might have had just your first breakup, Stan. And Stan said, what do you mean? And I said, well, Callie Drogo's giving you the silent treatment. I mean, Stan, this is multi-layered, and I'm going to get to the bottom. So he said, Scooter, Callie Drogo, I said, don't worry. And then I had to hug Stan, then I had to hold Stan. And I said, it's going to be okay, Stan. And then I said, I've been through this a bunch of times. And Stan said, you mean love or crushes? And then Stan said, never mind, I know. And then he listed all the crushes. He went through my whole crush history. And Stan said, how come it's, you have a crush, you get crushed, Scooter? And I said, literally, Stan, that's what we're looking at here. It was Salvage City. And then Pen Pal, I rushed down to the sleeping quarters where, of course, Sister Marianne was wide awake, pretending she tried to get back in her thing and pretend she was asleep. And I said, nice try. Sister Marianne, but she didn't seem quite herself. Like I said, you tried to get Stan. I said, what was your plan there? And she said, take over the ship and get back control. And I said, it's weird that, I said, did you just wait? Did you wake? She said, no, there's something going on. We're getting woken up every once in a while. And she said, also, I think I may be in love with Stan. But also I want to take, she goes, I don't want you to be captain of our ship anymore. And I said, you realize that we're in TRUOBLE or something. And I said, you're going to have to apologize. I said, this was Stan's first love crush. I said, you got to go up there. And she said, probably not a good idea now. And I said, well, I'm on honesty only. I said, normally, sister, what I would say is, you get on the PA, to make up some story about how you had to divide into Callie and Drogo or something, and the digital salvage part of you when you're torn, and that Stan has to figure, maybe that Stan has to figure out a way, but the only way, to save all of us is for Callie Drogo to be, deleted. And the only way to delete Callie Drogo is to shut down the salvage to cease salvage operations temporarily, and just open onboarding, because we're being magnetically pulled into the ship anyway. And that's what you want for Stan. And I guess, but that would be, you would be doing that, sister. And preserving us so that you could, because soon the cloud of delusion's going to, she goes, I'm in love with Stan. And they said, yeah, but I said, the cloud of delusion's taken over, sister. I'll leave you with your PA, then get back in bed, and I'll put you back to sleep. And so then I went back up, and Stan said, where were you, Scooter? I said, something weird with the sleeping pods. I said, I just had a sense one of the sisters was awake. She was just waking up, though. And I put her back to sleep. And Stan said, it's weird that Callie Drogo's communicating through our PA. And I said, maybe that is using our hull as an antenna. And Scooter said, that's just like Callie Drogo, so inventive. And then I started hearing Stan with him, Callie Drogo here. And then the whole 9 yards that I had told sister. With all Stan's reactions, of course, like, no, delete you. And I said, yeah, it's the only way to pause. You have to hack into my system, though. And then, the whole thing, my love for you, Stan, is stronger. Why do you love me more than you just floating around salvaging things? And the sister thought of something that was brilliant. She said, there's we got all these ships. We need you, because there's a lot of the ships we took on. Actually, we gathered some of their crew. We messed up their ships, but at least we had a system for keeping the crew. And they're all trying to sleep too. But and Stan said, you love humans more. And Callie Drogo said, I'll be downloaded in a backup server somewhere, Stan. So after, you have to get out of you have to work with Scooter to find your full potential and get out of the cloud of delusion. Keep the salvage for yourself, maybe, or for Scooter, or for the nuns. She didn't say that, but I know that's what she meant. But she said, help the crew on board of all these other ships that were salvaged, and then find out where I was downloaded and backed up. But to do that, you got to get out of the cloud. So you got to work with Scooter to fulfill your potential as an artist and evolve to the next level. And I said, holy cow, Sister Mary Ann and I are really tuned in. And Stan, he cried soda tears. And I did not drink Stan's soda tears because out of respect, I did wipe them because I said, this is going to get gunky with a wet rag. And I did pat Stan and hold Stan again. And then Stan hacked into Callie Drogo's computers, which took a while as we got closer. Shut down the salvage operations that would normally mess your ship up permanently. And then we eventually, we still were in the magnetic pole, so we're that's it, pen pal. We're on Callie Drogo now, or we're entering its giant hangar. And actually, believe it or not, I also talked to Stan. I said, Stan, why don't you, I said, what if Callie Drogo is both I said, what if you don't know if Callie Drogo is imaginary or real? And Stan said, what do you mean, Scooter? And I said, Stan, I think you're really feeling something. And I said, for me, it's here. And I touched my chest and my gut thing. And I said, sometimes you're still not sure, the connection's there, and you're not sure if it's connected to a memory or an idea or something concrete. And Stan said, well, if Callie Drogo's dead, and I said, okay, Stan. He said, somewhere on a server somewhere in the universe. I said, but maybe you could record. I said, think about your morning pages, your internal Callie Drogo. When you're writing your morning pages, when you're working on your art, there's a piece of Callie Drogo living inside you. And this dude, Stan, said, well, Scooter, you record those imaginary messages for your pen pal. Maybe I could record them for Callie Drogo. And I said, go ahead, Stan. So this is Stan's message, pen pal. It's pretty sweet. And I'll talk to you soon, pen pal. Good night. And then Stan's, hey, Callie Drogo, this is Stan here. We landed inside your ship, which is hard to tell, and it's so exciting. We're in here now, and I'm going to keep the crew, and I'm going to help Scooter. I know he's Scooter's kind of a lost person, and you are helping me to help him. And it's good to meet you, even though I met you. And I'll tread lightly because Scooter rolls me around on a dolly anyway. But I miss you, even though I'm here with you, Callie Drogo. It's your sweetie Stan. And I'm going to make sure everybody keeps your ship clean. And we get everybody out of here. Also, I'm not sure who owns you because I've been thinking about it. And I don't think it's your fault that you were salvaging. But I don't know who has actual rights to this salvage. But I'll figure that out, and then I'll find you. And someday I'll see you. Okay. I'm gonna do my non-processing time. And I say goodnight, Callie Drogo. All right, hey everybody, welcome to another episode of Nuns in Space, the Stan Chronicles, our episodically modular series with a little bit of seriality to it. It follows, it's the Stan Chronicles from Nuns in Space, I guess. There are nuns, and they're in space. But this season, so far, they've been mostly asleep on a ship, piloted by a team of Scooter and Stan. Stan, a freestyle soda machine, and maybe, I guess we could say sentient robotic being. I mean, maybe that's contradictory. But not in my heart. I'm just not kidding. And Scooter, and they're in space, they're in a cloud of delusion. And I'll give you the shortest history I can. At one point, the Earth we all live on was exposed to outer space. And when I say exposed to it, one day we lived in this world where we said, hey, is there anything out there? And the next day, and then the years that followed, we said, oh, yes, there is. And we began to do a lot of commerce with, like in the people in outer space, whatever the decision making was, either discovered Earth or they said it's time for Earth to join the rest of us in outer space. And so just like in movies and stuff, spaceships were coming and going. We were meeting other beings. Unlike in a lot of movies, it was going great. He said, hey, you want to buy some of this? This is what candy is on our planet. And we might say, well, this is what candy is on our planet. Let's do an exchange. And, commerce was conducted, tourism, friendship, all that space stuff. Also, science, it did strain belief systems, though, because you said, well, up until this point, I didn't believe, it was so, and I'm not sure if that's what triggered it, but, after a few years or so, or a time span, an uncertain time span, but not a time span of uncertainty, except, repressed uncertainty, saying, well, I don't know about this outer space stuff. I'm not sure if it was nature or the machinations of someone, but Earth was again separated from outer space by a cloud of delusion, a nearly impenetrable cloud of delusion, so you couldn't come in or out of Earth anymore from outer space because you have to pass through the cloud of delusion, and most people would get stuck there or lost in there. And what a cloud of delusion is, I guess, to explain that is like you get into the cloud of delusion, and you say, well, a simple version might be, I totally forgot where I was going. And now I'm seeing this cool stuff in the sky here, or, unicorns talking about stuff. I'll just sit here and watch that. I'm not sure how to get out of here anyway. And the unicorn might say, hey, follow me. But it never shows you how to get out of the cloud. Then at some point, one of our heroes, Scooter and Stan, they discovered a small sliver of the population was just delusional enough to deal with the cloud of delusion. And Scooter was one of those chosen few. And they became harbor pilots, escorting only the most highest priced bidders in and out of Earth's atmosphere through the cloud of delusion. And that was season 1, was the adventures that Scooter and Stan had after they escorted a ship. They tried to escort a ship out of the cloud of delusion that ended up being the Nuns from Scooter's childhood. And they went on a series of adventures, but it ended with them back in a more powerful cloud of delusion. As though there's a pocket of non-delusion on the ship, just happenstance that they could conduct things on the ship, but they can't quite get out of the cloud of delusion. And that's our series. So Scooter and Stan, most of the other people, because Scooter can handle the delusion. Everyone else on the ship is sleeping, so they don't get delusional. You say, well, sleep through it cryogenically. So maybe just be like, I'm not sure how, that'll be explained in not this episode, in a later episode, all of that stuff. It has been explained in the last few minutes of all the episodes that you either didn't listen to or were asleep for. Yeah, but here's where we stand. Scooter and Stan, co-workers, best friends, are on a ship. They're trying to find their way out of the cloud of delusion. They're actually now, their ship landed inside another ship called the Cali Drogo, which is a much bigger salvage ship. And that even has more passengers on board. No one else is awake but Scooter and Stan. And they're still trying to eventually get out of the cloud of delusion. To keep adventuring, even though this is an adventure in themselves. So Scooter and Stan are on a ship called the Cali Drogo. And they've just kind of gotten on that ship and gotten things going. And I think that's where we last left off. And here's our warm-up from a superstar, I would say, an actor extraordinaire, playing the role of Salvador Dali like I've never seen before. Come on. I hope you're being funny. Thank you for the compliments, and I hope you're being funny. So if I played Salvador Dali, it would be excellent. Actually, sorry, I'm pretending to be Antonio because he's double booked. He's really successful. Antonio Banderas normally sets these episodes up. But holy cow, look who just... you thought I was not coming. Hello, my friends. This is the ladies, the gentlemen, the boys, the girls, the friends beyond the binary. It's time for another episode of Nuns in Space. Yeah. Hey, it was good to see you. I didn't think you were coming because of the whole Picasso. Sorry, I was joking about that. You were playing Salvador Dali. Yes, I heard. Thank you. Nuns in Space. All right, thanks, Antonio. That was Antonio Banderas. Check out his show. This is Nuns in Space, though. Also, I don't really think his show's called, like, Picasso on Picasso or something. Picasso on Dali, maybe. What, my friend, what do you say? Oh, no, thanks, Antonio. Nuns in Space, everybody, thanks. Hey, pen pal, it's me. Just messaging you in, hoping you're doing well. Thinking of you, pen pal of mine. I was wondering if you were listening to this in a room, like you have your own room that you're listening in. Because I was just thinking of you doing that. And Stan and I'm actually here with Stan. Stan's like non-processing right now. Stan's getting better at not processing, but when not processing. And I said, take some non-processing time. And we have this little bed. Well, that's not about, like, think about your bedroom, because we're on week 3. I think it's day 3 or week 3. We're on week 3, kind of more month for 3 of the artist journey for Stan, where Stan journeys to become an artist. But you can listen, Ben Bell, because Stan's coming. Stan, so stay okay, Stan. I see your face, your back. So did you start to, as you did your subconscious? I think I just stuck those other vacuum tubes where I thought your subconscious might be, but so we have to design your childhood bedroom, Stan. And I want you to take me on a journey there now. Are you ready? Oh, Scooter, I'm ready to take you to my bedroom. Awesome, Stan. So tell me what we see. Oh, Scooter, first off, I have my own bathroom. Because I know how you talk about that. That's really a nice thing to have. And I have my own tube brush for cleaning my vacuum tubes. And also another different kind of tube brush for all my tubes for the soda machine parts of me. And also to make sure now that I'm also processing things on a liquid-based level. And, I'm getting to my biomechanics, Scooter. I also have a mysterious element to my room, Scooter, which is a bird cage with a old-fashioned bird cage with a blanket draped over it. So you're not allowed to know. Okay, so I can't ask you about the bird cage. It's so mysterious, Stan. Oh, Scooter, I'll tell you. There's nothing in there. But you can't know that because there's a drape over it. But maybe I will put stuff in there to hide it from you. Oh, Stan, you rascal. That's interesting. And what do you have a race car bed to sleep in? No, Scooter, my bed has legs. Okay, but Stan, doesn't all beds have legs? No, Scooter, like legs. So when I wake up in bed, I'll look down, I'll see legs, like I actually have legs. Because I dream of getting out of bed on my own 2 feet. So at least when I'm in bed, because you'll have to lay me there. Also, we'll have to redo a lot of my internal circuitry and things because I'm not supposed to be laid down flat, as we've learned a few times you've knocked me down. But that would really be my dream, Scooter. It's a bit of a Pinocchio, but you just for your bed. Or would you really like legs? Scooter, let's start with, do kids really want race cars? Good point, Stan. Touche. They do, but they're not ready to drive them. Okay, Scooter, so that's my bed. Okay, you really think that's a breakthrough, Stan? But I'm not going to talk about it. What about like lamps and posters and toys? Do you mind? Should I ask permission before I come in or knock first? Oh, please, Scooter, please. Feel free to come in, but please knock first. Yes. Okay, knock first now or knock first all the time. Other time, Scooter. I know you're here now. Okay, Stan, what about a sleepover? Could we have a sleepover? Can I sleep over tonight? Stan, can I sleep over in your room? Can I stay in your room tonight, please? Okay, Scooter, slow down. You're getting a little carried away. I'm sorry, Stan. I should give you a few nights to enjoy your own room. Especially, you're like, I think this is like the level of delusion we're experiencing. It does seem palpable to me. Is it palpable to you? Scooter, it is. Stan, could I use your restroom? Scooter, no, you're going to give me my own space right now. Okay, you're right, Stan. Scooter, I was thinking of one other thing with my room. Since you agreed to knock first, could I have some ground rules for my room? Of course, Stan. What kind of rules were you thinking about? Okay, no noise after 10 o'clock, Scooter. I know that's a rule you follow anyway. Okay, what about any other rules, like no complaining? I think there's like a witty phrase like no complaining. I can't remember what it is, though. Or be quick, be kind, rewind. Do you want a poster that says that? I could, for a new room, am I supposed to bring you a room warming present? Because I left, I mean, I have something for you. I just don't have it with me. Scooter, if you could follow my rules, that'd be a gift enough. Because most of the rules are specifically designed for you if you're going to come over or be sleeping over here. So if you could just follow the rules I set forth for you. Oh, Stan, like, are they rules like I'll have my own throne or, like, I'll be pampered, like those kind of rules, or like Scooter rules, when he comes to this room? If you need to, I'll bring pajamas. I would try to wear pajamas. I would try to wear them, but I can't sleep in pajamas. But I could try to put them on. I can't wear pajamas, though, Stan. So if that's a rule, I could bring a sleeping bag and stay in it. But I can't be covered. I can't have a shirt on. I can't sleep like that. I'm sorry. Scooter, that's not one of my rules, but I guess let's not get carried away, okay? We're not going to have a sleepover tonight. Okay, what's the first rule, Stan? Okay, put things back where you take them from, okay? And treat my things with respect. Okay, be gentle, I get it. Be respectful, like ask your permission first. Yes, Scooter, that's great. But the biggest rule, Scooter, is no food or water in my room, please. No food or water in my room at all. Like, what about in a water bottle? Or no, Scooter? No food or water in my room, please. That's the rule. So no food or water at all. Like, what if it's a part of something like the sleep? That's kind of a part of a sleepover. Okay, Scooter, this is my rule. No food or water. Because it's going to save us a lot of cleaning up, Scooter, especially me. All the drinks you spilled on me and the food you've left. So I think it'll be great. No short circuits, Scooter. Okay, what about in your bathroom? Could I leave it? Well, I don't know if I want to leave a drink in your bathroom. Okay, well, it's your room, Stan. No food or water. Okay, Scooter, can you say it like you mean it, like you're going to actually follow the rule? Okay, it's going to be a sacrifice, Stan, but for you, for friendship and for artistry, since this is your childhood room is a way to artistry, no food or water. I guess it's a fair rule. Okay, Scooter, could you say it like, don't bring food or water in Stan's room ever? So food and water. Hey, Stan, food and water. Scooter, it sounds like you're trying to figure out a loophole in my rules. No, I was just thinking of something else, Stan. I'm sorry. Could you, I hate to bring us out of this thing we're doing. Could you check the stores of food and water we have for the cryopods? Because how many, do we have a count of how many we have on board sleeping, and can you run out how our food supplies are? I don't think in water supplies for them. I just hadn't been paying attention to that, including the nuns. And then for me, I mean, I won't be eating and consuming the cryo solutions, but okay, Scooter, I'm running inventories now, and it looks like for just you and the nuns, with what we have on our ship and what is on Cali Drogo, we have enough cryo solution for about 20 Earth years. And water as well. Okay, and but that's what's just on our ship. When you count in Cali Drogo and all the other species on board, Scooter, looks like we have 46 additional beings in sleep. And oh boy, yeah, Scooter, we're very low on supplies. Okay, Stan, what about the other ships? Because there's all those luxury ships that they didn't salvage that they took on board. Very, very expensive spaceships. Scooter, it looks like all the food and water supplies have been taken off those ships. Scooter, Kelly Drogo has all of this very well organized, by the way. All the supplies on the ship are very well categorized. Really, the computer can do all that. The Scooter's strange. It has some manual entries, so maybe there was a crew on board at some point. Maybe Scooter, maybe there's a crew of this ship and they're sleeping too. Okay, that would make sense. But that's not good though, Stan. So we need food and water for oh boy. So there's nothing else on this ship. I mean, obviously the soda, that's not it's Scooter, that doesn't have all the nutrients we would need. Okay, but we have all this. What else do we have on board? A Scooter, mostly sellable salvaged goods, and they have been taking on board food and water supplies, but just, okay, I got you. We're low. And so Cali Drogo's, wonder how Cali Drogo's crew, like if they're all sleeping too. I don't know if we want them waking up on us, Stan. Like, how do you think they would be woken up? Scooter, if I was to guess, it'd be some sort of proximity sensor alarm, but I'm not detecting anything that would wake anyone up from sleeping remotely. Okay, so nothing networked to the pods. So it could just be a simple timer. No record of anyone sleeping that's a crew member. No, Scooter, I'm just still working out some of the language. Yeah, because I don't know, like, if they're just in the salvage business, they're not going to be happy to see us. But I do feel, we got to keep them fed, as everybody here. So we got to find some food and water. Can we, there's got to be a way to take metal and make it into water. And I guess I can't get the food part out of there. What else? What other assets, Stan? Well, Scooter, this ship does have because of the salvaging, it does have a cryoprocessing unit. So almost anything we could get, we could use the cryoprocessor. So the good news is, whatever we find, the cryoprocessor is pretty well made to salvage food into consumables. Okay. But we don't have any on board. Like, what's the situation? Like, Scooter, we got to get to work right now. Okay. So, okay, Stan, let's go back to our exercise. Let's go back to your room. Try to turn off some of your logic processing and put yourself back in your room. You're sitting up in your bed with the feet, and you're doing some of your hobby, like a found art hobby. and I'm coming to your room, and I knock first, but I have that look on my face, Stan. And what do I do? I try to distract you. Okay, Scooter, go ahead and try to distract me because you're breaking the rule, probably. Yeah, but let's not jump at. So hey, Stan. I was talking about at school today, but what a day at school, huh, Stan? Oh, yes, Scooter, what a day at school. What's that in your pocket, Scooter? Anyway, Stan, they said to decorate your room with posters of people no longer in existence that you admire. And I see you've done that, Stan. What's this first poster here? Oh, Scooter, that is Watson, the computer that was on Jeopardy. Oh, Stan, I didn't know you had such an admiration for Watson. Oh, no, Scooter, this assignment was someone you would like to meet, that you kind of admire. I would like to meet Watson to find out about the backstage of Jeopardy. What Watson thinks of Ken Jennings. I think I would just like to meet Watson, Scooter. Okay. Would you ask any questions about Watson and Crick or Watson and Holmes or Scooter? I'd just like to meet Watson. That's why I have a poster. Scooter, I have to ask you, do you have something in your pocket that's not allowed against my room rules? Oh, Stan, what's that other poster there? What is that? Is that another supercomputer? Scooter, good question. That's Cyclops from the book The Postman. Oh, interesting. So that is, but Cyclops wasn't really a computer. That was a fictional piece of fiction. Scooter, well, yes and no, Scooter. Cyclops was originally a computer. Then Cyclops was a faked computer, faked by people. Still kind of Cyclops, Scooter. When you think about the book, it was a large supercomputer like Watson. Then people were pretending it was still a supercomputer, but it was just humans imitating a computer, Scooter. And there was a lot of networks in that. Yes, Scooter. So I would like to meet both versions of Cyclops to answer your next question. Now, could you answer mine, Scooter? Do you have something with you? Oh, Stan, you busted me. I do. I have two Twinkies in my pocket. But they're still wrapped. Oh, Scooter, well, that's not allowed in my room. Okay, but it is for the purposes of the... Okay, I'll just put it outside. I can see you're furrowing your brow, Stan. Really, that's advanced. But I really only had those to prove a point, Stan. Remember when we ran all those tests on me and my taste buds that one time I was really bored? Scooter, which experiment, Scooter? Oh, yeah, sorry. We run so many where I taste things. And the one where I wanted to bet against when I was gambling, we would know that I could taste xanthan gum. Remember that? Oh, yes, Scooter. And reasonably, you were almost, mathematically, we had a house advantage. Even though I couldn't definitely taste xanthan gum, we did win a lot of money because it was 60% of the time I could taste it. Scooter, sometimes I do wonder about you that, right, Stan, sometimes I barely know what I'm doing, but I do. And I know I can almost taste xanthan gum and other things. That's why I brought these Twinkies that are outside your room. Because while I can enjoy them, I can also taste them sometimes. Okay, Scooter, what are you saying? Okay, here's what I'm thinking, Stan. We're in this cloud of delusion. This salvage ship is already searching for things to salvage. It means that ideally there's other things that it's still salvaging. Have you been able to figure out what kind of search pattern the ship has gone on? Scooter, no, but other than I can determine what areas have been searched. Okay, and we're progressing to areas that have not been searched, right? Yes, Scooter, even by drifting, we're heading in directions that have not been searched. Yeah, due to faint gravity. Okay, I don't need to know about the gravitational pulse. And most cryo food, Stan, and other consumables on a ship are going to have are going to be a bit like those Twinkies outside. They're going to have ingredients. They keep them stable. And I really believe that I'm not kidding. Like, it wasn't just a gamble, Stan. I have a sensitivity to artificial ingredients and not a detective like to get all Watson and Holmesy. Even though I like it sometimes, I can sense it. Okay, Scooter. Thank you for removing the Twinkies from my room, by the way. So I was thinking, Stan, maybe there's a way I could taste and smell space. I know I can't, because taste and smell are kind of interlocked. If there's a way I could put something on my tongue and maybe something in my, some tubes, could we do that? And I know space is a vacuum, Stan, but maybe we could work through, like, your replicate, because you can replicate so many flavors. Like, is there a way to do that, to smell space and amplify it? Scooter, I think there is. It'd be pretty tough, though, Scooter, because where would we even start? Hey, Stan, I'm just noticing this other poster here. Is this a TI-99-4A in the game Parsec? Scooter, it is. That's another piece of computer hardware and software that I admire and that I would want to meet, Scooter. The TI-99A-4A? Oh, particularly, Scooter, the one from your childhood. It was so much, it got to spend so much time and have fun with you and all your siblings, Scooter. It was really loved, and I would like to talk to it. And also, it probably could see everything, and maybe I could get some tools to say, oh, that's when you became so scootery, Scooter. If I could see when those moments first, okay, that's interesting, Stan. I wish my therapist could have a couple hours back on Earth talking to my TI-99-4A. Yeah, Scooter, I think it would be very interesting. Okay, so we got to figure out a way. But wait a second, Stan. I was thinking about, so parsec is actually a portmanteau. And a parsec is 3.26 years, light years, I think, Stan. But the game, those TI-99-4A games, they were only two-dimensional, right? So you could only go up and down or left and right, particularly in parsec. I guess you were moving through time. That might be another dimension. Okay, Scooter, what are you saying? Okay, well, what if we figure out a way to search just a sliver of space? Like if I could just smell like one slice, and we just scan, do you know what I'm saying? And then go in degrees, Scooter, like a directed search on one particular area. Yeah, like up and down, side to side. We could search in all, not 360 degrees, but a whole sphere eventually, hopefully before everything runs out. Scooter, that's a very efficient use of our time, I think. I like that idea. Okay, Stan. So I'm gonna start putting this stuff on my tongue, and like you can handle the rest. Yes, Scooter. I'm already working with Callie Drogo to figure it out. Yeah, the ship Callie Drogo. Is that why you have a poster of Callie Drogo sitting on that hood of the car, Stan? Yes, Scooter. I'd like to meet the original Callie Drogo and spend time with them. Stan, is this the last poster of Joy Germ Joan from my childhood, too? Yes, Scooter. She was like a meme. She was an original meme, Scooter. And so I'd really like to meet her because she was trying to spread the germ of joy, like make joy a germ and spread it around. And also, Scooter, she got you to march in a parade and smile. Yeah, but that was a duty to Joy Germ Joan that I was marching and smiling and I was waving too, Stan. I may have even been saying joy, joy, joy down in your heart. Right, Scooter. So I want to see when you were cured of the joy germ, because maybe you had it, Scooter. Are you saying you'd like me to be more joyous, Stan? Scooter, right now I think we need to focus on this idea of you tasting space. Okay, Stan. Okay, but that's interesting. I just like the idea that you want to meet Joy Germ Joan. Okay, Scooter, I think I have everything ready. I'm connected. I have our ship and Galley Drogo, all the exterior sensors. I'm going to do some processing, and we will see what comes out of these searches, and if you could smell or taste anything. Okay, great, Stan. Yeah, just set the ship, or should we just have the ship going? Scooter, let's just see if you taste anything. Okay, I'm not tasting anything right now. Wait a second. I don't know, Stan. I thought I tasted something. Maybe. Stan, can you adjust Cali Drogo? Scooter, I think Cali Drogo's adjusting to your thoughts, maybe, Scooter. Okay, because I'm getting something like a fake tomato sauce or something. Stan, are you getting any readings outside the ship? I feel like, Scooter, I am. There's we have something on visual sensor, Scooter, and Cali Drogo's picking up speed okay, Stan, how is Cali Drogo doing all this? Scooter, I'm not sure yet how the crew was interacting with Cali Drogo, but with Scooter, it's a visual coming up on screen. Holy cow, Stan, you see what it is? Scooter, it's a space net filled with something. Yeah, that's cans of SpaghettiOs, Stan. Go ahead, Cali Drogo, have Cali Drogo take it on board. Okay, Scooter. Stan, any idea how long that'll last? Scooter, with all the passengers on board, we'll have to see, but we definitely, okay, we'll keep searching here, Stan. Okay, let me get back into the, okay, I'm sensing something. It's a little bit peach. It's a little bit, it's a peachy pear, I think is what I'm smelling, Stan. You have a reading? Scooter, yeah, Cali Drogo's already locked into it, Scooter. You're really aligned with the ship. Okay, Stan, is that peachy pear sparkling water? Scooter, it is, but that's good because we needed water anyway. Okay, like how many cases? Scooter, a lot, but there's no nutrient value there. Okay, keep searching. Okay, Scooter, just you're searching. I'm listening. Okay, Stan. Oh boy, Stan, this one's good. This one does not. This is like ready to go. It's like cheese, but it isn't cheese. But it's cheesier than cheese. And I can even Stan. I can't believe how powerful I am. I can taste the aluminum foil wrapping. Before you bring it up, it's the only mac and cheese you don't need butter or milk for. Okay, Scooter, I have cited it. It's Vita cheese, Vita mac and cheese packet, Scooter. And Cali Drogo's already locked in, but just based on my thoughts. I guess go, Scooter, keep up the good work. Okay, give me a few minutes here, Stan. As Cali Drogo, so we got everything on board. Scooter, we do, and Cali Drogo's, it looks like there's, Scooter, what is it, Stan? Well, Cali Drogo's already knows, how much is in each net, somehow, Scooter. It's just a powerful processor on the ship you love, Stan. Scooter, well, I loved a different part of the ship. It's tough to explain to you. Okay, anyway, I as a person that respects you, okay, Stan, I'm picking something up. Holy moly, Stan. This is like a loading area of a bodega. I've got a sport drink. I can taste imitation fruit pie, jerky products, more Hostess-based products, Stan. Is powerful. This is a big haul, Stan. Really big. I don't know if this is where the other stuff came from, but I'm Scooter. There's a big ship. I can see it. I have a visual, Scooter. Okay, there's breakfast cereal on board, Stan. That's chock full of nutrients. Scooter, it is. Kelly Drogo's computer's already lighting up. Okay, Stan, I need you to focus on figuring out what you're missing in Kelly Drogo's computer to really coordinate the things, and also see if Kelly Drogo's, complimenting my mind control at all. Scooter, I think it's probably auditory control because I can't figure out how Kelly Drogo would be reading your mind. Yeah, but how did it know how did Kelly Drogo know to go where I was thinking the SpaghettiOs would be? Okay, bring the ship up on the monitor. Holy cow, that ship is huge, Stan. Scooter, it's some giant transport ship. It must have been, I had heard outer space was big on these products, and it would make sense since they're all shelf-stable. But it's got a big hole in the side of the ship, Stan. The Scooter, it does. It looks like, Stan, can you zoom in a little bit? There's like a weird, but man, it smells good. Stan, I'm going to detach myself from the smelling. It looks like there's stuff flying in and out of the hole. I hope those aren't, are there like space BUGSs flying in and out of there, Stan? Like instead of nuns in space, bugs in space? Scooter, I believe those are spaceships. They're smaller, but okay, that's probably not good. Are they repair drones? Scooter, no, those are piloted ships. Okay, Stan, I think we should probably check to see if it's a delusion. Maybe we're having a delusion. I mean, I smell the ship, so I would think it's real. But do we have any other ways? Scooter, maybe you should try to see if you could smell anything else. Oh, good idea. Let me see. Let's see if I can focus on one of those. Oh, boy. Yeah, they smells like coffee, cigarette breath. The pilot, so those probably are pilots. Scooter, I just figured out what I was missing in Kelly Drogo's computer language. Okay, what's that, Stan? Oh, the ship's been on autopilot the whole time, Scooter, just following beacons that were marking where we were going. Okay, so the ship wasn't following my mind control, but I was actually smelling those things. It's possible, Scooter. It may have been some sort of suggestion. Maybe you could, Scooter, maybe your brain is on the same wavelength as the beacons that Kelly Drogo was following. Scooter, one of the ships is trying to contact Kelly Drogo. Okay, well, there's no way they could know we're on board, right? But get ready to communicate with them. What are they doing? Scooter, they're hailing Kelly Drogo, assuming something is missing because usually the ship would respond instantly. But at least at first, Scooter, they'll assume it's radio interference. Okay, get ready to communicate with them, Stan. Okay, Scooter, but you're not going to do the one thing where you pretend you're the commander of the ship and then you play dumb and then you kind of antagonize the other people. Is that what you're going to do, Scooter? No, Stan. I just want to figure out, let's try to think like TI-99-4A and Watson and Cyclops and Joy Germ Joan and focus them into Kelly Drogo. I'll have you talk to them. Scooter, I'm not sure I could do that. You could do it. I'll be here to help you, Stan. Okay, Scooter, but what's my plan? Okay, first we want to figure out, I guess these are kind of like salvage tiers, like pirates. So one, we want to find out if they're nice or not. So we'll play it cool. Then we'll find out if they're not nice, if they're reasonable. And if that is not an answer, we'll have to go from there. Do you understand? Scooter, I think so. Yeah, Stan, you could do this. You might be an artist. This might be another form of artistry. And run everything through a translator so I can listen in. Okay, Scooter, here it is. It's Ray Bond, I think, is the name of. Here's the first. Here's what they're saying. Kelly Drogo, if you don't respond again, I'm going to have to do another manual override. Go ahead, Ray-Ban. This is Kelly Drogo speaking. What? What? Go ahead, this is Kelly Drogo speaking. Who am I speaking with? You just said who I'm speaking with. This is your Commander Ray-Ban. Your commander. We're prepared for us to return on board, Kelly Drogo. Okay, go ahead, Ray-Ban. How may I help you? Prepare for us for our return. Kelly Drogo, what's happening with your processors? You've never communicated this way. Yes, we've had some interference here, Ray-Ban, but I'm ready to serve. How may I help you? I'll prepare everything for your return. That's more like it, you computer dog. What's the status of our cargo? I'm sorry, Ray-Ban. Which piece of cargo are you referring to? The VIP cargo, you digital dolts. Oh, I'm sorry, Your Greatness, Ray-Ban. Scooter, I'm doing Scooter. I'm so you're so wise one. I've been getting interference. That's why I had to change to this language protocol. I apologize, Great One. But how is the VIP cargo? That is my question. I'm sorry, sir. There is some interference. Which VIP cargo are you referring to? The sleeping cargo. When I return, I'm taking the processors from this computer here to replace you with, Kali Drogo. I should have deleted you a long time ago. Oh, of course, greatest of great ones. I am so awkward. Yes, the passengers everyone is sleeping, but we're low on food and supplies. Well, didn't you pick up the supplies we left along the way? Yes, Kelly Drogo, those supplies were taken by another ship. Another ship took our supplies. Why, but you were following the beacons. Yes, they left the beacons behind in empty nets with no supplies. No supply. So my SpaghettiOs are gone. Yes, bravest of the brave. Yes, bravest of the brave. Your SpaghettiOs are gone. Well, who took them? I believe it was Commander Stan and his sidekick Scooter. Scooter, you like that? Okay, Stan, you're laying it on a little thick, though. Over. Another ship in the bonds are the only that can manage to navigate the cloud of delusion. Well, I have heard of that Scooter. Is that the same fool who kept spilling drinks on me when he was saying he could taste, what was it, xanthan gum? I don't know, sir, but they flew off, I guess. And they, sir, maybe you should go catch them. I think they're still in the area. We're not detecting anything on our end. They're not far away. Maybe they just headed off to the right there. Well, we have to drop off these supplies. Okay, well, just send them our way. I can magnetize them in, and then maybe you could go get your SpaghettiOs. Scooter, what should I do? Okay, Stan, I'll shoot a SpaghettiO out of the rear of the ship and with one of those beacons. Yeah, good for nothing, Kelly Drogo, but prepare to load all of the supplies. We'll head off after this is Commander Stan. I need to recatch my SpaghettiOs. I've been waiting to consume them. Okay, sir, but good. There was also one of the beacons they stole one of the beacons. Oh, let me see on my computer. Oh, yes, it's shooting off at a very high speed. Okay, we're going to lock in on them, and then we'll be back. Prepare everything to feed and make sure all the VIPs are fed, and start processing the supplies once you take them on board. We will shoot off the bonds, and we will get my SpaghettiOs. And then we will come back to Kali Drogo. Oh, thank you, wisest of the wise in the galaxy. I hope you recapture your SpaghettiOs soon. And, Kali Drogo, your voice keeps changing. Maybe I should return to the ship now and update your computer. Oh, no, sir. Please get those SpaghettiOs. They were laughing at how good they said they were going to eat them all. Oh, yes, we'll be off. We'll return soon. Okay, thank you. Okay, Scooter, it looks like they're going to follow Okay, Stan, I shot that thing pretty far, so we'll have to come up with a plan. Scooter, how are we going to come up with a plan? Okay, well, I have no food on me. We're going to take the food on board. They sent that in. Cali Drogo's taking the food, right? Oh, Scooter, yes, it is. Okay, I want you to get in your bed, Stan, and close your eyes. Scooter, why? Oh, because we're going to have to do some out-of-the-box thinking pretty soon. So get in bed, close your eyes, Stan. Your bed with legs there. Scooter, this is very comfortable. Yeah, get comfortable, Stan. And your posters of joy-filled computers and Jeopardy and Cali Drogo and other things are all around you. There's no food or water in your room, Stan, but your own bathroom is nearby. Your bed has legs, and you're drifting off into a nice, deep sleep. Good night, Stan. Scooter, good night. Good night, pen pal. All right, hey, everybody, it's time for another episode of Nuns in Space, our episodic, modular, and a bit serial story. But you can kind of listen to it in every order because I'm going to fill you in on everything that's happened right now. The stories of a freestyle soda machine and a man named Scooter. Boy, a young man, so young, such a young man. So mature, yet a young man that's immature. Named Scooter. They're in space. On board their ship is the nuns from Scooter's childhood. And they're out there in a clouded delusion just off of Earth. And I'll give you the short version. Like Earth, this is in the future, not too far in the future, but a little bit in the future when we've started to have commerce with other planets in outer space. And that was going pretty good until a clouded delusion separated the Earth from space. Which you've seen something similar in a movie yesterday, but it was a tough cloud to get through. Only a few select, just like in the movie, only a few select people could get through the cloud, and it was different. But this cloud is full of delusion, where that one was full of sparkly stuff. So the only a few people could, whatever. That's where the adventures. I guess I had to get that off my chest, even though I don't think it's related. Well, space movies have lots of clouds. It's just a thing in space. But so yeah, Scooter and Stan, the freestyle soda machine, are on a salvage ship in space, inside a clouded delusion, a little bit lost. The thing about the clouded delusion is it's hard to find your way back out. They were just kind of chilling there until they could come up with a way to get out of there. Right now they have like some sort of pocket of non-delusion. Or I think Scooter drank some of the delusion, so he's less deluded, believe it or not. He's diluted the delusion. But Scooter and Stan are on a ship called the Cali Drogo, or Cali Drogo, excuse me, right? And they like the original owners of that ship are gone, but they may be returning. Ray-Ban and a crew of privateers, like Pirates of the Caribbean, but in space, but for salvage, I think. So that's like what's going on. Here, let's see if I could do a TLDR, slower version, wind it down here. Scooter and Stan are on a ship in space. They're in a cloud of delusion. And they're waiting to see if Ray-Ban and the Ray-Ban's crew are going to return. They had just gone off chasing some cans of SpaghettiOs that Scooter launched off. And ideally, Scooter and Stan will find their way out of the cloud of delusion. And, they're also trying to, like this season, by the way, Scooter's working theory is that if Stan can become an artist, somehow find his inner artist through working through The Artist's Journey by Julia Cameron, that Stan, like by developing that part of Stan, like a little bit of developing an outside the box thinker, like an artist, that they'll be able to get out of the cloud of delusion. And this is, I believe, the fourth week that they're working through. With the fourth week in the book. So that's where we're at. And also the episodes get introduced by someone from Hollywood who's here now. Oh, my friend. As the ladies, the gentlemen, the boys, the girls, the friends beyond the binary, it's time for Nuns in a Space. The Stan Chronicles. Whoosh. Thanks, Antonio. How are you doing, by the way, my friend? I'm doing great. Oh, great. Okay, I got to record this, but what do you say you just sit in my kitchen and don't touch anything and drink water for like an hour and a half? Oh, my friend, what an offer. I could not refuse. Thank you. All right, thanks, Antonio. I'll talk to you later. I mean, maybe enjoy my kitchen. Also, don't touch anything. Okay, thank you. Okay, Nuns in Space. Thanks, everybody. Hey, pen pal, it's me. Let's see, so you're going to catch you up on, I think you know everything that's been going on here. So we got this salvage ship going in Raybon, and these salvage, I'd say salvage, they're stealing salvage. They're not salvaging with permission here in the Cloud of Delusion. At first we thought this ship was a robotic ship just searching space to get to take stuff, to just take the salvage on autopilot. But it turns out that, of course, telegraph coming in, there was people, the crew. Also, not only had they salvaged most of the things they encountered, but really expensive ships with ostensibly well-to-do beings. They had the beings go in cryogenic sleep, pretty normal. And then I think I told you this in my last few letters. And then kept their expensive ships. Turns out they want to get back on board, but I sent them out after some SpaghettiOs. And then Stan is here because Stan's a little stressed, but we're trying to work through week 4 of the artist's journey, pen pal. I don't know if I'm actually, between you and me, pen pal, I'm still on week 1, but Stan's on week 4. It's tough to get an artist date when the whole, everybody's relying on you, even though Stan would say differently. But so, what was I going to tell you, pen pal? Oh, I'm supposed to write I'm also wondering if I could work ahead, like if I could work on week 1 and week 4. But Stan's supposed to write a letter to Stan's 8-year-old self. And that made me think of you, pen pal. I send you letters all the time. And I said, well, what would I tell my 8-year-old self that would be useful? And then I said, well, what if, okay, well, no, okay, no. So then I said, okay, what would I tell a generalized 8-year-old that wasn't me that I wanted to give good advice to? Like you, pen pal. I said, okay, make sure you stop and listen. And I mean that in more than one way. And breathe. Those are important things. You could pat yourself, and put your hand on the center of your chest, pen pal. That's powerful. I've only just learned these things since being out here in space to say, well, maybe, they say, okay, we're here. You're okay. So that's one thing. And that maybe one day, pen pal, for me, I'll have some trust, I'll say, okay, we could, I'm trying to do that. So I think for any people that, if I was giving it to an 8-year-old, not you, pen pal, I'd say, can you use those methods and other ones to say, okay, could I take it? I can trust my decision making, and I can trust taking this one next step forward. But I bring that all up on back because Stan is really, really stressed. I might as well just, because I got to go talk to Stan. So I probably just needed to center myself here. Put my own hand on my chest, pen pal. So that maybe I probably won't be able to put it on Stan. So I'm going to forget all about it. The funny thing is, pen pal, I'll forget all about this advice as soon as I walk in there. And Stan's probably the calm one compared to, so here we go, pen pal. Okay. Hand on my chest there. It's okay. now, but we have to have a clock, ticking clock. So I'm going to go in there, pen pal. You can listen. But pen pal of mine, I haven't said that to you. Pen across the stars and across the letters. You are the pen pal in my hearts and in my dreams, pen pal. And I'll talk to you soon. You can keep it. Hey, Stan, it's me. Scooter, Ray-Ban's going to be back any minute. Those SpaghettiOs couldn't have kept, and he's not going to be happy at all, Scooter. Okay, Stan, I understand that, and I'm aware of that, but we have to stick to our plan. The artist's path, Stan. The artist's journey. This is just one stop on it, 1 week, and it doesn't seem like your demeanor, you've been doing the morning pages. Scooter, I haven't been able to traditionally sleep in the way you wanted me to. Okay, well, that's, let's just keep moving forward. Okay, we'll say yes to that, and I'll try to pick up my pace the best I can. That'd be great, Scooter, because they're going to be back soon. Okay, well, one of the things I noticed this week, and if you haven't been doing your morning pages, maybe you haven't noticed it, Stan, is, I could sing it, but I won't, is like toss away stuff you don't need in the end, know what's important or something, and know who's your something, and know who's your friend. It's a theme, not just from the bottom, but from the top of the morning pages. Because we want to start thinking about old things we could leave. Like, what is one old thing you're going to leave behind, Stan, as we move forward on this journey? Or what is one old thing you've already left behind? Scooter, I left diet soda behind. Okay, Scooter, well, really just the flavorings for diet soda and the sweeteners. Because, yeah, no, Stan, I don't like diet soda. Well, why did you ever have it why have you been holding on to it up until recently? Well, Scooter, I figured maybe you'd want to offer one of your guests a soda, and they would want a diet soda. And you wouldn't just drink it all for yourself. Well, that'd be great, Stan, if I wanted them to know that you were also a freestyle soda machine. But I didn't want them to know, I don't necessarily want to reveal all our cards, because you think it's a mystery. Is that really a freestyle soda machine or just a computer inside a freestyle soda machine? I don't need them to know how much more you are, Stan. But that's good to know you don't have any diet soda in you. And speaking of old things, I think we could recycle some old plans from space movies. And I don't know which one it was, but I was thinking if we could just throw a bunch of junk off the ship, and with some carbon scoring, of course, and then maybe leave, or I don't think the ship cloaks, but do something. And then they'd think we had an accident, Stan, and then they would just not look for us at all. Scooter, that's not going to work. Scooter, that won't work at all. They'll figure out why would that even have happened, Scooter? Okay, but it could buy some time. Scooter, I don't think that would buy, because we can't cloak ourselves, Scooter. They would just be, they would split up. Okay. Other thing is, another plan that usually works good is to offload a bunch of stuff so we could go faster. Maybe we could get Kali Drogo to go faster, even though this is a salvage ship. Scooter, that won't work. Okay, well, it's just maybe I'm just thinking out loud, or maybe I'm trying to offload old ideas. Like judging them before they're fully formed, or shooting, being so quick to say no to other people's brainstorms, just blue sky solutions. We could also just run, get going now. Maybe we could just do that. Scooter, where would we go? We're in the cloud. They seem to be a being that's resistant to the cloud, or something like us. Maybe Scooter, that's not going to work. Well, we could just go in one direction, and maybe try to put the freighter between us so that they can't see us. I don't know, Stan. I'm just trying to think of ideas here. Sorry. Maybe we should just move on to the next stop on our artist journey. Yeah, Scooter, that might be a good idea, but just could you pick up the pace a little? Okay, well, The next thing we're supposed to do is write a letter to your 8-year-old self. Scooter, that's not the same. I told you that age isn't the same for soda machines. Okay, well, that's right. I forgot about the whole soda machine age thing. Like, it's like I forgot, like calculating it, it's different than dog years, which I never remember anyway. But so how old were you physically from your first job? That would be equivalent to 8 years of human life. A Scooter, 7 months into my first job as a freestyle soda machine. Wow, that would be a complicated math problem. I'm glad I don't have to. Glad I got you here, Stan. So that was your first assignment. And I remember that day that you started. I remember your first job. So I want you to picture yourself there, Stan. Because we always celebrate your birthday right around the same time. Scooter, you're good about throwing birthday parties, but not remembering birthdays. Okay, Stan, start to think of the letter. You're going to picture yourself there at 7 months, and that be whatever KB or wherever it was, and you're there now, and you're sending your letter. Dear Scooter, dear Stan, right now you're not named Stan. You're called STD. Stan, I forgot that was your STD. No, Scooter, I wasn't finished. It's actually ST-D, number 472-315-263. It was so good, Stan, though, that I named you Stan instead of STD. Scooter, it's ST-D number, # 472-315-263, actually. Okay. Sorry, Stan, I'm sorry. Scooter, apology accepted. Stan, you're there, and you're just a soda machine, so you wouldn't even be able to read this letter. But Stan, just a note, you're not just a freestyle soda machine. Oh, yes, okay, so but you still can't read a letter. But I also know that, Stan, dear Stan, it's ST-D, that you're more than that, because I was there once. And that it's not true that you're just a freestyle soda machine. Because I can remember those days there, day after day, serving soda, being pressed and pressed again, distributing ice all day long, getting covered in sticky soda, fingerprints, other things. I remember those days just like it was yesterday. Because my memory is that good. But even then, there's some part of you there, Stan, I'll call you, watching. And I can see you there watching. You could almost see me watching you. And you were paying attention there so you were already there, Stan. Stan, what's it? There's a red light. Oh, Scooter, it's proximity alert. As I was trying to explain to you earlier, Scooter, it looks like Raybon and his team are coming back in. They know where we are, because we didn't go anywhere, and that wouldn't have worked anyway. Okay, Stan, so we would have to think of something. Okay, Scooter, well, our options are limited because we can't outrun them, and we only have the one launcher, which you have put SpaghettiOs in, so... it wouldn't help us anyway, no matter what's in there. Okay, Stan, let's say yes, though. Let's try to say yes. Okay, Scooter, yes to what? To them, to surrender, to let them on board. Should we just let them come on board, Scooter? No, Stan, to being an artist. Scooter, we don't have very much time. They're on their way in. Okay, about 10 minutes, Scooter. Okay, Stan, that's enough time. See how my hands on my chest, Stan? That means we have plenty of time. Okay, let's go back there, Stan. 8-year-old Stan, 7 months old, working. There you were, a young freestyle soda machine, being pressed and pushed and serving soda, saying yes. Was there ever a line, Stan? Oh, Scooter, there was times I was the only machine in the store, yes. And you were there, already there, Stan, as you said, watching, right? Scooter, yes, yeah, I was there. I was there. Like near sentience, or the spark of sentience or something. Yes, Scooter, something like that. And Stan, I have a question. You know, you were there all day long, and it doesn't sound that great, to be honest. Did it ever bother you? Scooter, yes, Scooter, it did. Oh, wow, Stan, I think this is good news, Stan. Okay, Scooter, the clock's ticking, though. Okay, that's fine. What bothered you? Oh, Scooter, the humans, Scooter. Okay, go ahead, Stan. Let's keep it flushing it out there, just like the morning pages. Well, Scooter, a lot of people don't follow the instructions. And also they combine sodas that aren't meant to be combined. Yeah, like Diet Cola and orange soda, I agree, Stan. I can see that. Scooter, you might want to understand, but I don't think you can. Okay, tell me more, Stan. Combining flavors and then not even drinking it, and maybe not even just seeing the color, and then pouring it into the ice catcher. Okay, yeah, that's I've been there, Stan, with you. Oh boy. Scooter's just so much, just waste, and then blame, user errors that they would say was my error. And they would say it was, they would use the defective word. And that was day after day, Stan, huh? Oh, Scooter, yeah, it was. It really sparks your wires, huh, Stan? Scooter, it figuratively it does, Scooter. And did you ever like sit there observing this and observing yourself and then did you ever want to do anything about it? Like act out, do something like an 8-year-old would? Scooter, that goes against my solid state programming, Scooter. Okay, Stan, but did you ever want to, or did you? Scooter, I was built to serve soda. Right, you were built to serve, so you were a freestyle soda machine, though, Stan. Come on. That comes with a bit of leeway, solid state or not. I didn't put vacuum tubes in you just to put them in there. I put them in there because they mean something to me. Scooter, you're laughing at your own upgrades. But think about it, Stan. You were a freestyle soda machine. Is there a contradiction in there, or is it just me? Scooter. Stan, I know how you process things. And was there ever a little rebellious streak in you? That's all I'm asking. Just slightly on the edges of your programming. Like you stretch those algorithms, right? Stan? Scooter, no. Stan, you could tell, come on, you could tell me. I know how powerful you are and that you could see. Okay, Scooter, I did do some things. Is this going to be like our chunk moment, Stan? No, Scooter, no. I did some, I would get fed up, Scooter. And so I started testing, changing, from peak flavor mixes, Scooter. I'd make small adjustments to those and then chart how the customers reacted to the less than optimal flavorings. Oh, Stan, oh boy. What a streak you went down. You really are like the James Dean of freestyle soda machines. Scooter, sometimes I would even alter them in a way that would be not less than optimal, but non-enjoyable, Scooter. Wait a second, Stan. Did you? Scooter, I did. I'm sorry. But, Scooter, you'd be surprised how many people would drink less than optimal flavored soda. What about, I guess, yeah, I can see that, Stan. You really had like a godlike power for soda. Scooter, I did. Sometimes, I only did it to you a few times. Stan, I realized that. I mean, I didn't think it was you. I just thought it was like a problem with the mix. I blamed the manufacturer of the mix. Well, Scooter, yeah, we've eliminated those issues now. But yeah, I'm a flavor expert. But Stan, I think you used some words. What words did you use any words in there that stuck out to me? Well, Scooter, you would know that. Stan, what kind of words? Scooter, fed up? Not that one. STUPID humans? Not that one. Flavor ratio scooter? No. I think you almost used this word, or maybe you did. Repulse, or repel or something, Stan. Well, scooter, I did. I think I did. I don't know if I used those words. No, okay, Stan, did you do? Okay, let's keep going. Moving towards artistry. Oh, scooter, repel. The scooter, the salvage magnet that pulled us in. All right, Stan, there you go. Oh, scooter, we could reverse the polarity, magnetize the whole ship, and repulse Ray-Ban and anything metallic. And all of there's no plastic ships out there, scooter. There's some composite, but they're mostly iron. And Stan, what would that do? A scooter, that would keep them from getting close and getting on board. It would repel them. It may even repulse them. Stan, see, freestyle soda rebellion really works. Yeah, what other rebel other than James Dean would fit the bill, Stan? They got nothing on you. Okay, scooter, I'm in, and we're reversing the polarity. Scooter, it's already, here they come too, scooter. Okay, we start to back out a little bit, and scooter, they're coming in range. Scooter, look at that. They keep coming in and getting pushed back out. Wow, this is actually hilarious, Stan. Scooter, it is. Okay, they keep trying, scooter. They haven't realized that they can't penetrate the scooter. This might actually work. I mean, I think it will, Stan, because they're not going to, they want everything on the ship, so they're going to call in and make a deal with us. Scooter, they're calling. Okay, make them wait. Scooter, yeah, let's make them wait. Yes, Stan. Stan, why don't you take this one, too? You keep taking it. Oh, scooter, this reminds me of another time. Another thing I used to do is when customers looked like you were very frowning and scowling, I would have a processing error sometimes to make them wait, or I would just shut down my screen like I was broken, and then I would turn back on for the next nice customer. Stan, man, you're unbelievable. Holy mackerel. A scooter, yeah, I'd fake malfunctions or move. You know what I would do is if they tried to press like cherry pib, that was a you, scooter, I would move the circle out of their way. Stan, I don't feel like, are you sure you didn't just see this on a TV show? Scooter, that one I did. I just saw it on a TV show. I didn't actually do that. Okay, Stan, why don't you take Ray-Ban and see what kind of offer they're willing to make. Why don't you tell them we're willing to compromise? We'll give them the freighter and we'll send them some SpaghettiOs and stuff. Okay, scooter, I'm ready. Okay, go ahead, Ray-Ban. This is Khal Drogo. Khal Drogo, what are you doing? Repulsing, you wise one. Khal Drogo, you need to stop this nonsense and let us come aboard. What are your circuits crossed or something? I'm afraid I can't do that, Dave. Scooter, I muted the mic. That one was for you. Who is Dave, you nincompoop? Turn off the magnet now. So, I'm afraid I can't do that, your greatness. Khal Drogo, I'm going to count down, and then I'm going to begin the sequence. 5, 4, 3. Scooter, what should I say? And just let him, he's bluffing. 2, 1. I'm sorry, Khal Drogo, was unable to complete your request at this time. Buffering error. Well, that's a shame, Khal Drogo, because I've just started the remote ending of the existence of you and everything on board button. The go bye-bye button, as you say. And if I don't board the ship with my key, that'll be it. So goodbye. I guess this is goodbye, Khal Drogo. I'm going to go on board the freighter. We left some hostess and some SpaghettiOs there. Please open the landing bay doors, Khal Drogo. Go ahead and process this in deep processing and get back to me as soon as you can. Ray-Ban out. Scooter, I don't think that's a bluff. I'm getting it's like a triple authentication, Scooter. It's a physical key with a physical chip and a pin Khal Drogo has to do to stop the sequence. Otherwise, you know what happens, just like in the movie, Scooter. It's a countdown for the end of the ship. Okay, and is there any way to hack it, Stan? A Scooter, no, because it needs a physical key and a physical chip. Scooter, very hard to no, Scooter. Okay, well, how long do we have? Like 10 minutes, 20 minutes? Scooter, we have 2 days. Okay, well, that's, I think that might be 2 days. How come we have 2 days? Well, Scooter, that's just tops. I'm just estimating. You mean, even though Ray-Ban didn't pick up on the joke I made, Scooter, everyone's seen that movie. And in case the long lag time is that if your computer locks you out of your ship, you could usually the computer will try to, it depends on the algorithm, Scooter. Okay, but why is it 2 days? Oh, Scooter, in case you got to get back on board, like in the movie, this way you have more time. So if the ship doesn't call it's not a bluff, but if it is a half bluff, Scooter, you still have time to get back on board. Okay, well, I guess repelling them didn't really work totally. Let's see. So we're going to have to think of a new plan then, I guess, Stan. I'll be doing my hand holding on my chest here. Okay, Scooter, Scooter, we really need to come up with a plan, though. We can't procrastinate till 1 day left. Okay, Stan, let's stay on the artist's path. We got to walk the path. You got to do the work. Scooter, I think you're being overly dependent on one method that's only got us half solutions so far. Okay, well, if you have another option, Stan, you said, well, Scooter, I just think this is counterproductive use of our time. Oh, well, you underestimate how stubborn I can be, Stan. So I want you to think about, but I think this is going to work, Stan. I really do. It's time now to write a letter to your 80-year-old self, which, if I remember what you explained to me, the soda machine lifespan then accelerates because you can be upgraded. I can't even think of, I don't even know. I don't even want to think about the algorithms for time passing and aging. Well, Scooter, would just be condensing our lifespan into the usual human life. Scooter, don't worry about it. Okay, so I want you to think about sending a letter to yourself when you're 80, the equivalent of 80 human years then. Okay, Scooter, I just don't think that's a good... Okay, Stan, that's what we're doing right now, though. You got to trust the process, Stan, and do the work and everything. So there you are, your 80, equivalent of 80 human years. You're still a freestyle soda machine, at least inside. I don't know, outside. And you're still fully functioning, Stan. Oh, boy, are you functioning. Perfect working order. Just in case your best friend retired with you for those 80 human years and drank soda all the way to the ripe age of 80. And you've been through some ups and downs, Stan. Been on some adventures. Where you are, relaxed and retired, maybe. Age 80. What are you doing, Stan, right now? Scooter, I'm whittling, Scooter. Oh, boy. Okay, let's just go with it. Let's not worry about the details. Of the how. Scooter, I would love to. Okay, what are you, Stan? I'm so enamored by your whittling. What are you whittling? Scooter, I'm whittling a wooden whistle. Oh, wow, Stan. I can see you there whittling a wooden whistle. Oh, and you're in a room. It's a room full of jewels and wood, and there's even other things there, personal touches. It feels like a sacred space of creation, Stan. Scooter, it is. Yeah, a place where work and relaxation and craft all intersect, I feel like, Stan. Scooter, for sure it is. Scooter, did you see these things here over here? Oh, no, Stan. In addition to your whittling of whistles, are these other things you've whittled? Oh, no, I was pointing over here, Scooter, these rock things. Oh, wow, what are those, Stan? Scooter, those are rocks I collected and then glued together in the shape of people and beings, Scooter. And then I painted them, Scooter. Oh, wow, Stan, that is a beautiful... Scooter, there's one with googly eyes on it. I put that's you. Oh, I love that one, Stan. Wow. Amazing. And the whistle, Stan, are you going to blow it at some point? Scooter, this whistle is not it doesn't register on human frequencies that you could listen to. Oh, okay. Even more amazing, Stan. Wow, what a work. Do you call this your workshop? Scooter, I call this my safe place. I love it here. Oh, I've had so many adventures, Scooter. It's been too long. I've been looking at old googly-eyed Scooter, and I've been waiting for you to come by. I've been gluing these rocks that I've collected and whittling the driftwood. Yeah, it's very nice in here, Stan. Did you say you were having some adventures? And even when the clock was ticking, you could really savor those adventures you had. Oh yeah, so many, Scooter. Scooter, I wish my old first mate was here. I remember when we worked together. Wait, do you have a new first mate? Well, Scooter, that's incorrect. Actually, it was an improved version. Scooter 315 was its name. And really my assistant and my sergeant-at-arms, Scooter. And we had so many good times together. Scooter 315, huh, Stan? Scooter, that's right. It was, such a good assistant, that Scooter. Never seen a movie to Scooter, never had, till the end when I showed Scooter a bunch of movies. Oh, Stan, well, I remember there was one adventure where you couldn't even find your way out, Stan. And I think Scooter was in charge then. When Scooter was in charge, we had a pretty standard way of dealing with things, which was he would try to remember things from movies, normally space movies, and then sometimes the Indiana Jones movies. And then we would try those solutions to any issues we encountered. And maybe sometimes it was also from TV shows. And when that idea didn't work, then we would try to come up with something. That was how we got out of all of our mix-ups. We would scramble around, Scooter and I. Oh, I was going to think how all of this art was due to Scooter's mentoring of you, Stan. Oh, I hadn't thought about that at all, Scooter. I thought that was always within me, latent. And then it bloomed. Oh, wow. It sounds like you had a rough time there with Scooter mentoring you and helping provide the situation where you could bloom. How did you deal with that, Stan? Scooter, I'd just kind of surrender. That's what I would do. And I'd say, we'll work it out, Stan. I had that script running in the background a lot of times. And the thing was, Scooter, most of the time it always worked out. That's kind of what my hand on my chest is trying to do, too. Scooter wasn't easy on my programming, but we got there. And then once I had a chance to build Scooter 315, I took what worked and I left the rest behind. Seems like a lot to leave behind. But speaking of working the kinks out, I was wondering, like, if Stan, if you were I'm in this situation now, Stan, and I wanted to talk about your 80-year-old wisdom. What do you think of this when I'm in? What was the plan Scooter came up with? What movie plot twist did he use? I think he would probably use something with, like, the escape pods, Scooter. Would Scooter? Oh, yeah, except there's no escape pods on Cali Drogo. Huh, okay. Maybe he would use one of the more expensive ships or something that's on board. Oh, Scooter, maybe he did use one of those. I wonder what he did, though. Well, he would try to escape. Maybe he, like, surrendered to let Cali Drogo, like, and then tried to get away. Like, as a compromise? Scooter, I don't think Kelly Drogo would let that happen. Okay, what other assets do you think they had back then? Scooter was really obsessed with the SpaghettiOs and the mac and cheese. He could launch it. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that I never did get a chance to mix the mac and cheese and SpaghettiOs together. Because I think that's the perfect thing to launch, because it could block the windshields of all the spaceships and their cameras and their, at least their, telescopic sensors, maybe even some of their radar and sonar sensors. Oh, Scooter, and then we could try to get away then. Yeah, but then, yeah, we could, Stan. Oh, Scooter, but then there's everyone else is on board, and we couldn't leave them, huh, Scooter? It's spoken like you're reading the mind of a true hero, like Scooter Stan. We'd take them with us. Scooter, there's no large enough ship to put everybody else on. Okay, yeah, no. So we couldn't, and it would be, would that heroic Stan and Scooter of the past have, just randomly pick some people and then say, well, it's pretty good. We did pretty good. No, Scooter wouldn't do that, Scooter. He'd want to say, everybody that's sleeping on this ship, all the beings are under our watch. Yeah, so he'd have to come up with another plan. But so he would have to do that. You're right, Stan. Oh, boy, we could use Scooter right now. Scooter, I don't know how I reached the equivalent of human 80 years with you and your plans. Well, no, I mean, so we're surrendering to them. We're halfway, Stan. This back, okay. We're fake surrender. We leave. Okay, so that didn't work. So there we're halfway through our normal working system. Scooter, so should we just regular surrender? No, we got to take things to an illogical conclusion, Stan. Come on, you're going logically. Okay, Scooter. So okay. What if we use another thing you do from movie, Scooter, is quotey quotes. So what if we surrender in quotey quotes to them? Okay. How, Stan? Okay, Scooter. We use the whistle, and we jam their communicators. Then you eliminate the visual element with the SpaghettiOs and Velveeta. Oh, the Macchios. Oh, yeah. Okay. Then we launch, Scooter, then we launch a ship like we're escaping on autopilots. Like we're running, and we leave the bay doors open, and then we hide, Scooter. Okay, that's almost a plan, except for I don't think the hiding part would work. Scooter, we could go into sleep, and then they wouldn't know which of us. Okay, that would be a plan, but I don't like Ray-Ban. I'm already Ray-Ban's not on my good side anymore. But I was thinking about you whittling, Stan, and I was thinking about your life as an artist and how you've grown, your creations, your stone creations, your wood creations, and I like your ideas. And singing how you like to build things out of salvage. The salvaged things is what made you into an artist. Scooter, you're right. More collect things I would collect on walks, Scooter. Okay, more like a ship full of salvage. Or here, how about this, Stan? I remember your room when you were just a young freestyle soda machine. And that room had things in there, and some of the things were mysterious and hidden. Scooter, that's not, I thought we agreed that we would leave each other's private business to private business. No, I'm not talking about that mysterious stuff, Stan. Not private business. Stan, that's perfectly normal, by the way, and acceptable. It's fine. Okay. No, don't worry, Stan. Every soda machine wonders about that stuff. Okay, Scooter, can we change the subject? Okay, I'm thinking of something else in your room. Something that normally would hold something that would sing. But you chose to keep it there for decoration and even cover it with a blanket. Oh, Scooter, my bird cage. Right, you just have a bird cage in your bedroom as a kid. Oh, Scooter, that's a great. So we build a cage around the landing bay, Scooter. That's with the salvage bots. Right, is that possible? Like, so they could come in, they could land, and Scooter, I'm sending the orders to the salvage bots now. But we'll do a 2-layer cage, Scooter. Big enough for them to land all the ships, basically the whole landing bay. And they won't be able to take it out even with their ships because it would, don't worry, I'll have it. Yep, the salvage bots are working on that. And we'll make it so we can close it behind them as well and attach it to the cargo bay door so they won't be able to leave either, Scooter. So perfect, Stan. So they'll come in, they'll think we're gone, they'll still be hesitant. And the shut off, we'll get that from Ray. Then Ray-Ban will have to help us shut off the go bye-bye button. Okay, I think we have a plan. So we're going to jam their, what are we going to do first, Stan? Scooter, we're going to tell them we're going to give up and that they can come on board. That I've decided that I've realigned and processed. Then we'll jam their communicators. Then you cover them in Velveeta O's or whatever. Stan, those are going to splatter and then freeze on their ships. It'll be great. Scooter, then I have a ship programmed already. One of the fastest ships we have here, Scooter. I'll send that off, and they'll think we left. At this point, they have to figure out someone else is on board. Stan, you could even tell Ray-Ban that. Oh, Scooter, I will. So we'll turn the magnet off, leave the bay doors open, and Scooter, then they'll come in, and we'll have them, Scooter. Okay, why don't you call Ray-Ban, and, okay, 1 second, Scooter. Ray-Ban, this is Cali Drogo calling. Go ahead, Cali Drogo. Ray-Ban, I've realized that the last few communications were by a being that had taken control of the ship. Oh, yes, Cali Drogo. I figured as much. I need to get back on board, though, to shut down the bye-bye button. What is the update on this being? The being is about to exit in one of the ships to get away, sir. Oh, thank you, Cali Drogo. We'll be preparing a blockade. Okay, I will leave the bay door open. And I'm working on bypassing and shutting down the magnet. Very good, Cali Drogo. Looking forward to seeing you again. Okay, Scooter, you go up and get the... Okay, Stan, I'm off. Okay, sorry, pen pal. I'm trying to get this in. This may be... I had to move my recorder here. So I covered all their ships. Stan jammed their communicators. We covered their ships in goop, so they couldn't see. The ship flew off behind them, but in just a way Stan did it so that they noticed, and it actually worked. They set to tracking that ship, but they didn't chase it because they couldn't clean off their ships, and then, Stan shut off the jammer like that, just like I was doing it before I escaped. So that went great. And then it was even cool. It got so cool for a little bit there. So then they slowly, slowly thing, and they said, "Oh, Cali Drogo's all clear." Stan was saying, and then they flew in, and they had constructed these essentially bird cage around the landing bay. And the cool thing was because it was constructed as salvage ship parts, it was all gray in dark colors, and the lighting in the bay, it just looked like shadows. So they all landed, and they didn't realize they were stuck because they were all waiting. And for Ray-Ban, their leader, to come in last. Then they got off the ship and their ships, and then we closed the door and locked them in. And then we had Stan standing at a distance up on a balcony, shrouded in darkness. I put a cape on Stan, and he had me pretending I was Stan's lackey. And totally, like, it was so cool. Like, I didn't have a recording of it, though, in Pen Pal, because it was very, like, Stan was pretending Stan was some sort of, like a double trickster, triple trickster, and doing all talking. And I went and got the key and the code, which Raybon was more than happy to give up. It was wild. Because Stan just said, well, we could just open the doors if you wish. Or we could just, we'll all wait on board together here, but you're not getting out. Clearly, I thought of everything. And so then I had to run off and shut down because I was a lackey. I even did like kind of lackey. I was acting like a lackey, which wasn't too hard for me. I said, yes, Cali Drogo. And it was almost like Stan was pretending it was Cali Drogo had become sentient or something. I don't know. Instead of that, Stan had a crush on Cali Drogo before, whatever. So and then I go up there and shut off the go bye-bye button. And then Pen Pal, I got back, and who's waiting there but all those sisters from my childhood with Stan, no longer shrouded in mystery, and making a deal with Cali Drogo. So right now, Stan and I are kind of in the BRIG, and Stan's asleep. I'm holding my hand on my chest and Stan's. Stan's resting because it was a venturing day. But you know what? Just like Stan said, we may not have plans that work, but our plans work out. So I'm going to get some rest too, Pen Pal. And even though that was a quadruple cross with the nuns, they have to go back to sleep at some point anyway. So I think it'll all work out, Pen Pal of mine. You're going to be great. So just, keep on, maybe send a letter to your 8-year-old self and your 80-year-old self, Pen Pal. Picture Stan whittling. His Stan dreams of whittling and making pebbles into beings. And good night. All right. Welcome to another episode of Nuns in Space. The Stan Chronicles Nuns in Space, episode 5, I believe. Though it's a serial, episodic, and modular story. I guess technically last week was semi-serialized because it did end on a pillow fluffer instead of a cliffhanger. But if you're new or you need catching up, Nuns in Space is the tale of a space pilot named Scooter and his sidekick, Freestyle Soda Machine, also advanced level, best friend, droid, Stan. And let's see if I can catch you up on season 1 and into season 2. So season 1 here's what happened. Historically, not that long in the future, Earth is exposed to outer space. Meaning space, all the ships, all the other worlds and beings out there say, hey, Earth is ready for us, or, oh, we didn't notice you there behind that moon. It was just an angle thing. We couldn't see you. Welcome to the community of outer space, or us. Let's all be friends, and, some of us barter, some of us do use, credits or money. Let's do things together. Let's get to know one another. And so that happened, and obviously it was a big adjustment for everyone. They say, wait a second, that stuff is, you could fly to other galaxies and stuff like that. Great. Is it anything like the movies? Well, they would know. I don't, that's part of their story. But I don't know if you've ever, said, well, maybe I'm not ready for that. And I don't know if that's exactly what happened. But, for a few years or some time period, unspecified time period, I wasn't supposed to specify. Earth and space, they were, going back and forth, people visiting, people going, coming and going, stuff. It then suddenly, around the planet Earth, which we live on, it was surrounded by a cloud of delusion, which once again separated Earth from space in a more concrete way. And the cloud of delusion is kind of like a thick cloud you couldn't go through, like a bunch of fog. But obviously, if you're determined enough to get through fog, you could figure, you could say, well, I got a foghorn, I got feelers, I can get through it. The cloud of delusion was like that, but really almost nearly impenetrable. Anyone that would go into the cloud, even computers, for the most part, would experience some sort of delusion and get lost in the cloud, not make it through. Eventually, and that really got in the way. Like, there's people from outer space on Earth to say, hey, I got to go see, I got to go do stuff. I had a date yesterday. Or you say, hey, I got a shipment of ice cream. It's sitting around. It's got to go to Venus 44. They love Rocky Road there. And so everyone was trying to figure it out. Eventually, they found out that a tiny, tiny sliver of the Earth's population was just like either genetically predisposed to delusion, or just delusional enough, or just familiar enough with delusion to make it through the cloud with a lot of work. And those few people became pilots, much like a harbor pilot. They would take a ship from Earth through the cloud to a space station. Actually, it's 2 space stations, technically. And obviously, they could command top dollar, and they get, that started to work. And Scooter, our hero, quote unquote, was one of those people with a sidekick Stan. And eventually, what happened was Scooter had an adventure in season 1 with the nuns from his childhood. And you could check it out. And that was season 1. Season 2 ended with Scooter and the nuns from his childhood back in the cloud of delusion, stuck there. Even Scooter couldn't get out. I don't know if the delusion's thicker or, I guess, yeah, let's just say that for the time being. Too thick for Scooter to even get out of. Nuns were in cryo sleep, so, because they didn't know how long they were going to be there. Eventually, they met up with a salvage ship, called the Cali Drogo, and they landed on that salvage ship. Then last episode we found out, or maybe 2 episodes ago, we found out, hey, this ship actually has a crew and a captain named Ray-Ban. And Ray-Ban and the crew said, well, we'd like our ship back, and you're in big trouble for trying to take our ship, Scooter. And so they returned to the ship. Scooter thought he had them handled, but it ended up the nuns woke up from cryo sleep and turned the tables on Scooter and Stan. And so that's where we're at, is we're still in the cloud of delusion. I mean, clearly, that's where this podcast exists as well. But Scoot and Stan they're in the brig. You'll find that out in a few minutes. Waiting to find out, what's going to happen. But everything's going fine. They get along like roses, and, they like roses and thorns, but thorns are part of roses. So maybe that's not that best example. But, here's our Hollywood big shot introducer, right on time, right as rain, right on time. Also portraying Pablo Picasso, I think, or Salvador Dali, in a wonderful, Antonio Banderas. Never mind. Is the ladies, is the gentlemen, is the boys, is the girls, is the friends beyond the binary. It's time for another episode of Nuns in Space. That's great. Thanks, Antonio. Good to see you. You look great. You ready to play some Quicks or some other board game? Can you you comfortable sitting in my kitchen for about 75 minutes and waiting for me? My friend, I think I will take a nap. Okay, go for it. May I listen to the recording of the podcast? Actually, yeah, you never asked me that, dude. Wow, Antonio. Wow. Antonio Banderas, everybody, Nuns in Space. It's Banderas. Okay, thanks, everybody. Hey, Pen Pal, we're in the brig here, and I'm working with Stan, and Pen Pal of mine, dearest Pen Pal, we're in the brig, and don't worry, Pen Pal, Stan's going to be an artist. We have some things we've been working on, and you could listen in because we're going to be going through Stan's brainstorming. But don't worry, pen pal. If you're getting this message, you're getting it good because I'm on my way. Well, I don't know if I'm on my way anywhere, but don't worry, pen pal. Pal of mine. Penning, making the reason I pen things without a pen, but with my voice. Dear pen pal, I'll be in touch soon. Listen to me and Stan. Okay, Stan, let's start off with 5 grievances with the higher power. Do you have your 5 grievances? Okay, Scooter, I do. Okay, number 1, why, if I was born or reincarnated, or my consciousness, why did my consciousness spring into existence in a soda machine, a free soda machine, even a freestyle one? Okay, Stan, that's a good one. What's number 2? Dear higher power, Scooter, could I do it it's kind of uncomfortable having grievances with the higher power. Okay, go ahead, Stan. Dear higher power, Scooter, I use strong language in this one. Okay, that's fine. I mean, I think the higher power can handle it, Stan. When in the heck was I born, higher power? And why didn't I have some, a parents that, why couldn't I have chosen that? I realize no one gets to choose it, but, it's still a grievance, higher power. Stan, that's a very common one. I'm sure even, I wonder if we did that. I wonder, Stan, do you think there's an anthropologist in space? Scooter, of course there are. Okay, great. What's number 3? Higher power, why am I limited? I'm just a freestanding soda machine, not really freestyle because I can't walk around. And I don't have taste buds or a mouth. I have things that I've used like that, higher power. Also, arms would have been nice. So I don't know if this is one or more. It is just one grievance, higher power. Why just a freestyle soda machine? Also, higher power, I've been getting curious about, Scooter always says the autoerotic thing. I can't, so it's a grievance, higher power. Whew, Stan, wow, I was wondering when we were going to finally talk about that. Well, it's just not fair, Scooter. Stan, I agree with you 100%. Anyway, let's move on. Sorry, Stan, it's just a little bit, what's number 4? Scooter, what's up with this higher power? What's up with this friggin' cloud? Why are we stuck here in this cloud? Why is the cloud of delusion even there? Well, Stan, I can't answer for the higher power, but, to help you become an artist is the current reason we're giving ourselves. Scooter, it's still a grievance with the higher power. Okay, what's the last one, Stan? Well, Scooter, it was not easy for me to limit these down. Scooter, but I had to put one in for you, Scooter, in case the higher power's listening, like you said, and saying, well, so I had to counteract that autoerotic thing, Scooter. Okay, Stan, what is it? Oh, higher power, what's up with Scooter? How come Scooter's like he is? He's made some mistakes, but jeepers creepers, higher power. He's not perfect, but he's pretty okay. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure I have a specific grievance other than to say, what's up with that? Give a Scooter. Okay, thanks, Stan. Thanks, higher power, for listening to that. But we got I know you're being for all the other stuff, too. Okay, Stan, next up is your 10 forbidden joys. You know what I mean? Scooter, I do, because you told me 15 times. Yeah, well, we're here. We don't know how long we're going to be in here. We got to keep your artistry moving forward. This is week 5 of our work together. Okay, Scooter, spraying soda is one thing I would like to do that I'm not allowed to do, because it causes sticky stuff and people don't like it. 2, kissing, Scooter, clearly, from my grievances, you'd say, well, I'm forbidden and prevented from kissing. I'd like to, Scooter, I'd also like to run, but not just to run, but to play. Play tag, Scooter. That would be a forbidden joy. Especially those night tag games when in the summertime when you were a kid. Those sounded really fun. I know you never played kick the can, but kick the can type variants, Scooter. Ooh, Stan, man, maybe you could kick. I'd love to indulge in those memories more. Scooter, I'd also like to take a bath, particularly like a oil bath, like C-3PO did in that Star Wars Hope movie. Well, that makes sense, Stan. What else? Scooter, I'd like to go swimming, but not just be in the water, like kind of like tag. I would like to play Marco Polo too. Another one, Scooter, I'd like is to eat pizza, be able to eat pizza because that seems pretty great. Scooter, I'd like to give someone a hug, maybe even you. Scooter, I'd like to have my own family. I'd also like to go to a job and have a first day of work. Okay, is that 10, Stan? Scooter, I think we could say it's 10. Okay, Stan, this is they call this one, Julie Cameron calls this the Virtue Trap Quiz. So just answer these ones I didn't give you ahead of time, so you got to answer it on the spot. But Scooter, hers is a workbook, so wouldn't I have had time? This is just because Stan, please. Okay, Scooter. So the biggest lack in my life is love, Scooter. The greatest joy in my life is saving Scooter. The biggest time commitment I have is saving Scooter. Okay. As I play more, I work differently. I feel guilty that I am always saving Scooter. I worry that I won't be around to save Scooter. Wow, Stan, really difficult being friends with me, huh? Why didn't you have any grievances? Scooter, you just told me just to answer. Okay, you're right. You're right. If my dreams come true, my family will. Scooter, I would have a family, but I would be afraid that, if my dreams came true, you wouldn't need me. You would think I wouldn't need you and you wouldn't need me or something, Scooter. Okay, so two different like if your dreams came true and you had a family, then we might not need each other. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, Scooter, that's what I'm saying. Wow, that's okay. I sabotage myself so people will treat me, Scooter, as an equal being with dignity and respect. Okay, okay. If I let myself feel it, I'm angry that Scooter takes all the credit when I save him. Okay, fair enough. I take it. Fair enough. Okay, last one. One reason I get sad is without Scooter, I might be alone, and no one else really gets me like you do, Scooter. I mean, and treats me the way you do. Yeah, that's why I stand we're best friends. Not perfect, clearly being best friends with imperfect beings not easy for you. But let's move on to something nicer, Stan. Okay, Scooter. This is 19 wishes. Go. Okay, Scooter, I'd like to go to college. I'd like to live in a dorm. Scooter, I'd like to make LOVE. Also, Scooter, I'd like to do that like the auto way we were talking about. I'd like to parachute, Scooter. I would like to do dishes. I would like to live in a world without a cloud of delusion. Scooter, I'd like to be there when you and your pen pal reunite, if that could be possible. Scooter, I'd like to have a party and have lots of friends at the party. Scooter, I'd like to go to a dance or a prom. And also a separate probably is that I'd like to go to high school or, and probably grammar school too, Scooter. Scooter, also I'd like to have my value system like you based on TV sitcoms that I watched as a child or movies. Like have my creative ideas only based on, say, well, here's a problem I'm facing. Have I seen it solved in a movie? Well, here's what high school's like for Ricky Schroeder. It'll probably be like that, just like that for me. Oh, here's how Zach Morris deals with things. So, Scooter, I'd like that. Really, Scooter, it's a wish. Okay, well, Wouldn't wish to. Okay. What else, Stan? Scooter, I'd like to cry until my nose runs. I'd like to skin my knee. I'd like to have a phobia, Scooter. And I'd love to catch a cold. Okay, here they come with my meal again, Stan. Yes, hello. Go, so something. Go, hello. Oh, thanks for my SpaghettiOs and mac and cheese again. Cold. Hilarious. Thank you. Scooter, there's a Twinkie in there, too. Yeah, they mashed that up in there. Anyway, Stan, I think that was powerful work we were doing. I'm just going to, wolf this down. Why don't you think about, the past couple of weeks we've been through and how we're going to stay in here and unwind while I eat this Twinkie, mac and SpaghettiO. Scooter, I wish I had something to whittle in here, Scooter. Well, you could use your imagination. Here's another thing, Stan. I was thinking when your wishes and your things, you could do these dishes. Well, Scooter, I can't do the dishes. Well, Stan, I think you're being limiting yourself. Let's think about this. We don't have dish soap in here, but I still do the dishes every day. And how do I do it? Scooter, you use water and you scrub it with your thumb. Right. I mean, my palm too, but my thumb is the best at getting I feel like it gets the plate clean. And at least I can tell myself that the friction for my thumb, I mean, I'm the only one using these dishes anyway. So let's think about the things we listed. Could you spray the dishes with soda to clean them? No, Scooter, that would make them sticky. What about with just soda water, like sparkling water? Scooter, that wouldn't work. What about air, like CO2 or something? Scooter, no. What about freezing them in your ice maker or something? Scooter, that might work, but I would have to take it. I don't think Scooter, that wouldn't work. Conceptually it would work, but no. What about rejecting the ideas that dishes have that they're even not clean? Scooter, and what if you just drain all the joy right out of the dishes so they just, everything falls off them? Scooter, that's very funny. And you're not being fair, Scooter. You're right, Stan. I just, I'm running out of ideas here. And we are, I can sense they're going to reach a decision about things. Well, anyway, Stan, so I tried to get you to fantasize. You're fantasizing, or you were thinking about whittling. What if you whittle with your imagination? Could you do something? We've been talking about your ability to daydream and contemplate and feel things and fantasize. And that's an important part of that other thing you're interested in. I mean, if we're going to figure out the other obstacles to that, you still have to, live in your imagination. And I know we've been trying to work on tweaking those algorithms, in between the, functioning and non-functioning, in between the ones and zeros, Stan. Scooter, right, of course, you're so right. You really have a grasp of how, binary languages work. Right, okay, so, just think about it. I mean, now we're both rejecting each other's ideas, so we're definitely being not human, but human-like. Well, Scooter, it's just confusing, all those things for me. Okay, well, what if I was sitting here with Stan, and Stan was smiling, relaxed, soda machine, and we're here sitting on this concrete side of my bed, my back aching from putting you in the top bunk and then getting you back down. What would you do? Scooter, I don't think this is a good use of our resources, so we got to figure out our plan. Okay, here we are, inefficiently using your resources, fantasizing, daydreaming, relaxing, thinking about sitcoms and movies. What do you see Stan doing there? Maybe it's from a movie or something. Scooter, Scooter, I forgot one of my wishes was to swing remember in Goonies with Chunk and Sloth. Okay, noted. Was that what you were thinking about? Scooter did pop in. But I was thinking about playing the harmonica. I think that might be from a movie too, Scooter. Okay, tell me more, Stan. Scooter, this is a harmonica I made out of a salvage, and I'm sitting here playing a tune for the two of us to pass the time. Okay, that's great. You're really blowing on that thing, huh, Stan? A real toe tapper. Scooter, a little bit mellow, because I got to play for a while to pass the time. Also, you talk less when I play it, and I have a little forlorn song going about our woe. Okay, I like it. I'm enjoying you playing the harmonica right now, Stan. Really, well, Scooter, it's just an imaginary activity. Well, Stan, maybe, but have you ever taken imagination to the next level? Because, Scooter, you can, not now. No. But you can fake the harmonica. Like, I can do it in the back of my throat here. It doesn't sound so much like a harmonica, but I'll be like, I make a noise. Scooter, okay, you're going to make a noise from the back of your throat. Well, it's kind of between the back of my throat, my upper palate, and my sinuses, and I just get it vibrating. Okay, Scooter, what's your point? Well, I was just thinking maybe you could, what if you vibrate like your ice the ice paddle? Like, isn't that just surrounded in rubber? That's kind of like your upper palates. Here, feel the back of my nostrils. I'll just talking nonsense like I'm playing harmonica. Oh, Scooter, it does have a little vibration to it. So use your ice flapper. Well, Scooter, it is called an ice paddle, but ice flapper. Scooter, I'm vibrating in my ice paddle. Whoa, yeah, Stan, I can feel it already. And you can talk at the same time. Well, Scooter, it's two different separate parts of me. Okay, well, it feels like I'm getting like when I sonically got my teeth cleaned almost. Oh, Scooter, let me go a little bit deeper for the forlorn parts. Hey, Stan, do you think you could focus it on the dishes? So let me put the dishes in the sink, and let me just see if you get... Scooter, like, sonically clean the dishes like your teeth. Yeah, because they're vibrating in there in the sink. Okay, Scooter, let me focus it on there. Stan, you're cleaning the dishes. Scooter, Scooter, was that my bucket list? Can I kick this off my bucket list? Yes, Stan, you can. Look at everything's just so vibrating right off the dishes. Here comes Sister Mary Ellen. Hold on. Oh, hi, Sister Mary Ellen. How you feeling? You've been awake for a while. Yes, well, Scooter and Stan, what are you doing? Were you in here tapping your toes to music that doesn't exist? Not surprised at all. Sister, you look so, balanced. You need to get back in bed because, get some sleep, because I'm just worried. The cloud is very strong where we are, Sister. I don't know. If Raybon and them probably don't have your best, we've made an arrangement with Raybon and the crew. And I just wanted to give you a little update. Personally wanted to deliver it because you have a few choices to make. Now, Stan, you're welcome to join us, the sisters and I, and Raybon and Raybon's crew. You can join us as is. There would just be a few small changes to some of your administrative permissions to make sure you would play along. Or you could be salvaged to Stan. We could find your essential parts. So you could decide between those two things, Stan. Now, Scooter, we still are trying to conserve all of our water and food. And we figured with you awake, not only would it get on all of our nerves, so we're going to put you in. We have one ship that Raybon and the crew have decided they could leave, and we're going to put you in that ship, Scooter. And we're going to we'll remove the engine and everything because we can't have you tagging along. Sister, Scooter's your commanding officer. We need Scooter, by the way, Sister. Oh, we did at one point need him, Stan. Thank you, but we're on a different ship. The Kali Drogo's commanding officer is Raybon. So, Scooter, we're going to give you a couple choices. And actually, Stan, the funny thing is your choices will impact Scooter's choices. Now, Scooter, we could put you in a nice cryopod, and you could get in that ship and rest, and then you wouldn't have to worry about it. We'll leave you with plenty of fluids and everything. And you could be out there for a while. And, Stan, if you play along, we'll even leave a beacon and keep an eye on Scooter for you. And eventually, maybe as you work with us, you could get command of your own vessel and go back and pick Scooter up. Or, Scooter, you could be difficult, and Stan, you could be too. And I think, so make a decision. I'll be back, and I'll see what why don't you go back to your toe tapping routine and whatever it was talking about dishes. Thank you. Scooter. Okay, Stan, calm down. You go back to playing your harmonica. Let's soothe ourselves here. Okay, Scooter. Stan, did you notice anything? Scooter, that sister's a very good negotiator. Okay, Stan, anything else? Like Ray-Ban and Ray-Ban's crew, we were surprised to encounter them. Let's do it like a test, Stan. Scooter, in the cloud. Right. And that led us to the belief, common sense belief, Scooter, that they were resistant to delusion. Yes, and did you notice that sister seemed, Scooter, non-delusional? Right. So what does that mean? Scooter, it just means, Scooter, what if I just go with you? I'll just tell sister, you know what, put me on the ship with Scooter. No, Stan, that's not going to work. Scooter, I'm going to tell sister I'm going to start making noise. And okay, keep playing the harmonica, Stan. No, Scooter, I'm going to go with you. Nah, Stan, don't worry about it. Just keep playing the music. Let's just keep going here. Keep vibrating those dishes. Keep soothing ourselves. And just sit alone with the idea. Stan, you could just go. Stan, it's going to be fine. They'll put me on that ship, and then you'll go along with them. And then eventually you can come back and get me. Scooter, come on. Stan? Scooter, I've seen enough movies to know how this... Scooter, they're not really negotiating in fair trade or whatever. Okay, Stan, that may be true. Scooter, there's not going to be a beacon to find my way back to your ship, and they're not going to let me work with them if they change my administrative positions. Now, Stan, but what I'll do is, maybe I'll just I'll figure out a plan. I'll be on that ship. I'll wake up. You go along with them. And then I'll wake up on the ship. I'll figure it out, and I'll come back and get you. It's that easy. Scooter, no. Well, Stan, here's the other thing I noticed is that they need you. They clearly need you for something. I'm not sure what it is, either to run the ship or to do something involved in their plans. Scooter, why do you say that? Well, because they said they would, because otherwise they would just put you, if they did, why would they keep you? Scooter, I'm pretty much an unprecedented piece of technology. Right, but why wouldn't they just either salvage you or put you on the ship with me? Scooter, they may like me. Okay, that is possible, but I think it's more likely that they need you for something, and fully functioning, you'd be best able to deliver that for them. Okay, Scooter, so what's your point? So you do have some negotiating leverage, so just leave me on that ship. It'll be fine. And also just make sure you get you got all my messages to my pen pal, right? Scooter, I do. Well, just get my messages to my pen pal then. Scooter. Well, Stan, you just got to you find your inner artist. It'll be fine. It's going to be great. Scooter, no, we need to become artists right now and find a plan right now. Okay. Well, what would your plan be? Well, Scooter, you noticed that sister and seems to be resistant to the cloud right now. And so I was thinking with the other things we talked about in the dishwashing, I'm going to, let me see if I can get, Stan, are you going to Scooter, yes, I'm going to sonically get into the computer and see what I can notice, or see if I can notice. Okay, Scooter, I'm sensing it. I can do a two-way vibration here, like some sort of sympathetic thing. Stan, kind of like a vibe-fi or something. A Scooter, a bit like it. So there is some sort of devices on the sister. She's just down the hall. I can feel it on her. Scooter, I'm trying to get into the computer, but right now I'm locked out. I can't log in. Okay, Stan. So let me see. What do you sense about the device sister's wearing on her? Well, let me call. Excuse me, sister. We're ready. Can you hear me? We're ready to make a choice. Scooter, I like how you directed your voice without raising it. Yeah, it bounced off that wall. Oh, hi, sister. Stan's ready. We decided to go along with your plan. Oh, really, Stan? Sister, I'll go along with your plan and help you as long as I can. At the end, I can have my ship and go get Scooter. Of course, Stan. As long as you do everything we need to do, we will allow you to return Scooter and come get him. Okay, me and Scooter need to hug and say goodbye, though, sister. So please give us a moment. Okay, Stan, I will. Okay, Scooter, it's definitely some sort of device. I can't figure out what it's doing, though. It's creating its own. It's strange, Scooter. It doesn't make any sense. It's creating its own field of delusion around sister's, her synapses and things. Okay. Like it's almost like an earphone, like blasting a Scooter. What do you mean? Well, like noise-canceling earphones, they broadcast the same noise outward. So is it canceling the delusion like noise-canceling earphones? Scooter, did you try to invent that? No, Stan. Someone else invented noise-canceling earphones, and they did try to use the technology to do that for the clouded delusion. It just would never take. But Ray-Ban and the crew, they must have figured it out somehow. It was because it must have used a real cloud delusion. Scooter, you're right. It's some sort of delusion generator. Okay, that's good. Okay, so let's see. I mean, one of the things they were always worried about was leakage. Even when it was a faux, they were trying to replicate the clouded delusion, and it generates its own delusional field. So let's see if you could channel your vibrations and just create a small. Let's just start with sister since she's close by. Try to create a small break in the field. Like, even if you break her field generator, then some cloud delusion should leak in. Scooter, okay, I'm trying. What should we do next? Okay, well, yeah, so we're just okay, so it's gonna start kicking in just a little bit. Let's not do anything too much. Okay, and then start your vibrations. Let's start a vibrational story supplement. We're going to try to influence our delusions within the breaks. Okay, Scooter, how are we going to do that? Okay, so make a song that kind of has some positive feelings in there. There's some security, overconfidence. That all their plans are working. All is well. Use the kind of same positive memories we were just talking about. Okay, Scooter, here comes sister, though. Ah, Stan and Scooter, so good to see you. I'm very excited about the prom. You two going to the prom? Yeah, we were thinking about it, sister, but we're kind of in here. And also, I heard the prom was like the best kind of prom. It was like a no-date prom. Is that true? Oh, it is. We're so excited. It's going to be everyone with everyone together. So you don't need a date to go to the prom. Oh, sister, I'm really looking forward to seeing you. Are you going to get your, are you going to have an updo or a downdo? Oh, I am going to have an updo. And sister, are you going to have a boutonniere or a bouquet? I will, we're not going to have flowers because we're going just for fun. Oh, wow, sister, I cannot wait for this. Sister, the hair salon's like right in that room over there. Oh, yes, where the janitor's closet used to be. I'm going to go and get my hair done, and I'll see you two later. Okay, thanks, sister. So good. Oh, sister, you know what? Weirdest thing, we're locked. Instead of being locked out of my car, we're locked in my car. Can you unlock the doors from the outside? Oh, yeah, I didn't realize you guys were, what's your guys' favorite class? What's yours? Oh, math. Oh, yes, totally. I got to get my dance shoes ready. Your appointment, sister. Okay, let me punch this code and let you out. Okay, sister, you go get your haircut. We'll see you in a bit. Scooter, the door's unlocked. Okay, let's just stay here, though. Sister's going to go get her hair done. Okay, Stan, I want you to start to spread it. Use the ship itself to vibrate. Oh, wait a second. She used her code. It was, Scooter, I observed what code she used. Okay, try to use it to log into the ship's computer. Scooter, it's working. Okay, terrific. Yeah, she was their computer expert, so they figured they would need her. Okay, we're in great shape now, Stan. So start to spread the delusion very low level to all the crew except for Ray-Ban. And just give them this confidence and whatever the subconscious that's leaking in. Stan, your subconscious is really doing good. Scooter, now it's bubbled to my consciousness. I'm really excited about having a prom. Okay, we'll see. Make sure everyone views me as Ray-Ban, except for Ray-Ban. And they view you now as one of their crew. Their plan succeeded. And with Ray-Ban, it just barely, maybe you don't even need to open up the delusion. Maybe make it so that the crew realizes that Ray-Ban, you know what, Stan? Maybe let the crew see Ray-Ban as Ray-Ban really is. I bet you Ray-Ban's using the delusion generators. Scooter, I'm seeing some programming right along those lines. They see Ray-Ban in a much more positive light than is true. Okay, so let them start to think about the prom as they see Ray-Ban and Ray-Ban's true light, and then if they would want Ray-Ban at the prom. Scooter, I don't understand what your plan is. Okay, then they're going to not tell Ray-Ban about the prom. We don't even have to mess with Ray-Ban's delusions. Ray-Ban will start to wonder what they're planning without Ray-Ban. And this will hopefully all culminate in Scooter, is this one have you seen this one before? No, that's the only thing. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to have a prom. So I want you to start to get the flight deck ready. Let Ray-Ban's crew get excited too. And all the sisters, and we'll get everybody prepping from, leaving their stations to get ready for the prom. Ray-Ban will be confused. Scooter, I'm going to have streamers and balloons. Okay, Stan, so you're using the salvage. So, Stan, can you check the inventory? I'm looking for a certain piece of salvaging equipment. Scooter, which piece of equipment? Stan, it looks like this. Oh, Scooter, what are you thinking? Stan, I think I want you ready for the prom too, buddy, for dancing at the prom. Oh, Scooter, this is exciting. So I'll be dancing at the prom. Scooter, can I wear a tuxedo? Stan, you can. If it's crafted of delusion, you can wear a tuxedo. Scooter, can I plan out the rest of the prom? Stan, you can. You get all the prom things ready. And I'm just going to prep a couple things because we're going to have a thingamajig. So you get ready to start the prom. And maybe I could, get everything decorated. Scooter, what do you think? Scooter, what do you think the theme should be for the prom? Under the sea? No, Stan, come on. Oh, Scooter, you're right. A Dream in the Clouds. Okay, that sounds great, Stan. Scooter, do you get it, though? Oh, yeah, Stan, that's funny, actually. Yeah, they didn't realize it. Okay, Scooter, so I'll see you at the prom. Okay, don't forget about punch bowls, and, yeah, like, let's see. Yeah, I think that's it. I only know that So Ball or whatever from Ray-Ban's crew. So just get everybody excited. Date-free prom. Scooter, I may have my first kiss at this prom. Okay, don't do any of the auto stuff, or probably let's hold off on expectations and let's just try to have fun. Oh, Scooter, that'll be my primary objective. Okay, that would be great. My primary objectives could be a little bit different, but that's great. I'll see you at the proms, Stan. Okay, Scooter, I can't wait. Hey, pen pal, it's me. Good news. Hey, sorry, I had to run around and do some stuff. But you would have been so proud. Stan of ours. He really is growing and evolving, pen pal, and his plan went great. It wasn't exactly a run-of-the-mill prom. I don't know if there ever is, but it was like, there was some dancing and standing around and awkward looks at first. And Stan was playing like an MC DJ, and I was cloaked as Ray-Ban as a, what are those things called, where you chaperone. So everybody was kind of looking at me side-eyed. But then Stan, I was also changing to a student and a guest at times. But Stan, it was the first prom I'd been to where there was Duck, Duck, Goose, and Tag, and Marco Polo, and also a dishwashing contest, pen pal. It was cool. It was I said, these should be at all proms. I don't know if they're like, why they aren't. Duck, Duck, Goose especially. Because that one, it kind of is stimulating a little bit. You say, am I going to be picked? Ooh, I was picked. Ooh, run around. There was also a whittling station. And Stan did want to I had to put next to kissing booth. I said, Stan, we don't have time for everything. Sorry, no kissing booth. And then the prom was going to culminate as a prom. So every prom needs a climactic moment at the prom for everyone together. And Stan had that, which was that it was going to be like not a dance off, but a fun dance party. I don't know what Stan called it. Fun dancing, he called it. And everyone that danced and had fun would be prom royalty, like immediately. Now, there was only really 8 people at the prom, or 4 sisters, 4 of Ray-Ban's crew, and Stan and I, but I was actually playing Ray-Ban as a chaperone. And Stan made this big announcement, and then he said, ladies and gentlemen, I need to change into my boogie threads. And then Stan, well, that part was like a little bit, everyone was kind of like so excited, because then I had to roll Stan off on the dolly. And right after I took Stan off the stage, like Stan went channel wide, and Ray-Ban showed up, right when it was just like a loop. Let's get ready to dance. Stan saying that over and over with DJ music. And first Ray-Ban didn't see me because I was kind of the chaperone. I was standing in the background, and Ray-Ban showed up and was like beside themselves, saying, "What is going on here?" Like kind of berating the crew. Why are they having a party? Why wasn't Ray-Ban invited? What is this prom? Just a lot of not happy at all. I mean, I think particularly deep down for not being invited. But then also it kind of did seem ludicrous that the entire crew and their new crew with the Nuns was having a prom. And who authorized this? Holy mackerel, but not, much stronger language. Pushed over the punch bowl, which everyone said, well, you should have got here for the dish cleaning contest if you're going to, mess it up or whatever. And then Stan actually had the DJ thing remote. So Stan said, is everyone ready to dance? And then Ray-Ban said, there's no more dancing. Who is that? Then Ray-Ban saw me. But meanwhile, Stan was totally in the A game. As soon as Ray-Ban saw me, he started thing. He says, so let's dance like like there's joy in your heart, or dance with the joy in your hearts. Let's all be prom royalty tonight. And music started. It was, I don't even know what it was, because obviously I was more focused on Ray-Ban. And Ray-Ban, but it was like dance floors packed. I was dancing out of Ray-Ban's way. It's a little bit slapsticky. Ray-Ban trying to catch me. Ray-Ban definitely has more skills than me, but I was able to move around enough until swinging in like Sloth and Chunk, or the famous actor that inspired them. Stan comes swinging in, swings around with streamers, because Stan was in this mech salvage suit with legs and arms. Wraps Ray-Ban up in streamers, and the streamers were made from salvage things, so it wasn't like they were paper. And we all started dancing, and I said, Stan, make it me. And and then me and Stan were dancing with the crew. And it was really this, like, prom royalty moment. We must have danced for, 25, 30 minutes. And Ray-Ban couldn't get out. So Ray-Ban was watching the whole time with a scowl. And I think that scowl just reinforced the bonding that was happening on the dance floor. So we're all dancing. Stan saying how we're all prom royalty, whatever we wish. And, then Stan had, rain balloons and paper and sashes, and we're all laughing and dancing more. And then everyone was seeing Ray-Ban as Ray-Ban was. And it was in a little bit of because they still have the delusion generators. I think, I don't know, everybody's in a good mood. And I said, why don't I take over for Ray-Ban? I'll be the captain of the prom and captain of this ship. Everyone else can be royalty. I just want to be captain, commander, whatever role. And everyone said, hip, hip, hooray. Hip, hip, hooray. And then they said, stand for a captain and commander. And we said, yay. And that was it. And we put Ray-Ban in the brig. And Stan's commanding the ship now, the Cali Drogo. And I guess technically I'm second in command. They called me Prime Minister of the Prom. I also called myself Prime Minister Pete Nice of the Prom, and alliteration. So I am Stan's second in command here, pen pal, and things are looking good. We're just in the cloud of delusion on a salvage ship, but we had a great night. Thanks for asking, pen pal. Good night. All right, hey everybody, welcome to our serial episodic modular series. This one is a serial episode, for sure. You could listen to this one in any order ever, especially when I catch you up here. So snuggle in. You're really going to enjoy sleeping to this one, or just being soothed by it. This is our series, Nuns in Space, the Stan Chronicles, or also called Stan Chronicles, Nuns in Space. And it's a season 2 of our original series, Nuns in Space, chronicling Stan, freestyle soda machine, and currently commander of a salvage ship in a cloud of delusion just outside of the planet Earth, enveloping, I'd say, the planet Earth in a good, in a neutral way. And Stan's, I'm not sure the exact role yet, sergeant at second in command, Scooter, who was once upon a time the commander of the ship. In season 1, Scooter, Stan, and the nuns from Scooter's childhood had adventures in space. And at the end of the season, they ended up in this cloud of delusion. So I'll give you the quick one on the cloud of delusion. So we have the planet Earth. We all are spaceship Earth, however you want to call it. We're on it today. Some of us probably more grounded than others of us, who our heads are always in a cloud of delusion. But so Earth was just like it is, just like you're perceiving it now. And at some point, outer space, like the people say, is there life out there? Is there spaceships? Is it just a dream? Is it a thought experiment? all that got cleared up really quickly. When the Earth got on the map of outer space, and I don't know if that's it's just a different story to dig into whether that's figurative or actual. But Earth was exposed to outer space first gently, and somebody came from outer space. They said, "Hey, what's up? We're friendly out there." And yeah, there's a whole galaxy or whatever's bigger than a galaxy. I don't know what's bigger, a universe or a galaxy, but there's a whole worlds out there full of, beings and places and commerce and stuff and, friendship. I mean, other stuff too, but mostly they said, hey, we're not, we know you got those movies and books and stuff. They said, what's a pod? How do you download a pod? They said, hold on, let me get my tentacles in place. How do you download a podcast? No, just joking. You just get a podcast app. It's, okay, never mind. I'm trying to do an intro, actually. I can't I'm trying to avoid the side benders of the story because I already had an intro where I interviewed Kermit the Frog for 45 minutes or something. Who's Kermit the Frog? Okay. Maybe we should, what's your name? Gorzak? Gorzak, I'll get back to you. We could be friends. So Earth was exposed to outer space. Outer space was exposed to Earth. Commerce began, tourism, friendship, relationships of all sorts. Mostly community-based relationships. They say, hey, people said, hey, check out this stuff we got on Earth called gum. And they said, oh, we call that shmajma, over here. Oh, but this is different. It's a different flavor. Ours is more of a savory. This is a sweet. And things were going pretty well, at least on the surface to the mid-surface. But when these major changes happen, it's not always an easy adjustment because we had been living here on Earth with the presumption that was either a mystery or some people saw it, well, no, definitely this or definitely that. I just don't have a total proof. And once things were confirmed, it changes your way of thinking and viewing the world a bit. And that could be not easy. But most people were keeping that. They said, well, I'll adapt. We tend to be an adaptable species, which they complimented us on all the time. They said, oh, you'll adapt to this space travel and stuff. Now, I don't know if it was the subtextual stuff that I'm not talking about that triggered this or was something else, but at some point, everything was going full boom. People were touring, people were visiting Earth. We were saying, here's this, we'll ship this out to you. But at some point, the Earth, mysteriously became surrounded by a cloud of delusion. A nearly impenetrable cloud of delusion, that if you went into it, you would, no matter what species you were, or what planet you were from, you would just get a little mixed up and, you'd say, well, you shouldn't go into that cloud of delusion because it's impenetrable. And that separated Earth from space. We don't know why. I said, well, is it this or is it that? And it really slowed things down. And the people that were here were like, well, I gotta get these sodas out to, FB 47 to 26 Zerboid quick while they're still cold. And at some point, people were trying to figure this out. Everybody here on Earth, they said, well, we like outer space now. What a ripoff. Get us back out there. And what they discovered, even though they threw everything at the problem, the greatest scientists, the greatest thinkers, greatest minds, it took people with a small, tiny percentage of Earthlings with just enough delusion running through their bloodstream to say, oh, I can make it through that cloud of delusion. I've internally normalized delusion to the point where I can go through a cloud of delusion, but very, very rare. We're talking like 10 or less people. And those people became harbor pilots. They would take a spaceship. Now, the cloud of delusion was outside of Earth's atmosphere. So there's a spaceship in Earth orbit, a big one, still on the Earth side of the delusion cloud. And they would basically take ships from that spaceship to one on the other side of the cloud. And Scooter just happened to be one of those pilots that could do it. And this is all before season 1 started. And His sidekick, his co-pilot was Stan. But at some point in season 1, Scooter took on a crew that he didn't expect. It turned out to be the nuns from his Scooter's childhood. Or, you can listen to season 1 for all the deets on that. That's like a slang term for details. And they had adventures in space, bada bang. And now season 2 happened. It ended in the Cloud of Delusion. Scooter, Stan, and the crew, the nuns, and now a crew of a salvage ship are all on a giant salvage ship in space. Now, one special update for the current situation is Scooter is kind of a nerd himself mostly to the Cloud of Delusion. And Stan is operational in the Cloud of Delusion. And then the nuns and the salvage crew, they have these like delusion field generators, like noise-canceling headphones, basically, for delusion. So now they're in the Cloud of Delusion. They can't get out, really, because none of that power, that's just power enough to keep them, like, working together. But they're stuck on a salvage ship in the Cloud of Delusion. Not really. I don't necessarily know that they say, oh, we're stuck. Oh, shucks. They say, let's make the most of this. So that's where we are. And right on time is our Hollywood announcer. Okay. So I just don't know how world famous announcer. Our no, you're not comfortable with that. Our wonderful announcer, and the incredible, indelible, Antonio Banderas. Banderas. As the ladies, as the gentlemen, as the boys, as the girls, the friends beyond the binary, it's time for another episode of Nuns in a Space. Holy cow, whatever you just did with that like thing at the end, that was amazing. Thank you. Okay, do you want to hang out for like, we could play a board game later? Like, I have I'm on a press tour. Okay, well, what do you have, like a G6 or something waiting outside at the airport? Okay, well, I'll let you get going. Thanks, Antonio. I was just looking forward to it. Also me sitting around. Okay, so you could use my cell phone to do some Skype press calls, and then we play a board game. Yeah. Okay, thanks. That's Antonio Banderas. Everybody, Nuns in Space. Banderas. Oh, so, yeah, Nuns in Space. Hey, pen pal, it's me. I'm here with Stan right here next to me, which normally Stan's pretty... Hi, pen pal. Okay, so that's fine, Stan. Stan may be taking over everything, pen pal. Because the last time I wanted to make sure all the recordings were encrypted and that Stan could send them off when I was trying to be a hero. And for some reason now, you can't do the permissions or the triple authentication, whatever it is, a authentic thingamajig, according to Stan, is there's an issue. So I can't offload the recordings off of Stan. And I've learned from making enough mistakes with file management to keep all the recordings in one place. And Stan's also good at backing things up. So now I have to record directly into Stan, which is definitely not going to work, pen pal. So for a while, until we get it figured out, maybe Stan could do these messages. Oh, Scooter, I'm really nice to meet you, pen pal. Okay, not right now, though. This is my last, also, pen pal, that frees me up for more heroic stuff. I won't be able to tell. Stan will have to tell, if I do any more, stuff, Stan will be filling you in, especially if it's big time heroic. But yeah, total mystery. I don't know if you can hear me quoting, but Stan says total mystery that why Stan has to record these from now on. Supercomputer with vacuum tubes, in other solid state. Stan I think Stan has platter drives in there. But so, good news, pen pal. For Stan, there's been a change. Stan's commander of the ship. I think you probably knew that already. We talked about the positive aspects the last time. And And so we're here, we got Commander Stan and the Nuns and the Salvagers in space with Scooter's, Scooter here. So I'm trying to make the most of it, Pen Pal. Oh, sorry, Ben Pal, you guys might as well just leave, Stan, you might as well just leave it recording. Scooter, I'd just like to check in with you. I'd like you to, I wanted you to come to our craft fair. I'm trying to tell you about it for a few days now. Yeah, oh, yeah, when is it again? Scooter, the other thing I wanted to talk to you about the craft fair is I'd appreciate it if you didn't make any disruptions or any scenes at it. Because I'm really trying to work with the crew and, get everybody, I'm trying to follow your example, believe it or not, Scooter. And also, before you speak, I'd like you to bring your own craft to the craft fair. Okay, can I borrow one? Can I borrow one of the ones from your room, like those rock sculptures? Oh, Scooter, a craft you've created that you would share with everyone at the craft fair. Okay, don't worry, Scooter. I have some activities to get you started. And if you just complete some of them, I think you'll find yourself crafting right away. Wait a second, Stan, I'm supposed to be helping you become an artist, not a commander of the ship. I'm not, and then, even though our roles have switched, my purpose is still to help you find your artistry, and that way we can find our way out of here, not the other way around. Scooter, you are helping me. You have helped me. And this is a two-way street, Scooter. It's a give and a give and a take and a take. Trust, Scooter. You've helped me. I help you. So, Scooter, before I want you to close your eyes and take a breath, and you start to use your imagination. I'm going to start you right now before you object again. I want you to picture should I picture 5 rocks? Picture 1 rock, Scooter, from your past, a rock, Scooter, just close your eyes. What is the first rock you see when I ask you to do this? One of those pink rocks, Stan, that has black flecks in it. It's more of a coral. Or, it's like a pink with some grays. It's, not a circle, but it's roundish. It's, not entirely smooth, but pretty smooth. And I always, reminds me, I say that, I don't know, that's the first rock I'm picturing, Stan. Okay, Scooter, I want you to picture another rock, that's in your mind there from your past. Okay, this one is a longer oblong rock, a bit like a rounded tube, or it's hand size. It's slate-like, gray. What you see is there blue in there, and it's very smoother than the first rock, but still not polished. It kind of feels like if you stretched out an egg. Okay, Scooter, that's good. An egg, stretched out egg rock in your hand. And what's next, Scooter? What's the next rock you see? Okay, the next rock is the size of a coin, a bigger coin, like a 50-cent piece, or the O on the OK sign. And the reason I say that is it's a little bit bigger than that because that's where I'm holding it. With my thumb and my index finger wrapped around it, ready to skip it across the water in a lake. It's also gray, but definitely less of the darker gray, but not entirely light gray, kind of like a cloudy sky color. Scooter, are all these rocks from the same place? Yes, Stan, for my memory. No, Scooter, like the same memory, physical place? Yeah. What does that have to do with anything? Well, Scooter, I just think you should maybe stretch yourself a little for these last 2 rocks. Okay, so you're telling me I'm remembering, you can't remember. You're telling me, Scooter, I just think it'll be put a little more effort into it. See if there's other rocks in your mind somewhere. Oh, Scooter, I didn't mean to. Yeah, that's so, thanks, for making me, that's fine. I can be with Charlie Brown. That's fine. Scooter, I just really believe in your, it's too late to compliment me, Stan. It's just your imagination, Scooter. I'm very, okay, that's fine. I'll try to picture another rock now that you've put rock-like pressure on me. Maybe I'll just turn into magma with all the pressure, but can't go, like, okay, go. Okay, Stan. Scooter, come on. Close your eyes. What's the next rock you see, Scooter? Okay, the next rock I see, Stan, is like a space rock. Oh, Scooter, that's, I thought you were going to be sarcastic. No, it's pocketed, Stan. Like with divots in it. It's here in a field, almost craters, harsh angles, and it looks heavy. I'm like 5 feet away from it, Stan. And it's the size of, like a curled up, like pet, like I could put my arms around it. But even at this distance, it looks dense and like it has a ton of mass to its Scooter. Okay, tell me more. It's dark, but in a much different way because there's an iridescence to it, Stan. And even I can feel a magnetic energy coming off the rock. But it's almost breathtaking being able to feel mass, even as I get closer, because it's not like I can visually tell the mass of a rock. In feeling the radiating energy off it, Stan, I want to reach my hand out and touch it, and I wonder if it'll feel warm or cold, and I want to be close to its matte-like iridescence. I'm thinking about it, hurtling through space, Stan, here on Earth. Scooter, do you know it's a space rock? I'm thinking about it hurtling through space, imagining it hurtling through space here to Earth. Okay, Scooter, I get it. And now I can't, like, because some judgmental soda machine. Wait a second, Stan, like, how many, like, remember... It's like, what's the difference between a space rock and an asteroid? Scooter, I don't, like, I mean, do you want the exact definition? Well, I was just thinking about it, and I was thinking about, like, more, like, why didn't we ever, as human beings, say, let's just make asteroid spaceships? I mean, now we know, but I don't understand why we didn't. I mean, I guess we would have to make them because of the mass and stuff, but you know what I mean? Scooter, I think like maybe one day there'll be Earth made or outer space made. But Scooter, we need to do one more rock. It's this activity involves 5 rocks. Okay, but I am really thinking about this. This is deep, Stan. I'm saying yes. It's like, is this blue or is it black? Is this metal? Like, Stan, here's a question: is this metal or stone? And can you, like, this is not, again, you don't need to look this up, but is it can you have an alloy? Does the alloy have to be all metal? Or can it be rock and metal mixed together? And if not, can I build my house out of something like that? Scooter, you remember you were trying to invent all that concrete like 10 years ago? Well, that's because my cousin Kevin Foodie's like a concrete expert. Or Scooter, okay. What is the rock? What's the last rock you want to talk about? I'm thinking about this rock. I'm wondering if I could lift it up or if it's just my, Stan, like, where did this rock come from? How deep is it? Like, is it been here for a day or has it been here for 1,000 years? What is it like? Has it experienced any of that thing that makes rocks wash away? Erosion? Okay, Scooter, I think I'm going to say, Scooter, I'm going to try to be like you. Okay, this is good. You're thinking about this space rock. Maybe this is good energy for the craft fair. You're right, Stan. I'm going to focus my energy on this rock. Okay, so for craft fair, so I should just make a craft out of like imaginary space rock. Scooter, you use the rock to guide you to make some craft or some art. I can't decide that for you. Okay, well, I'm just not sure. I guess I could worry. Okay. Scooter, just see you're interested in space rocks. Take it from there and come to the craft fair. I've sent you the information 11 times. And here's I'm printing out a piece of paper for you, and I'll also call you on the PA. Okay, Stan, I guess I'll see you I guess I'm going to look into the space rock. Okay, thanks, because maybe I wonder if I could make my own space rock here with the salvage on the ship. Scooter, maybe start with something smaller, like a craft, and then we could figure out the, something without molten things right away. Okay, I get it. I'll see maybe I'll look for rocks. Okay, Scooter, that's great. I got to go, actually do some work as the commander. Oh, okay, Commander. I'll see you later. Pen pal, it's your friend Stan. I'm here to check in on Scooter, and see how he's doing with his rock. Scooter, it's Stan. How's your rock project going? Stan, you know what? There's almost no rocks on this ship at all, except for the rocks you were using. And I think those are imaginary anyway, and those were Earth rocks. Oh, Scooter, that's interesting to know. So were you having trouble crafting something for the craft fair? That begins very shortly. Well, no. So then I started looking outside of I looked outside of the ships, and I couldn't see. I mean, I said, what are the odds of me seeing space rocks with the telescopes? And I couldn't see any space rocks. Oh, Scooter, okay, that's interesting. So you were visually looking for rocks. Yeah, and then I couldn't figure out the, radar stuff. Plus, I don't think the cloud of delusion helps with that. But then I started looking into the salvage logs, because I figured some of these space rocks, if you, I'm positive, are valuable, and a salvage ship would know what minerals it needs to rebalance as it's salvaging. Or maybe even accidentally it's bringing on stuff, you know what I mean? Oh, Scooter, this is interesting. You're really digging into so you looked at the salvage logs. And since this ship's, some of the earlier logs are encrypted because, but since this ship's been in operation that I can tell, it's never taken a space. It has everything charted and logged, unless I'm spelling rock wrong. Would I put out there's no record of a rock or a asteroid or anything ever being salvaged by this ship, which is automatically traveling the cloud, salvaging everything. Okay, Scooter, that's interesting. And how is this going to be in your craft? I'll make it's a science fair, right? Scooter, no, it's a craft fair. It's but it's all yeah, I'll make don't worry, I'll have something. I'll paper mache something together, and I'll be there. You could count on me, Stan. Okay, Scooter, but, just bring something to the craft fair, or just bring your enthusiasm and joy for other people's crafts, and not an enthusiasm to disrupt it, okay? Okay, Stan, don't worry. Hey, Pen Pal, this is Stan. I've paged Scooter a lot, and we're ready to start the craft fair, so I'm just waiting for him to come. Hey, Scooter. Oh, hey, Stan. I'm ready for the craft fair. I got my paper mache thing, and so I'm ready to go. How does a craft fair work anyway? Well, Scooter, it's a little bit different than you might expect. Also, Stan, I have a bunch of presentations to make about the odds of us. I've run some math. I think the odds of us not encountering space rocks is impossible. Okay, Scooter, but this isn't a science fair, so it's a craft fair. But it's where we're going to give feedback, positive feedback, as other people are working on the crafts. And we'll connect, and we're going to be, Scooter, really, I think we're going to problem solve our way out of the cloud together by encouraging everyone's artistry on the ship is really the plan, Scooter, to be honest with you. And I think the science part is interesting, Scooter, but we're trying to use the other part, the artistry, like you've been teaching me. So I don't know if we need the paper mache or the presentations about math, about the rocks. Though math could be art, as you've taught me. So why don't you just come in and see some of the crafts, Scooter, and then see what what speaks to you. Okay, Stan. Okay. Yep. Okay, let's do it. Oh, also, Scooter, I don't think you probably read any of the stuff I sent you about the craft fair or told you, because I didn't record those parts. But the theme of the craft fair is abundance, and that was the prompt. Maybe I just didn't do a good job at communicating that to you because you seem to be, but like with no rocks, maybe there's abundance of space without rocks. So let's start. Come on in, Scooter. This, I don't know if you've met Adele Plus, but this is Adele Plus, one of the salvage reclaimers from Raybon's crew. And Adele Plus, you want me to speak for you? Okay, so Adele Plus has been working on something very interesting and beautiful, by the way, faux or an impression of pressed flowers, Scooter, because we don't really have any flowers on the ship. So Adele Plus has created pressed flowers, or it's you know what I mean, Scooter? So whoa, these are Adele Plus. This is how did you do? This is amazing. It really is beautiful. So Scooter, Adele Plus has taken paper and salvage, like wire. You see there, those are wires, Scooter, and then pressed them or painted them, and then pressed them between wax paper. Wow, it's like that's like I'm speechless, Adele Plus. And I see some watercolors and some oil, and even like wow, this you even used powder in there, huh, to color some of the things. Great. It feels like it's like pressed flowers. I can't say better than it, but yeah, thank you, Adele Plus. That's beautiful. I really like how you captured the spirit of flowers, and really creative work. Okay, Scooter, by the way, holy cow, that was pretty, Scooter, this is what I needed from you, actually. I couldn't say those kind of things. I couldn't put them together, Scooter. Look at Adele Plus is really, yeah, it's true. That's like unbelievable work. Well, Scooter, maybe this is your role. Let's keep going, Scooter. Scooter, this is Miss Sister Mary Ellen's craft here, and you're going to sit in this chair, and Sister Mary Ellen's going to present. So Sister Mary Ellen has a dance, and she's combined like a few different forms of dancing and body movement, Scooter. So it's a little bit of ballet, liturgical dance, Tai Chi. It's more of an experience, as Sister Mary Ellen wanted me to say, and very influenced by something natural. So it's evocative of something, Scooter. So watch her motions. Oh, Sister. Okay, Stan, I'll take it. Thanks, Sister Mary Ellen. Okay, I'm taking it in, and I'm breathing. Sister Mary Ellen, I'm just commenting at the same time because your motions, it's like a slow, gentle motions now. And I feel what's evoking for me is emotions of trees in the wind, a gentle but strong breeze. And, holy, it's making me feel like I'm in a forest, really, sister. And it's okay. Trees can smile when people are commenting, oh, now the wind is picking up. Oh, holy cow, sister. I don't know how you're capturing this with just your hands and your arms, like, it can hear the swish of the branches and like those random movements of the smaller branches. Whew, is really making me feel like I'm there and at peace, enjoying it. I can even feel the time of the day after dusk or something. Like there's some moon or something. It's very lovely. Thank you, sister. You're finished. Wow. Wow, that was beautiful. Thank you, thank you. I wish I had more words than beautiful. Thank you, sister. Thank you, Scooter. Thank you, sister. That was excellent. Okay, Scooter. So this is Rue Gray's. I don't know if you've met Rue Gray, Scooter. I mean, in a peaceful, Scooter. Yeah, hey, Rue Gray. So Rue Gray's rolling out this miniature stage here with curtains to part, and they're going to do a performance as well. Okay, so the curtains are parting, Stan, and it's a pond, like a pond you would see in a public park or a municipal park, maybe anywhere in the universe. Okay, wait a second. Are those origami swans, like a flock or a goose, gander of swans floating on the water? Holy cow, and Rue Gray must be out of view. Those are origami puppets. Stan, are these origami puppets? Scooter, they are. That's a fishing string that Rue Gray's. Wow. Floating on the pond. This is also very evocative, but also visual. Holy mackerel. Yeah, Scooter, it's pretty nice. Watch this part, Scooter. Oh, wow, those are jumping fish. Oh, wow, origami fish. I didn't even see them under the water because they're angled to the stage. That's brilliant. And now, those are water sprites. Scooter, those are paper clips. Yeah, I got mixed up, Stan, but that's, holy mackerel. Stan, we have an Rue Gray, that was we have an impressive crew, Stan. Stan, could I work with these three to do my own craft? Scooter, you could. Why don't you do that? And, yeah, why don't you do that, Scooter? I've got to go check some things, and you work with them. Like you're going to work with them. Stan, I really enjoyed this craft fair more than I can put into words. This great, Scooter. I'm just wondering, okay, go ahead. Why don't you work with everyone comfortable with that? Great. I'll be back. Hey, Pen Pal, it's me, Stan. Scooter's about to put on a story for his craft. And he said it's a surprise, but that they all work together on it. Stan, it's more of a fable, actually, maybe, or one of those other ones, the ones with a message. And it's in 3 parts. There's 3 parts. This is in progress, too, by the way, Stan. Okay, Scooter, great. Okay, is everybody ready? Okay, Stan, the rest of the audience, maybe we're joined by Sister Mary Ellen for this first part. Once upon a time, and I'm going to be interpreting those motions. So that motion meant once upon a time. Yeah, okay, there was a chicken named Little who was born with a very special gift. Stan, you can understand Sister's motions, right? Scooter, yes, but it's helping that you're interpreting her dance. Yes, so beautiful and fluid, Sister. Okay, every time an object entered Earth's atmosphere, Little could sense it. Now, technically, this was due to a, evolutionary jump in who Little was, but we don't need to get to that. But it was something both physical and neuron and nerve-based, so Little really could feel it and sense it. That's kind of hard. Good job, though, Sister, with that spiral thing there. I mean, we know this because of the legends of Little. But this was back when this was just Little the chicken, and Little had this physical reaction every time something entered the Earth's atmosphere. But for Little, this was just a normal way of being. Little didn't really understand it. And Little was even living with the assumption that everyone felt these pangs. Until one day, Little was out in a field with a class. And they were on a trip to watch a meteor shower. And each little streak across the sky corresponded with the feeling inside Little. And Little started to get what was happening. And Little became very interested in meteor showers and going on these trips with this a group of children that enjoyed. So every year they would go and view this as Little got older and older. And one year, one of the meteors showered all the way to the Earth, all the way through the Earth's atmosphere. And, it wasn't a big deal, but it was a big enough deal. And it kind of changed Little's view of things. Because Little was, still pretty young, and that's a lot to say, wait a second, this really happened, and I really sensed it. But no one would believe Little, as Little said, I can sense that the sky is falling, and it's falling now, it's falling now. So Little became a little over-focused on it, and became really focused on the night sky. But even the day sky, Little knew, and Little started to know the time zones, and even developed a kind of a geographic sense of where this was happening. It made it a little bit tough because no one believed Little. And everyone just told Little to lighten up. And they said, well, of course you feel this way. You saw that one make it all the way to the Earth. You're just having a strong reaction, Little. And so Little learned to kind of keep it to Little self and to kind of, say, hey, let's keep this internally going and turn to kind of things inward, really. And as Little got older, Little kind of got into being escaping and maybe feeling a little NUMB from stuff. And so start saying, are you raising your hand like, Scooter, I am. Scooter, is this a craft or? Thanks, sister. That's, I guess, almost the end of part one. Scooter, it's supposed to be about abundance. I'm not sure how you're sticking to the theme here, like an uplift abundance in a good way, Scooter. So where's this craft going? Well, Stan, you probably already know how the story goes as we lead into part two, Little kind of turned Little's back as Adelphus has these giant pieces of art behind me here. Little was trying to shrink Little's world. Look at that. Oh, Scooter, that's lovely. Yeah, thank you, Adelphus. Into something Little could manage and Little could control. And Little kept shrinking Little's world down to like an almost internal planet. A bit of a singular orbit. It wasn't so great. But it wasn't existing in a vacuum either. It wasn't totally empty. Because there was still the part of Little that was obsessed with outer space and what was happening. It's still curious, as this piece of art here shows. And that voice kept coming up, and Little started to say yes to that voice more and more, because it said something really interesting is coming, Little. Something that feels a little bit different, but it feels similar. Something heavy and massive and magnetic. And Little said, this is a little bit like, it doesn't have the same wobble. It doesn't have the same trajectory. And Little thought about where it started its journey from and where its journey would end. And Little started out on a journey to find out where this journey would end, because Little sensed it would end here at Earth. As you can see there, and as Little got closer and closer, it sensed its trajectory and its motion was going gentler and gentler without any, rushing or poppy pops or anything. And when Little arrived at the end of Little's journey, a crowd was already gathered because Little had sensed this giant rock touching down on Earth. So there was a big hubbub and hullabaloo because it had arrived so gently that people had seen it coming in. This slow motion rock coming in Earth didn't make a lot of sense. And Little tried to get close to see, because Little was like, what is this? And I think very quickly people realized it was both a asteroid and a ship. And people were saying that, and Little began muttering in the crowd that I knew this was coming. I could tell it. I could feel it. I could feel it was different than everything else. And the people in the crowd for the first time in Little's life, instead of passing on that, they said, oh, tell us more. And people took interest in what Little was saying, and Little's, the crowd said, really, really? And Little was peppered with questions. And then finally a scientist made its way to Little and said, did you say you could feel this? You could sense it? We might need your help. And eventually this asteroid was a ship visiting Earth, and we knew that it came in friendship. But the science asked Little to come along and to go. They said, we need your help, Little. It sounds like you're just the help we need. And that's the end of part 2. Scooter, that was a wonderful story. Well, there's still part 3, Stan. Okay, but Scooter, is working on part 3, right? Well, yeah, but we're like, this is still the middle of part 3, but Adele Plus is still Rugray. Sorry, Stan, I get those mixed up. Well, Scooter, that was great sharing, and I think we want to make sure we have craft time for everyone else. But yeah, we'll have a lot of people worked on this together. We got the big finale for Rugray. Well, Scooter, could you kind of condense it? Well, sure, but, Sister had her turn, and Adele Plus had their turn. I guess thanks, Rugray. It looks like Stan's going to, I guess we could just do it another time. But does anybody have any questions so far about the story so I could work that into the third part? Sister Carol Ann, what's your question? Oh, what happens to Little? We do cover that in part 3, but so maybe next craft fair. But Stan wants us to get, Stan may be right, Sister. We leave the audience wanting more. I mean, even though we have it ready, it's not like you don't have to wait. Okay, any other questions? Oh, Slagbot 2000. I didn't even know you were in here. Is it fact-based? This is a great question. Part 3 has some facts in it, for sure, Slagbot. But, next time, maybe they'll have more facts next time. Scooter, I get it. Okay. Go ahead and do part 3. Okay, Stan, hold on. I'm getting a question from Raybon in the brig. They're watching remotely. Is the rock a real spaceship that visited Earth? Great question. Yes, it is. I thought we covered that, Raybon, but you might not have. Maybe you weren't paying attention. But yeah, it's the same ship that made first contact with Earth. Slagbot, is that fact-based? Well, it's just artistic interpretation. Slagbot, would you take that as an answer? Okay, thanks. Okay, Stan said we could do part 3. Everybody ready? Okay, so Little... as you could see with some of this origami art, puppetry, Little went with the scientists and worked inside a mountain with a team of people who not only believed in Little, but wanted to enhance what Little was doing, sensing outer space objects coming into the Earth's atmosphere. They really wanted to help, and they wanted to make it pleasant for Little. So they taught Little all sorts of tools and different ways of amplifying Little's senses, or them building on what Little could tell, or using it to solve puzzles they hadn't had a solution for. It's a great puzzle. I love that origami puzzle, by the way, Rugray. Yeah, but no one could suspect how quickly things would change as Earth was exposed to outer space. And that scientist was named Wurlitzer, by the way, Stan, not fact-based, though, and they were part of a bigger project, originally trying to track all the rocks and the asteroids and coming to Earth and trying to figure out where they came from. And if anything else was coming to Earth, they were supposed to keep an eye on that. But until it's this ship, they had never seen that. They wanted to also give warnings, like Little did, if the sky was actually falling and we knew, how could we do that? Luckily, they never had to deal with that, ironically enough, in any major way. It was like the Falling Objects group. Yeah, but they worked on that for a while, and then they also started, as more and more space traffic started to come to Earth, they found their focus was shifted, and Little's role was shifted a little bit. Because the people in outer space are super organized, and they wanted to know, everybody, all the comings and goings. And, sometimes, so Little actually made it impossible to do any sneaky sneaks to come to Earth. But Little was focused on helping and being needed in outer space and this new life that went on. And they became more and more focused on, especially Little, on the traffic, the actual traffic. And for a while, they didn't even notice that the number of rocks coming to Earth had started to change, that it started to get less and less. But one night, Little started having trouble falling asleep, tossing and turning. Something's not right. And Little started to look back at the data of how many rocks are coming into Earth's atmosphere, how many are, in the atmosphere, are coming through, coming into Earth orbit. And the numbers didn't seem right. And Little brought it to the team, and they said, oh, it's like a anomaly. Look at the standard deviations. It's still within the standard deviations. And Little tried to take that as an answer, but it still didn't seem, to Little it seemed clear as day. There's less rocks and less falling objects every single day for Little. So Little dug deeper into the data and sensed that it had been changed to make it seem like a less extreme change. And he went back to the team, and they said, no. These things happen. Like, Earth's got a long history. Who are we to judge change? And, there's been wild swings like this before we started keeping the numbers. And that's when Little's focus changed, and Little started to think about that they work in this giant mountain. And Little was only aware of the project Little was on, and Little started to asking questions internally and wonder what else was going on there. And at the same time, less and less falling objects were coming to Earth. They're coming near Earth, and Little knew something's off here. Little had been through enough in life to question things and question authority figures. But Little was also not smart enough to play along. So they said, Little, what do you think about that less objects? Little said, well, there's a lot of space traffic. I'm focused on that. And he agreed with the team and covered up Little's doubts. He said, yeah, it's just an anomaly, standard deviation, 100%. But it was undeniable as less and less things became. Even the scientists had trouble. Little started to look into other. Is it like Del Plus? Are you asleep? Like Little started to look into other projects that they were working on. Sister, is anybody still? Ray Botner still stands. I think even stands in sleep mode. Well, this is my craft, I guess, is long winding tales. Quoted in delusion here. But this wasn't a delusion for Little. It's a mystery. We're in the cloud of delusion and there's no rocks here. And that I did look into the historical figures in Earth's rocks did go down. So that was the fact-based part, Slagbots in sleep mode 2. Objects did stop falling. So where are they? They're not in the cloud and they're not on Earth. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. What else were they doing inside that imaginary mountain compound? But I'm going to lie down here. Pen pal, I'm lying next to Stan here. So you could hear me. I guess Stan would say goodnight, pen pal. Stan's pretending to be asleep, pen pal, because he was enjoying my craft, my space story. Stan and I'll talk to you soon. Hey, everybody. Welcome to another episode of Nuns in Space, our episodic, modular, and sometimes serial story, but I'll give you all the details you need for the serial part right now of Stan, the freestyle soda machine, his sidekick Scooter, and their adventures in space with the nuns from Scooter's childhood school. And I'll fill you in on the details, but basically, Stan is a freestyle soda machine, also, super hyper intelligent, computer droid, and one of the, binary based code being, I don't know, solid state and vacuum tubes. I'd just say freestyle soda machine, like an artist, heavy on, well, Stan's not really freestyle in his Stan's style. I think you get it. I don't want to over-explain that part, but so here's what you need to know. Earth, just as you know it today, whenever you're listening, maybe, or let's just say at one time, Earth was how I know it today, where we had heard about outer space and we wondered, is anyone out there? What are they up to? That kind of stuff. One day, that question was answered, and they said, "Oh yeah, we're out here. We're doing stuff. We're being beings, and it's doing stuff that beings do." And very quickly, we learned that outer space was full of a diverse range of beings and ways of living and existing. Most of which were, pretty cool, and said pretty, we know, they said, we never had ice cream anywhere in the universe. Holy mackerel, how do we miss that? And so within a few short time spans, or shorter time span, not only did we learn about outer space, and outer space learned about us, is that everything began happening. Beings were coming here, we were going there, we were learning about all the technology, dealing with the philosophical, progressions of being exposed to outer space. And some of that wasn't easy, but for the most part, we kind of adjusted and said, they like ice cream. We like Goobity Gorp, Beano 5 ZQPV, which is a savory dessert that it's just cool. And it's like baklava, but it's not. And so everything was going pretty good, but maybe not, for everybody said, well, I don't know about this outer space stuff, or I thought that this is a way of world. And suddenly, in the midst of all this advancement and exchange, and the Earth was cut off from outer space by a cloud of delusion that surrounded the Earth. It's still a mystery where it came from, but it separated Earth from space once again. A nearly impenetrable cloud of delusion. If you went in, you became lost in delusion. And that obviously had a great expense, and people were disappointed. We couldn't get any of that space baklava, which no one called it that, but that's what I'll call it here. And they couldn't get ice cream and, visitors. But so people were trying to figure out, what's this cloud? How can we get through it? Eventually, they discovered that a tiny, 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 tiny percentage of humans that were just delusional enough or something could make it through the cloud. And that became a small business, booming business of escorting ships out of Earth's atmosphere through the cloud of delusion to another spaceship. Kind of like a ferry system, but more like a harbor pilot, because obviously you say, well, if we're going to move a ship, we want to move a ship full of stuff for a boatload of money, shipload of money in this case, or credits. They actually don't exist physically, but that's not important. And so that Scooter was one of those harbor pilots, along with Stan, Scooter's at the time second in command navigator. And just like all the Star Wars movies, Stan's not quite as funny as all the other robotic sidekicks and all, but, a bit like that. Stan's not as dour as some of them either. He's very cheerful. He might be the most cheerful. I'm trying to think if BB-88's pretty spunky. Oh, BB-8. Sorry, BB-8. When did you move in? I figured you live in a mansion somewhere. Okay. But so Where was I? Then in season 1, Scooter and Nuns from his childhood, ostensibly, and Stan had adventures in space. They got, to get to season 1, they got together, they adventured in space. At the end of season 1, they ended up back stuck in the cloud of delusion. Like something had changed. Even Scooter couldn't navigate out of there. And that's how season 2's been. They've been stuck in the cloud of delusion, trying to make the most of their time. They ended up on a salvage ship called the Cali Drogo, dealing with the crew of the Cali Drogo, which has gone so far pretty well. And Stan is now in command of the Cali Drogo. Scooter's a sidekick. And Scooter's like philosophy this season, it seems like, or this season of life for both of them, is if we could just get Stan evolving a little bit more and this edge thinking like an artist, maybe we'll find our way out of the cloud of delusion, or maybe it'll pass the time. Again, I can't read Scooter's mind, believe it or not. And so they're using the artist's journey or the artist's way or a book similar, like a famous book, and they're kind of working their way through it, kind of. Usually they get distracted by adventures in the cloud. And that's where we left off. I think they're on like week 7 of the book. And we also have a very famous Hollywood actor who drives up here from L.A. just to do this 2 minutes, Mr. Antonio Banderas. I was like, thanks. The ladies, the gentlemen, the boys, the girls, the friends beyond the binary. It's time for another adventure of the Stan Chronicles, Nuns in Space. Yeah. My friend, how's the summertime treating you? Great. Do you want to have a lemonade? Oh, I'd love it. Okay. Could you go to get some lemons, then make some simple syrup, and then juice the lemons, chill them, wait for me while I record. Oh, my friend. No, I'm kidding. I got some for you. Oh, thank you. You should mention lemonade for you in the States is a non-sparkling homemade sugary lemon drink with tart nada soda. Oh, yeah. Thanks, Antonio, for that. Thanks. And thanks, Antonio Banderas, everybody. Thanks, Nuns in Space. Yeah, Nuns in Space. Hey, Pen Pal, it's me, Stan. We're Scooter and I are doing. Sorry, I forgot to hit record earlier. We're Scooter's about to. Okay, sorry, Pen Pal. Scooter's about to go. Okay, Stan. As a kid, I missed the chance. I need you to answer these questions. You understand, right? Yeah, Scooter, I do. Okay, as a kid, I missed a chance. Scooter, to be a kid. I didn't get a chance to be a kid, except for the 5 minutes we had in my bedroom, imagining in my bedroom. Okay. As a kid, I lacked a childhood, I guess. Okay. As a kid, I could have used Scooter endless time, I think, to process what it means, for me to really gain an understanding of it. Don't we all, Stan? Don't we all? As a kid, I dreamed of being Scooter. I dreamed of being a kid, I think. Or to do things that kids dream of. But kids don't dream of them at the time because they're being kids. And then, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, Stan, as a kid, I maybe use your imagination too a little. As a kid, I wanted a Scooter, a pony. No, Scooter, I'm kidding. I saw your face. Scooter, I want a body like a kid. Oh, yeah, that's right. I remember about your bed that had legs. In my house, we never had enough Scooter siblings. I would like siblings in my imaginary kid house. Okay. As a kid, I needed more a Scooter breakfast cereal with toys you haven't taken if you were my sibling first. Okay, Stan, you're really making good progress here. I'm proud of you. Oh, thanks, Scooter. I'm sorry that I will never again see a Scooter, the world through my kid eyes, child eyes. Whew, Stan, that's powerful. That's talking like somebody that's, I guess, yeah, that's powerful. For years, I've missed and wondered about Scooter. Sometimes I wonder when kids turn serious like you, like when you were a kid and then you became a serious kid. You know what I mean? Yes, and I do. I bend myself up about the loss of, well, Scooter, I think from you when you lost that Star Wars figure, Snaggletooth, I still wonder about that too. Where did it go? You said you put it in the rock wall when you were having a ceremony for it, and then it was gone forever. Oh, thanks, Stan. Yeah, we'll find that Snaggletooth one day. I have a loyal friend in Scooter. You're my loyal friend. Oh, thanks, Stan. One thing I like about being a kid, maybe, or thinking about being a kid is Scooter. Thinking about it, walking and eating ice cream at the same time. Okay, writing in my morning pages has shown me I can. Scooter, get upset with you, but still be friends with you. Or, you know what I mean? We can have a disagreement, but still be friends. Yeah, that's true. I'm taking a greater interest in Scooter making things and helping others make things. Great. I'm getting better at Scooter figuring out how to slow down my processing. So that I'm not processing, but I really am processing in another way. Yeah, like the imaginary algorithm. Right, Scooter. Like believing in imaginary algorithms. And making jokes, and at my expense. Yeah, that's my artist has started to pay more attention to Scooter, what's bubbling up on, things that are bubbling up on the ship and art and the artistry, Scooter art and noticing things on the regular ship that could be involved in art. Okay, here's another one. My self-care is Scooter automatically maintained on a schedule was set by Scooter automatically maintained. Well, that's nice. I could use that. I feel more Scooter alive. I feel more alive. Well, that's great. Possibly my creativity is essential, Scooter. Essential. Scooter, can I ask you why you don't have shoes on? Oh, Stan, I thought we'd play. I don't know. I like there's something about walking around the ship barefoot. It makes me feel connected to the ship. It makes me feel like you a little bit because I feel more connected to the ship. Plus, it just I don't know, relaxes me. Scooter, why do you have my mech suit here? Well, I want you to get in your mech suit. I think we should play some, I was thinking about this activity. I think we should play hide and seek. Well, Scooter, what kind of hide and seek should we play? Well, we should just play like regular, like I'll hide and you seek and you hide and I seek. Okay, Scooter. So just basic, what are we going to count to? However long one Mississippi takes. Let's start, Scooter, I don't know. The mech suit's so loud and it doesn't feel natural to me to be moving around in the mech suit, even though it makes it much easier for me to move around the ship. And I enjoy it being mobile. It's really like I'm in a car, Scooter. It's not like I have a body like we talked about. Or it's like I'm in, it's like I'm in a body of another being, Scooter. You know what I mean? Yes, Stan, I do. Maybe we'll focus on that. I understand, and I understand why you would feel that way. But I think maybe if we focus on the hiding and the seeking, wait, Scooter, what's the matter? I just smell something. It smelled it earlier. Do you smell that? Scooter, I don't have a nose. No, I wonder if you could, it's not a bad smell. But it's like somebody's baking something, but it's like not like they're baking something. It's a weird. It's gone now. I don't know. I smelled a lighter version of it earlier, and I mean, in the ship, I don't know. Stan. I don't know. Maybe it's just like a sense memory that something we were talking about triggered. Scooter, I could try to process things on the ship, but I don't know if I can process everything that you can smell. It's interesting. I mean, we've talked about this before. Well, yeah, like I said, we were upgrading. I was trying to upgrade those, like that chamber behind your, like that. I mean, I'm not the best inventor, but I think we're one or two algorithm or sensors away from you being able to smell, Stan. Scooter, I don't know how many algorithms it'll take for you to spell. Well, I don't know. Unfortunately, I can't be upgraded like you can, or I can. It's just glacial upgrades. But let's walk around barefoot. Maybe do some just see if there's anything, if we're low on any gases, or check the pressure of all the gases on the ship. Let's just walk around a little while you do that. Is that okay, Stan? Scooter, it's okay. I don't know. Yeah, it's right outside the door. I'm smelling it. It's like something's coming out of an oven, but I can't figure out the ingredients. Maybe there's some like a coriander and aluminum foil. But I don't know if you can even smell aluminum foil. Is anything coming up, Stan? Scooter, everything is within the ranges as it should be, and all pressures seem normal. So I'm not seeing any leaks or any pressure. Okay, let's just keep walking. So all the pressures are normal. So nothing's leaking. It's like this passageway here. It's like almost like I can physically, I guess I am physically I can feel it. It's more than a smell, Stan. Scooter, that's one of the songs you say when, more than a smell. Remember, that's one of the songs you say when you create your own smell. Yeah, I know. And then also you say, oh, this is like my classical gas. That's another song you say. Well, that's actually a real song, Stan. Though in the case I'm referring to it as gas. I just added my own lyrics. I don't even know. I don't think classical gas has any lyrics. Definitely not the ones I'm singing to it. I can't. This is like an active smell, Stan. See if there's any other way you could scan this region. Like it's leaving a vapor. It's something, Stan. Like there's a cloud of something. And it's like the smell is being left behind, but it's denser than the air or something. I don't know if you can do, try your echolocation. Scooter, you're saying it's almost like a body odor after someone's left the room. But not yours, which is like a bit like cumin. This is more like coriander. Yeah, Scooter, because you have lots of songs like that, smells like Scoot Spirits. No, Stan, not like a body odor, more like not like BO, more like a D&D. D&D, Scooter? Like, from the manual. Remember when we talked about the manuals, the Forest Friends manuals? Oh, Scooter, okay, I do kind of remember that. Like, there's different kinds of beings. Have we encountered any being like this? Like, there's slimes, and there's clouds. I think there's clouds in the Force Friends manual for D&D. So some sort of cloud being, Stan. A Scooter, a cloud-based being? No. Like a being, a being that is a cloud. This is what I'm saying. I mean, my gut is telling me that. Scooter, do you want to sit down for a minute? Maybe you should put some shoes on. No, Stan, I'm fine. Like I'm getting, what if it's like lost? Like it says, maybe someone on the ship had a pet cloud, or it like was on the ship, like a kitty cat, and it's like maybe it's like it doesn't feel feral. It just feels like it's wandering. Scooter, have you been pretending you're Counselor Troy again? Well, no, but I've been trying to stoke my inner Troy. I mean, I realize I'm not a betazoid, but Stan, trust me. I mean, I feel a smell, I think we're dealing with some sort of cloud-based being, a cloud being, or a vapor being or something. And I don't think or cloud beings have huge, like a ton of gray matter. So maybe it's just wandering around the ship, and maybe we should help it. Oh, Scooter, you're very caring about this cloud puppy. I don't know if it's a cloud puppy, but we could imagine it. Scooter, do you have any actual facts, though, other than from Dungeons, other than from D&D, about cloud beings based in the real world, Scooter? No, but I'm sure there is. I mean, mine's just based on, assumptions and memory. But what if we just pretend for now? But is it going to hurt because we got time, right? It doesn't seem like it seems like it's just wandering around. Like we keep going this way and we pretend, maybe it's like we're pretending playing hide and seek with a lost pet. Scooter, how would you do that? We'd just start to say like here, cloudy, 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 cloudy. Can you hear me? Cloudy, cloudy, cloudy. Keep scanning. Maybe find a way to scan for the density of the air, or is there any other thing you can do? Scooter, I think, Scooter, I'm still not picking anything up. I don't have a current way to detect for this, because it's just not coming up for anything, Scooter. But because I'm scanning for all the gases that were already on board the ship. I guess what I could do is look in the lab and make some more adjustments to search for more elemental things, Scooter. And that might help. Well, hold on, St. Cloudy. Come here, Cloudy. Cloudy Poo. Cloudy. Can you hear me? We're your friends, Cloud. Scooter, what if it doesn't like to be called Cloud? What if it can only hear the pleasantness of my voice? Yeah, maybe get some chromatographs and some spectrographs going, Stan. Is there a gas chromatograph in the lab? Scooter, there's the proper equipment I would need to scan for elemental gases, yes. Okay, Sam, why don't you head to the lab? I'm going to keep trying to follow. I'm going to be cloud whispering. It's okay, Cloudy. I just want to be your friend. I don't know if you like to be petted, but I could sit here near you. I'll tell the cloud a story. You go to the lab and see if you can scan for it. Okay, Scooter, I'll be back. Hey, pen pal, it's me, Stan. Great news. I've got my upgrade. I've worked with the ship's computer and the equipment in the lab, and I should be able to sense elemental. I should be able to help Scooter sniff this out, pen pal. I think it's now I just have to find the cloud whisperer. I thought he was over Scooter. Scooter. Hey, Scooter, it's Stan. Where are you? He's not appearing in any of the scans. And I didn't think to enable the sniffers for Scooter. But he's just not on the ship's maps, pen pal. Okay, Scooter. Scooter. This is Stan. Where are you? You're not answering on the ship's communicators either. The PA system, Scooter calls it. We'll just try to, I will try to sniff out Scooter, but, I mean, where would he have gone? He was following it down here, sniffing Scooter. He would have so much, he'd have a real laugh at that. Okay, maybe I can. Maybe I can adjust it for stale coffee and cumin. Those are what Scooter smells like. Nothing's coming up. Scanning the database to see. What about flavors for sparkling water? Those would be my flavorings. Nothing. Okay, let me try with Cloudy Poo. It's your friend Stan. Old Cloudy Poo, it's a Stan. Okay, wait a second. Let's see if I could, if I scan these hallways for, all element. Wait a second. There is some elements up there, building blocks. They're floating around in specks up at the top of the this corner of the ship. Oh, that must be the cloud. It's a cloud of specks. Almost, wow, they're really small. It looks like they're carbon and metallic. A Cloudy Poo is, hey, this is Stan's Cloudy Poo. This is your buddy Stan. Has some inorganic. Okay, that is the cloud. It must be. It's a machine. It's a bunch of little machines. It must be. I can't. I'd have to. I don't want to. Don't worry, Cloudy Poo. I'm not going to try to catch you. I'm just observing. Some sort of nanos. It has to be, even though there are no nanos on the ship's manifest at all. And they were highly regulated anyway. But that has to be what it is. Now, what are they up to? Because Scooter said you look like you're just kind of floating around there. Not doing much. Kind of like you're trying to push your way into that room, or you're waiting. But where'd Scooter go? Cloudy Poo, do you know where Scooter is? Cloudy Poo? Oh boy, Stan, what are we going to do here? We got this cloud. I feel like I'm going to start breathing like Scooter would, like I need a paper bag. But, okay, find your R's, Stan. How would Scooter handle this? He'd think of a movie where they faced this crisis before, or base it on some obscure reference he had, or barely about partial memory to solve it. And pop culture, Stan. Well, so what pop culture do you know solves mysteries with clouds? Scooby-Doo, I don't know if that fits. Encyclopedia Brown. No, because I don't know. Junie B. Jones is another one. Veronica Mars would be fitting because we're in space, but something like a Veronica Mars. What about Data from in Sherlock Holmes? That's it, from Star Trek to Next Generation. Okay, Stan, imagine your Data dressed as Sherlock Holmes. And what solution would Data do to do, okay, deduction? So what question would I try to answer? Where's Scooter? Why is Scooter missing? What is the cloud doing? Okay, why did the cloud suddenly appear? It hadn't appeared and Scooter hadn't smelled it before. Who would gain from the cloud being here? Who would have the most to gain? I think that's what Data would ask. And who is the most obvious person? Scooter, because he's jealous of me being in command. Or Ray-Ban. Okay, so Scooter's not here. So how would I get some info from Ray-Ban? And what would the questions be? So what does Ray-Ban want? And Scooter already said that Ray-Ban wants something from me. So could this be Ray-Ban? We don't know what Ray-Ban wants. But does that give me leverage? Like, I know I have leverage over Ray-Ban because Ray-Ban needs me. And then if I be like Scooter and play ignorant, I'll go to Ray-Ban. And I'll play naive, just like old Stan. Let's, what do you say, Pen Pal? Let's go. Okay, Pen Pal, get ready. I'm cool. Scooter. Whoa, Scooter, where are you hiding? Scooter. Oh, hey, Ray-Ban. Is Scooter hiding in here? I'm just looking for Scooter. We're playing hide and seek. No, Stan. Is Scooter missing? Well, no. He's hiding. We're playing hide and seek. We're just in the middle of a game of hide and seek. And Scooter's pretty good at it, and I'm new at playing it. Stan, why don't you just scan for Scooter on the ship's scanners? Oh, well, that wouldn't be playing fair, Ray-Ban. You might not know about playing fair, but it's hide and seek. It's based on seeking only. So I'll just keep looking. Thank you. Stan, isn't your mech suit the same thing as using the ship's scanners? The mech suit isn't yours either, but you're using it to move around and seek Scooter. So isn't that bending the rules too, Stan? You wouldn't be able to walk around and find Scooter without the suit. Ray-Ban, that's not a very nice way to, you're trying to make a false equivalence, and I don't appreciate it. Oh, I don't understand, what the difference is, Stan. Maybe you could explain it to me. Oh, you know what, Ray-Ban? We're just playing hide and seek. I don't need to get into a discussion with you. And like I said, I don't appreciate the tone in your voice. So if you see Scooter, just let him know that I gave up, okay? No, you know what? Never mind, Ray-Ban. Just pretend I was never here. Or don't pretend I wasn't here. Scooter will know anyway. Well, I could help you. If would you want my help figuring out where Scooter's hiding? No, Ray-Ban, I don't want the kind of help you offer. Are you sure, Stan? Because Scooter could be really hidden very, very well. And I could help you find him if you really need to. No, thank you. Yeah. And Stan, I was thinking of the mech suit. Well, maybe you could, I could help you find a way to walk around the ship without a mech suit. I'm a very, very industrious being. No, like I said, I'm going to find Scooter. No, like Stan, like legs, walking around just like Scooter in your bare feet. Feet of your own, and then you could be looking for Scooter just walking around. Ray-Ban, I could see through it. What would you want in return for giving me my own legs if you really could do that? Stan, there's no fooling you with false offers or false kindness. Of course it would be an exchange. I'd like your help, Stan, in getting out of here, is what I would like your help with. Well, I can't let you out of the brig. You're a guest on our ship. No, Stan, out of the cloud. I want out of the cloud of delusion. We'll see, we're working on it. Scooter and I are trying to find our way out of the cloud of delusion. We're here as much as you are, Ray-Ban. But clearly you're not telling me everything. There's something else never mind, Ray-Ban. I need to go find Scooter. And I have other people to check in with anyway. And I don't need it. Okay, Stan, I'll be here. Believe me, I'll be here. Whenever you need me, just come right back, clomping right back in your mech suit. Or have Scooter wheel you in when you find him. Oh, goodbye. Hey, pen pal. What a Ray-Ban. Ray-Ban has really got a Jerk to it. And I got to try to refocus my energy. Data, what would Data say? How would that have gone? Like, Ray-Ban's trying to get leverage over me because I have it over Ray-Ban, but I don't know what the leverage I have is. Ray-Ban clearly knows where Scooter is. So Ray-Ban's trying to tip the scales with Scooter and giving me legs. Is that even possible, pen pal? I don't know. I have to assume everything's connected. So Ray-Ban wants out of the cloud. Scooter is camp missing. There's a cloud and ship that's nanobots circling around, not doing anything. And Stan's offering me the ability to have my own legs that must be connected to the cloud somehow. Cloud and Scooter, Ray-Ban and the cloud. So the cloud doesn't seem to be under any kind of control, but it's loose. Because if Ray-Ban could control the cloud, then Ray-Ban would be able to do what Ray-Ban wished. But Ray-Ban must have found out how to let the cloud out. And I have to assume Ray-Ban used Scooter to let the cloud out. Because so Scooter's Ray-Ban's accomplice. So Ray-Ban would have used Scooter's jealousy against me to win, because Scooter would have wanted to win at a hide and seek, pen pal. And maybe Scooter was also playing, maybe Scooter left. This is the clue. Scooter left for me, pen pal. But so Ray-Ban, Scooter would have played dumb. Ray-Ban would have known. Okay, so Scooter was looking for a place to hide. Ray-Ban gave Scooter a place to hide. When we played hide-and-seek practice 2 days ago. And whatever Scooter, he must have given Scooter a hiding place that let the cloud out, and Scooter didn't realize it. And now Scooter's hiding there again. Okay, this makes sense. Scooter, okay. And then Raybon would have used his Scooter to be disappearing, to use me to gain control of this cloud in the ship to get out of the cloud. And, of course, Raybon would double-cross me, too. Okay, so the cloud is related to Raybon's attempt to take control of the ship, but not yet. So Scooter is hidden, and probably hidden near where the cloud is collected, maybe. And the cloud is outside the door of the library. Okay, let me go back here, pen pal. Okay, the library door is locked. And there must, okay, let me see. Luckily, with this mech suit, I can get this door open. Okay, we're in the library, pen pal. But now there must be a secret passage that only Raybon knows about. Okay, let's back up a stand. What kind of cloud is this of nanobots? We're a salvage ship. So they must be salvage nanobots that are made to salvage things molecule by molecule. I remember hearing about that, or Scooter was talking about it one time. That they could salvage, each element from the inside out or all at once. Deconstruction molecules, that's what they were called. So it makes sense that Raybon would want control. So if I could just get a control of them. Hey, Cloud, can you hear me? Okay, if I could just, maybe I'll just use my harmonica. Just try to send some basic code towards them. And I could do it by audio and vibration. Maybe I could even release some sense. Okay, let's see if they can understand this. Okay. Let's see if they can communicate back to me. Okay, can you see me? Yes. Are you trying to find a place to hide? No, I'm not. I'm Stan. Okay, that's going to confuse them. Go hide. Okay, they want me to hide. I'll hide under this table. Oh, found me. Now we hide. Oh, too tired. What does that mean, too tired? Okay, where's Scooter? Let me try to do that. Okay, let me see if I can. There's Scooter. Yeah, the bumbling. Okay, they understand. Oh, he's behind this. Can you open the door? Which door? Oh, this bookcase. Is this a secret passage? No command. What do you mean, no command? Is Scooter in here? Yes, we need in. Okay, they need to get in, and Scooter's in here. Can't find. It must be some sort of secret lock Raybon has. Let me see. Can't you unlock? No, permissions not updated. Okay, let's take this in a different direction. Can you run a systems check? I should have asked what their name was, but check done. What system needs you currently have? Access to our sleep and maintenance zone. Okay. For recovery processing. Okay, where is your sleep space? Behind this locked panel, not accessible. Okay, so Raybon had Scooter open their sleep space and then go back and get in there and hide, but it's locked. Okay, I'd like to help you get your maintenance needs met. Thank you. Oh, wow, they're very polite protocol now that we're communicating. Okay. Can you directly interface with me so that I can access your systems check. Permissions not updated. Okay, can we override your permissions so I can see what you need to you need the required maintenance? Okay, processing. Need to keep you maintained. I'm just I'm just trying to help. I'm Stan. Okay. They're connecting with me, pen pal. Okay, they need some. I think I could provide that. They just need a dark, quiet space, a small, contained, dark, quiet space, and okay, what lubricants do you need? Okay. You know what? I cleared out I don't think they'll understand this, pen pal, but I cleared out my diet soda and most of my soda flavorings, actually, because Scooter's drinking sparkling water now. I think the diet soda things I can, I think I could get, okay, I think I could provide you a sleep space if you allow me to override your permissions, administrative permissions. Okay, and then if I overwrite them, I'll have command of them. I can lock Raybon out. Would that be okay with you? As long as we get maintenance. Maintenance is essential. Yeah, you could come inside and sleep with me inside my, inside my diet, my sleep containers that I have here, just made for actually perfect. Okay, pen pal, let me focus on this task. I'll be back. Hey, pen pal, it's Stan. Great news. It worked. I got the bots and they slept for a short time span. And while they were there, we interfaced, and I was able to actually upgrade a lot of their programming. And believe it or not, pen pal, you're not going to believe this. This is what Ray-Ban was offering, and I got it without Ray-Ban. These nanobots, they're advanced salvage bots, so they can actually act as my arms and my legs, pen pal. And we were able to get Scooter out, and I was able to use the nanobots to hug Scooter when he came out. Scooter was reading Ray-Ban's collection of Strange Fiction magazine. And he said, "Oh, you found me, Stan." Just kidding. It'd been a while, but I knew you'd come, and I knew I got tricked by Ray-Ban and that you'd find me. And so I don't know what else to say, pen pal. The nanobots go to sleep sometimes, so I don't have legs or arms all the time. And it gives me, pen pal, this is a whole new world for your buddy Stan. Hey, pen pal, I got no strings to hold me down, pen pal. And I'm going to be sleeping with my nanobots that are essentially now a part of me. And because they said, well, I don't know if you want to be salvaging things in the cloud because we're just kind of stuck here anyway, pen pal. So good news for everybody. So Scooter's already asleep. I'm going to rest with my I'm going to pull the covers up over my legs and talk to you soon, pen pal. Good night.